that should be there. It should get in your way. If you're close enough to the ground, then you're theoretically you're not going to be able to see your target. You're not going to be able to ping it with a laser.
Oh, I think so. You want me to come up with like multiple targets, like say have like a target at like 800 feet, but also have a target at 400 feet.
Um, yeah, but also elevationally. Like have a target. If you could have a target at 2 inches above the ground, that would be perfect at 800 feet.
I thought we
Because
wanted
the
the.
elevation of things should get in the
I
way.
thought we wanted the target to be the same height as the total station, so we can see if the laser
Yeah,
is.
you do. You do. Technically, you need to build a rig for the toll station that you can put it on the floor.
But even if it's on the floor, it's gonna like. I mean, it's like at least 8 inches off the ground still. Like, there's no way.
Well, that would be a lot better because
But then
there's more chance
I
for
wouldn't
a
have a
reading
way
of
of
change.
I wouldn't have a good way of like balancing it unless I was on like a perfectly level ground. That's what like the tripod helps with, is because with the
Yeah,
tripod
yeah,
you can make any uneven surface a level surface with the tripod.
yes, exactly. That's the whole point of it. You would have to build a seriously clever miniature tripod
Tell you
style
what,
rig.
you gotta go soon. Do I have you? I'm gonna send you a friend request right now. Just send you a friend
Yeah,
request.
yep.
I'm gonna try to come up with a procedural experiment. You know, if you want to add something to it, you know, by all means. I want this to be a collaborative effort. I
Yeah,
hope that you'll
I'll scrounge
trust me
around
to.
and see
I
who I
hope
can
you'll
come up
trust me to
with.
carry out the experiment like as accurately as possible, because
Well,
I don't have like like a another tripod for a camera to like film me doing the whole thing. So like it'll be like field notes. It'll be handwritten notes with observations. Maybe I can get some pictures of the readings on the data collector, pictures of the laser, but it's not going to be like unedited. So you're gonna have to trust me a little bit. You okay with that?
yeah, why wouldn't I trust you, dude? If anything comes back as false, like if you were nefarious at any stage, it would show in your work. So why shouldn't I trust you? I'm not expecting you to be nefarious. Like you're totally honest and open about it. So
Okay.
go for it, dude. Do what you can do. Like I mean,
Absolutely.
nobody knew who Mickelson, Morley, or Sagnac were before they did all of the things they did, dude. Everybody starts somewhere, man.
Yeah, I just I've met some hyper skeptical people on here before, so
Trust is extended, mate. It's given.
alright. Good talk. I gotta I gotta go, but it's good talking to you, man. I understand why what's his name wanted to show you respect. Like, I don't know why you got so mad when I was trying to just show the same respect he wanted me to show you before. Seems silly.
Y'all Americans are funny. You do sarcasm in a crazy way, man. It's hilarious. And I've got to say thank you for the laughs.
I'm a huge fan of Monty Python, so I like the dry wit.
Yeah, man. Life's for laughing. Definitely. All right, listen, give us a shout anytime, mate. My DMs are always open.
You
Have a
know,
safe day, whatever you're doing, mate. It's always good to talk.
like in Life of Brian, always look on the bright side of life.
Absolutely. Ooh, what's this, Amish? forecast. Heat shimmer. There's a thing that a phrase that I've not actually heard for a long time. I've heard that phrase used many, many different ways and many different times. I suppose there's a technical term for it though. But yeah, that's what they get mixed up when confused with refraction. They think, oh, it's the curve of the Earth, it's the air that's bending the light round the ball. That's why we're seeing it that way. No, it's just heat shimmer, literally like the rig in the Black Swan image. The Derek Aram on the rig that's all wobbly. That's heat shimmer, guys. That's why you need calm, cool, clear days for it. Again, that's why it's needed recorded on every level and every condition. To show the point.
Are you still here, old dude?
Nope.
Nope, I'm not either. Did you see the picture I tagged you in?
Yes, it did. Aye, is that your little tomato plant in the ground?
Yeah,
Nice one.
I got that at the farm market this morning, and I thought, it might be fun to have tomatoes in a couple weeks, so how about this plant that was already with some tomatoes on it, and just to see what she'll do.
Oh, you know what it'll do. You give that water and you keep the green fly away from it, and you'll be eating tomatoes for, well into the middle of the late summer. Yeah.
Yeah, I should have taken some. It's got some tomatoes on it already. I don't know if you can see. It's got some green tomatoes on it.
So it
but
does,
I did.
actually, yeah.
Yeah. But I did. I should have taken a picture, and every time I say I'm going to take pictures of this stuff, I get in the midst of working and I forget. But my dad and my sister went fishing for their birthdays yesterday, and I took and put the fish guts in some of them are in my compost pile, but some of them I put in the freezer, and I put probably 3 or 4 of them underneath this plant. I dug it a little deeper. I put the fish guts down there, and then I put another layer of dirt on top of it.
Good man.
And then I put the plant that was in the potting soil.
Yep.
So,
that's what nature's for. That's what nature does. It takes care of whatever needs taking care of. And it thrives, absolutely thrives on it. You've not just fed the plant, you've enriched the ground. The plant's going to be so much richer because of that. The gene strain's going to be stronger because of that. Just because you're giving it a little bit of meat. The other side of nature from plant life.
100%.
Hand in hand, man.
Yeah. So I'm going to, here in just a second, I'm going to drop in another picture to you. So bear with me once. So that's
oh, nice.
Yeah, so I'm experimenting these plants in a few different ways so I can kind of get the idea. The buckets more or less are the yellow buckets in the back are herbs. The green buckets, they have one of them has a basil plant in it, but the rest of them are tomatoes. And so what I'm kind of experimenting with is more or less continuing that in a greenhouse at some point. So, but the stuff in the ground this fall, I'm going to be putting a permanent garden in. So hope to have some perennials and some annual tomatoes and things like that. But I'm trying to figure out this summer exactly what's in, so this way my boys can be grow up with things other than just phone screens and iPads.
Yeah, you're right. Look, well, if it's what they know at an early age, it's what they want to do. So why not?
Yeah, now they love what they call washing the plants. So we get them out as much as possible to wash the plants. But I think it's so vermicelli was your mom's favorite, then that and bone meal. Vermicelli, is that the worm castings?
Yeah, it's like it's a minute. Yeah. I think it's the worm castings. Isn't that a God? Where's my book? I've got a book sitting somewhere.
Here, I'm doing a Google search now. No, I'm sorry. No. Vermicelli, naturally occurring mineral that expands when heated.
Yeah.
I got you. So it's a mineral.
It holds water in it, and it releases. Is it salts or? It also helps as an acid balancer. It can help.
Nice.
It can help. Bring an acid balance into the soil, and when it does, it can hold the soil more aerated as well. If you've got like muddy or cloggy, boggy soil, it can help with that too.
Nice. Yeah, that's really nice. Yeah, so I know I've heard of it, but I've not actually used it. So last year was the first year that I actually grew a garden. So this is my sophomore year. So hopefully by my junior year we'll be ready to have it kind of regularized, so to speak. So this is literally just, I wasn't even going to plant anything in the ground this year, and then last week my dad had some extra tomato plants that they weren't going to use, and I'm like, yeah, why not? I'll plant them in the ground. And then I put some green peppers in the ground too.
Yeah, why not? What can happen? The worst that'll happen is the deer will come in and eat it all, and the little ones will get to see the deer in the garden, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It'll show you what wildlife's out there. That's the worst that'll happen. Like,
exactly.
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah. And then at some point I'll have some point I'm going to, like ideally this year, then I'll then start putting a fence up around the garden. So it'll ideally keep stuff out. But we'll find out.
They'll smell it. That's the thing. The more veg or fruit or crops or whatever you grow, flowers, the wildlife know, and they come.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And it would be a win for the boys to see more wildlife, as long as it's not bobcats and coyotes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so. But I'm taking a break here. Mama's got breakfast done, so I'm getting ready to go in for breakfast. But I want to come in and show you that.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, that last fellow, whatever his name was, he's Dunkard, Dunkard.
Duncan.
No, I think it's like Dunkard, ain't it? Like Dunkard or something.
Oh, right. No, it's Duncan Darth. Like Darth Maul, Duncan Darth.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, Duncan Darth. Okay. Yeah, I was only seeing it while I was driving earlier, but yeah, he's in here a good bit talking about that same stuff. Sounds like him and Jesse Passive Light ought to get together. I don't think either one of them truly get the the totality of what it would take to do what he supposes can be done. I don't wish him any ill for trying, no, certainly not, but he was giving Crit a hard time earlier. As I'm sure you heard. But it'll be interesting to see because I've been hearing him. How long have you been hearing him in here for?
Duncan's been around for a few years. This ain't his first rodeo.
Yeah. Saying the same stuff. Yeah. But no, yeah, that was a good mention when you mentioned FE Core earlier. I think that FE Core would be a good place for him if he's sincere.
Yeah. There's still some people, what's his name? The water gas dude. He was part of FE Core. He's still around. There's still people would happily sit down if you know. It's hard for us as well because like there's a lot of people on this side just think that people like Duncan or Jesse are just so disingenuous or insincere that we're fed up with it. We're not going to sit down with them. We're not going to talk about it anymore. We're not going to cash fund anything else because it's led to nonsense. But there are still a lot of people that want to sort it out. And, you know, if Duncan or Jesse or whoever wants to stand up and say, okay, let's do this, then yeah, why the hell not, man? Why the hell not?
Yeah. Like I've said before, I like Matthew Learns.
Yeah, me too.
I think he's a sincere guy.
Yeah.
I don't think that Jesse Passive Light is sincere. I don't think he is. This guy may or may not be, but when he was going on earlier, he was trying to bait Crit into continuing talking with him, and just kind of like, no, that's not how that works. He said no, just no's no. But yeah, I'm all about if somebody actually has some good experiment ideas. I'm all about seeing what they have. I think this idea of using a theodolite, and I actually have two customers that are into. One's an engineer, a civil engineer into. That's what he does is look at land surveying data for when they're looking at building a building, and then the other one is he's a land surveyor, but he's the next step up. I can't remember what he called it. And so I talked to both of them at length about using a total station for such an endeavor, and both of them laughed.
Yeah.
Both of them.
That's the thing, though. There's a lot of people out there that don't understand that these instruments have got a physical limitation.
Yeah.
And when you do actually talk to the people who work in the field or work in the industry, they do laugh at you. And I get phone calls or I get text messages from friends like you've got as well. And, I get advice to tell people to stop saying stuff because they're saying absolute nonsense about things they know nothing about. It's kind of funny. Aye.
It is. Yeah. It is funny. But yeah, and also on here, the thing I like to do sometimes with these Globies is I like to get them worked up so that whoever comes in next, they're a lot more open to talking to that next person. And he opened up to you, and that was part of my that was part of where I was going with it from the beginning. Is no, we respect old dude here, and so he did open up and speak with you. I was listening. I don't think he was wrong. Just the kid can't figure out what non sequitur is, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's comprehension, mate. I got on with everyone because I'm so easygoing, because I can put myself in their footsteps. I can see it from their side of view, but that's only because I've got more years than some people.
Oh, for sure.
And I've been down the other road where it's a full-on fist fight or a bar fight over differences in opinion. So, and
that don't solve anything.
I'll happily sit and wait until people get to where they're going to be, and then jump in. It doesn't stress me at all, man.
Yeah. No, I like that. That's why you'll notice I was setting you up right from the very beginning to, as the respected one. Which is true. You're one of the respected ones around here. There's no doubt about that.
Everybody is in my book, mate. We should all extend respect. To me, it's
course.
Given. It's not commanded or anything like that. That's a whole pile of nonsense. People that want to command respect, a slap in the face from me. Usually a verbal one. It used to be physical, but it's usually a verbal one.
Yeah. Yeah, the bone meal, I've not, and by the way, I forgot to say bone meal. I've not used bone meal yet, but that is in my radar. I do have the worm castings, which I forgot to put down over this plant here, but having said that, I think it'll be okay, as I didn't, I'd put the fish underneath of it, so.
Yeah, you're all the way there, but everything in the bone meal technically there's more in the fish guts. Especially as it's going to decompose in there. The bone meal's, already in a nitrate sort of form, like a mineral form, where it's
that's nice.
going to just, it's not going to do much. When the plant finds it, it'll be a benefit. But with the fish guts, you're actually encouraging the plant to work, because that will off-gas. And the off-gases from it, as it decomposes, drives the plant harder and faster. It's a strange thing, but it's actually real.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. Makes perfect sense. It'll,
and it's fine as long as you don't have a cat that wants to dig it up.
Yeah. I should have dug it deep enough that the cat, it should be deep enough.
Yeah, it should be.
Because I'll take a picture of this here. I don't know if you can. Here, I'll set it next to a 5-gallon bucket. Maybe that'll make it so you can kind of get the idea. Let's see, that's so it wasn't filled completely to the top, but about 7/8 of the way, maybe, of potting soil and such. So, and then there's a layer of dirt underneath the potting soil. So, and then the fish guts are under that. So, hopefully, not keywords, hopefully that that'll be okay.
Yeah, you'll be fine. It's midsummer and the wildlife should be healthy, and there should be plenty of food elsewhere for them. They shouldn't need to dig.
Yeah. But who knows? It might smell really good to them. Yeah. Yeah, that's a cool picture of a farm there, Mr. Amish, if you're still there. That is one of the things I love about being in the Midwest, is getting to see awesome farms like that. And so, where you are, well, obviously a great state for that. So, that is really cool. And I like the pictures of the mushrooms and whatever that flower is there. Those are cool. And anyway, so now, do you do any gardening, old dude?
I don't do nearly enough gardening, bro. Yeah, when I'm in the mood, yes, I do. I've got a polytunnel. I've got a greenhouse. I've got a sun porch, but that's full of motorbikes at the moment. And I've got 2/3 of an acre in a kind of triangle shape.
Nice.
But it's mainly grassland, trees. It's a mature garden. It's got apples. We've got berries. Yeah, but I need to do more, bro. It's gone.
Yeah,
for a
that's
while
awesome.
over the past few years. It's gone a bit crazy.
Yeah.
A bit of a jungle, to say the least.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm really lucky, bro. On one side of life, I had this initially myself, but what I've got now is inherited from my mum. This was a retirement place that she got at the end
Yeah,
of her
that's
days.
cool.
And yeah, I'm really lucky. Yeah, I'm really, really lucky. My water's clean. It comes directly from the hill. I'm in a little sun trap that gets a lot of sunshine, so I can use free electricity.
Yeah, that's
I'm
cool.
practically self-supporting. It's
That's awesome.
yeah. But I could do more. I should do more. I need to do more. To be honest, I could put more crops in. Like I grow potatoes and spring veg and stuff like that. But I could do enough. Feed more.
Yeah. 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 No matter how much you do, though, you can always do more. Like, oh, well, I should have had a cow, and then you get a cow. Well, I should have had goats. Okay, well, then you get goats. Oh, well, I should have lamb, and then the next
Yep.
thing you know is you never have time to do anything else, and this whole crap owns you, and you don't own it.
Yeah, yeah. I might end up having chickens. My neighbour had chickens for a few years initially. She's moved away now, so I might end up getting some fowl in. We had a wild one that escaped and lived here. An original jungle fowl hen. It was a crazy old thing, and it lived through winter after winter, no problem. But yeah, like free eggs would be good as well, I suppose. But
Yeah.
the whole small holding thing. If it were 30 years ago, I would have this place, selling or giving out veg to free, for free to the local community. If it was 30 years ago, but now, nah, I can't be bothered, man.
No, I get it. No, if you're going to see, the problem is like, so the tomatoes around here, they grow on a plant and they grow very bountifully and plenty. But then when you go buy them at the farmer's market, they're insanely expensive. And so I was joking with somebody selling them once who said, yeah, if you want to put all the hours in planting tomatoes, he said, that's what I tell people to do. He said, my price factors in that you don't have to do any of that. And we had a good laugh. And, so I don't know if I'd be better off to buy $150 worth of tomatoes. Who knows? I might even have just as much tomatoes as I will for my garden. I don't know. But but that's not exactly why I do it. The biggest reason I do it is I want my boys saying that you can work with your hands out in the garden growing your food rather than just this idea that, oh, it comes from this magical store.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Walmart has everything I need.
Yeah.
I'd be a
Yeah.
terrorist if I went somewhere else.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with showing your children that as well, and it's a bounty to be able to show your children these things. You're passing on a bounty of knowledge, the wealth of food, like sustenance. Also the whole thing about the soil and it having a purpose, and it actually being an engine that you can engage with in a sense. It does things when you do stuff with it. It gives you
Yeah.
stuff back. And all you have to do is the minimalist of things, and it starts to give you stuff back. Instead of
Yeah,
this
get it.
option of, we can go to the store and get it there, which is fine. Yeah, it's convenient, but children shouldn't know that that's the only option. What's wrong with getting kids to put stuff in the ground and hope that it grows, man?
Yeah, and and having said all that, I hope they inherit a world to where they go to the supermarket and they have good quality foods at so much less expensive than you can do it yourself.
Yeah.
I really, you think of the improvement of the supermarket since I was a little kid. I mean, they have improved so much. The the availability of organic foods and
Mhm.
good, clean foods, and people who sell at farm markets
Yeah.
and things like that are just tremendously out of this world. They didn't have that stuff when I was a kid. And, so I've inherited a better world than my grandparents had when it comes to how you sustain yourself. And I hope my kids and grandkids inherit that much better from me. And but I still hope that my kids will prepare my grandkids, who will prepare my great grandkids for a world to where they stores had to shut down.
Yeah. Well, for me, the idea is hopefully if I could have put something back in that we become a community market system.
Yeah,
That's where I'd like to see it going eventually. That even the store can't shut down because it's our store.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
And ultimately that's where we would be. Is there would be somebody who say, I'm really good at growing tomatoes, so I'm going to grow the hell out of tomatoes, and I'm going to have my garden to support my family, but I'm going to grow the hell out of tomatoes. And I'm going to say, you know what, I'm really good at growing green peppers, so I'm going to grow green peppers. And somebody else might say, I'm really good at growing herbs, and that's exactly what would happen. It would either happen with us congregating in a parking lot somewhere or a field. So that would happen. That intermediary would either be formal or informal, but it still would be there. It still would happen, and it might just take time. And I would rather my great grandkids have the advantage to be, rather than to be at the end. I'd rather them be ahead of the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, one thing you will never stop. There's a number of things that you'll never stop, and trade is one of those things. People will always find a way to trade something, and people will then naturally, secondarily, look for a centralized way to make the trades easier. So, and those who thrive in that are the ones who are ready for it. But anyway, breakfast has been well done for a while, and I've been watering some of the grass because our grass has I don't know if you saw where the straw was. Could see where the straw was down. We have some parts that's not been growing grass, so I reseeded some of that and put some straw down. And Bubby's now holding the hose. They love washing the plants and the grass and everything, as they call it.
Yep. Washing the grass. What an
Yeah.
innocent little world.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a sweet that and here I'm the one talking on the phone on Discord. Rather than let's put this down, and so it's kind of a bit of a contradiction, I recognize. So, but anyway, my brother, well, have a good morning. I'll be back on a little later. We'll pick it back up.
You too. Enjoy your breakfast.
Hey, check, old dude. I'm still here with you. I'm probably listening while I work.
I hear you, Mr. Hinkle.
So all we need is some empirical evidence of this globe idea to go along with the heliocentric model of our universe. So empirical evidence of the globe, is that too much to ask for, sir?
Don't believe it is. I really, really don't believe it is. It must be there according to the metrics. We're not crazy mathematicians, and we're not complete fools that don't understand how it works. So, has to be there, bro. Has to be there. Not
That's the
too much
bottom line of this whole thing. If we're standing on a ball, we should be able to verify the ball at some point, right? It's the basics of it. The nitty gritty right there. So many people can't fathom the idea that this globe idea became so widespread and pervasive, it must be true, right? No way they could just put it in textbooks and teach it to kids 5 or 6 years old and have the globes in the corner of the classroom and everybody just kind of assumes, well, somebody figured that out. Well, it turns out they didn't, as far as we can tell. Anyway.
Yeah, it might be bizarre, but it's just all a story, really. It's a wonderful story, and the mathematics of it all is phenomenal, man. But it is just a story that we keep telling the children in school. But we don't tell them the rest of it, that it used to be based on flat and stationary. Celestial observation, or how we mapped out Earth, is actually based on a flat and stationary Earth. You only tell half the story, man.
That reminds me, I don't know if you've heard of him or not. There used to be a real famous radio guy here in America named Paul Harvey. He had a show called The Rest of the Story. We got the globe story, but we never got the rest of the story, did we?
No, we didn't.
We all just got the globe story, and I always give them kudos that, I'm not saying this is one certain group of people or, mainly astronomers, whoever did it. I mean, this has been a conglomerate of people putting this idea together, right? And they did it well. It's an elaborate story with a lot of angles and a lot of things they can verify because they've looked at the sky and they see what the sky is doing and they make up this story about it and everybody believes it. And that's understandable, Then you actually go to investigate the actual reality that we're all sharing, where water is abundant and it's laying level. It's not curving. So that has to mean something. People have to wake up to that little fact at least at some point. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too hopeful. What do you think?
No, you're right, bro. Not too much at all.
It's such a convoluted and gigantic web of deceit. There's so many people that will not even make the effort to get themselves out of it. They're going to be like the guy in the Matrix that just wants to eat the steak and accept a false reality,
Yeah, and I get that for a lot of people. I think that's why a lot of people just don't come here. They know the underlying truth of it all, but their whole, like everything they went to school to learn is based on the globe. Everything in their career is based on the globe. Their mortgage, their child's future and schooling is all invested into what they're doing, and it's like involved in being on a globe as a person who believes in the globe. So they keep their mouth closed and they carry on doing what they're doing. I think way more people know and understand and realise the truth of it all, but they just keep stewing. They don't say a thing because they'd lose their mortgage, they'd lose their child's future, they'd lose their sweetheart they're married to. Their whole social circle would throw them out. They just they can't afford to come forward and say, "Yeah, we know the truth of how it was all put together as a story," but they're just involved in it, and I don't blame them for being quiet. You're not going to threaten your family's, lifestyle or your child's future in any way by just turning around and saying, "Oh, by the way, I actually know about flat Earth when I'm a rocket scientist working at NASA." The best we get is people like Neil deGrasse Tyson letting little things out the bag now and again, trying to tell us the truth behind it all.
Yep, unfortunately, you've pretty much described a large percentage of the people out there that, what's that phrase, ignorance is bliss, stay ignorant of this subject. Thing will be fine. Just let people do whatever they do and think whatever they think. It really doesn't matter. The foundations of our existence, it has to matter. Don't see the relevance of this whole thing of this mass deception being put upon people. Why is that not a problem? Whatever this is we're in, it's created by something. I don't claim to know what it is. Here for some reasons, I think it's such an assumption on my part. This isn't just randomness happening. There's a reason that we have this reality. It's like Dead Every Day is being effective here. I'm chasing people off the panel. Anybody wants to click the link and come in here and discuss the heliocentric model that we were all taught. See if we can verify any of it. Feel free to click the link, start the discussion. Old dude has all the answers except the ones that he doesn't know, and he'll tell you he doesn't know.
Yeah, and there's an awful lot of the ones that I don't know, dude. Yeah. I've got loads of them.
I find so much freedom in that when I actually get a chance to converse with people and they start challenging me on what I'm telling them about water or whatever, they'll act like they've got a gotcha. And I'll say, I don't know. I don't know what the sun is, for example. That's a gotcha to them because smart guys have figured out what the sun is, right? So now you're a dumb flat earther. So get out of my face. But to me, that's free. That's freedom of admitting that you don't have the ability to know.
Yeah.
That's a big step forward. People just don't acknowledge that for some reason.
Yeah.
I know, don't think I know for sure, but I know nothing. We're all given these brains, these minds, and we all operate these meat suits, do the best we can in them. That we really have the ability to know all encompassing reality? No, you don't. At some point, you have to accept it. I'll quit ranting. Hopefully, somebody will join and start a discussion. Because the weather in Scotland, it's raining again. It never rains there.
It's fine and sunny today.
Really?
It's a fine, beautiful day, dude. It really is.
That's a rare
Yeah.
day. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's been raining on and off, and like a couple of weeks ago, I thought I would have to build an ark. I thought it was going to be flooded, and I live up in the hills, so no, but it's a beautiful day. Summer's here. Yep, summer's here.
Pretty day here in the mid-U.S. The sun, whatever it is, it's up there in the sky and it's traversing across and it's shining beautifully. I got almost perfect temperatures, like I think it's like 70 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now.
Ooh, that's warm.
Standing in my backyard. I know I'm just a dumb flat earther, but I don't feel anything spinning. Motion. At least the motion in the sky. I see the sun kind of moving. Just a dumb flat earther. What do I know, right?
Well, I'm in the same sort of thing, dude. I'm like, I was watching the light of the sun last night as it faded in the northeast and just passed slightly behind north and then appeared again slightly northwest. And
Yeah.
just, my days are getting longer, my nights are getting shorter. The sun's moving above me more closely to north. I know I'm a tiny ant on this ball that they think, and we shouldn't experience that, or, we would all be hugging the floor, if we felt any of this whizzing through space thing. I kind of get that. That does make sense, but I've never perceived personally anything other than Earth being where it is and the stuff above us moving above us. It moves around us like a clock across the year and daily, monthly. It changes. The sun gets closer and further away, year in, year out, year in, year out. Cycle.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
I hear you. I've never denied myself that things are in motion, but as far as I can tell, it's things in the sky are in motion, some kind of orbital paths, or whatever you call them, and God is the only one knows how or why they're in motion and why they're doing it. I've accepted that. We can observe them, measure them, time them, all kinds of stuff. But can we actually get down to the nuts and bolts of how they mechanically are working? I don't think so. I guess I
no.
could be wrong. I'll leave it open to be.
Yeah, well, the only one I've ever heard comes from biblical
Probably are
reference,
wrong.
and that was Ezekiel, I think. He mentioned gear wheels in the sky, but I can kind of conceptualize it all being geared. We just can't see the mechanism, but it does. It repeats constantly.
Yeah, it's some kind of consistent, elaborate, beautiful pattern. That there's a method to it. Will we ever figure out the entire thing? Probably not. When we get closer to the truth, sure. We have a natural curiosity. We've been given these brains to be curious about stuff. That's fine. When you start stating facts that you don't really have as facts, that's when we get into trouble, right?
Yeah, I think so. We've been joined by somebody called Watching Alex Jones. Hello, Watching Alex Jones. Is Alex Jones worth
Hey.
watching?
What?
Is Alex Jones worth watching? Should we be watching Alex Jones?
Yeah, I'm not. I just woke up.
Well, good morning. How you doing?
I'm okay, bro.
Cool.
You?
I'm always good, mate. I'm always good. I'm blessed, thankfully.
Oh,
Is it a sunny day where you are?
no. Cloudy. And it looks like it's better rain.
Well, if it rains, it's good for the plant. So what brings you to a Flat Earth channel on a cloudy Saturday morning for you then?
Well, I was going to say, welcome to the panel. If you got any questions, you want to say, go ahead.
You guys heard of the Miami Mall shit?
Oh, what's this?
We heard of what?
Apparently there's reptilians spotted on CCTV footage. There's like a portal opening up in the Miami. There's like these
Really?
beings there. Yeah.
Is
They
this on
supposed
YouTube? I have to see this.
Got a link?
No, it's on Rumble.
Bro, drop a link.
Did he just say there's reptilians in a mall in Miami? That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
is it a time rip? Is it a time rip thing or like something going on or portal? You said a portal.
There's like this ring, right? And people are saying there's a video of this ring, and then uh, people are having eyewitness reports of like these people coming out of it and shit.
Oh, I love all this stuff because you realise that this is one side of the media forcing what they want us to believe. It's propaganda, and it's either as a hoax or a joke, but it's part of the narrative that they're trying to force on us, man. Like if you can drop a link, drop it, mate. All this
But
stuff
they
is
try to
wild.
cover it up, right? They try to cover the whole thing up and say like kids were launching firecrackers and shit. But that whole story is fishy, you know.
All shady, man. The whole alien narrative is massive right now. It's getting pushed everywhere, man.
Yeah, the government just come out and said like admitted. Crazy.
So not to change the subject, but what do you think of this subject of the shape of the earth? Do you think you live on a ball?
Um. Well, what I can say about Antarctica is no one's ever circumnavigated all of Antarctica, and that's pretty fishy. As the rules is why you can't circumnavigate it. Why don't they want you to? There's probably an ice wall there.
Well, that's a valid point. We don't know what's there, but there it's a fact that we're restricted from independently exploring there. So that is an issue. It's a valid point.
It's strange that that's even a restriction. You'd think like, oh, if the Earth was round, that wouldn't be. Nate Chopper, dude.
Is that just me, or is that the presenter?
Is that what, J.E.?
I'm just kind of hearing somebody somewhat like talking, not quite roboting out. Like, so I didn't know if that was my speaker acting up, or if I got something wet, or if that was something all messed up. And I didn't get to talk to you earlier. How you doing today, sir?
Me? Oh, I'm good, man. How you doing?
No, I'm not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, I keep bothering CB about trying to arrange a meetup over.
Yeah, you roboted
I
out.
think we need to try to get together.
Yeah, CB near me. He's in Cincinnati. We're like 80 miles of each other. It'd be nice to have a little get together around here somewhere for sure.
Yeah, see, I'm an hour and 10 minutes from 6, 7 and 7, or like right at an hour to the Ohio River Bridge there. So I'm right. Well, wait a minute. Is that 675 or 275?
275 goes around Cincinnati.
Yeah. Yeah, 275. I don't know where. I keep saying 675. I meant to say I'm an hour and 10 minutes from where 75 and 275 meet on, up by Sharonville. And then I'm like an hour from where, from the bridge there going into the airport. So there's got to be a few others of us who would come.
Sounds good, man. I don't know if he's still there. We had a new person here. If you want to try to talk to him, are you still there? New guy, I don't know your name.
Yes, I'm watching.
All right. So the first thing you brought up was about Antarctica. What else do you know about it? You were acknowledging the fact that it's very fishy that they kind of drew a circle around us and told us we couldn't independently explore past there. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's strange.
Don't you think that is kind of suspect?
Oh yeah, it's strange for sure.
Because we've got these independent nations, supposedly, that have fought over every piece of land and gold and everything else throughout history, allegedly, if you believe all of history. But when it comes to frozen tundra in Antarctica and penguins running around, they all agree nobody needs to go there. Nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. That's weird.
Right. It's like untapped.
And you obviously know that the Antarctica is basically the key to, because the claim is it's just a little, like a 12,000 mile around circumference island at the bottom of the ball. But as far as we can tell, that's not the case, correct? Do you know about that?
No, I don't. Tell me.
All the independent research you can do, which I encourage you to do on your own. I'm not trying to tell you to believe me about anything. And I don't know anything about Antarctica, really. I just know what we've been told about it is probably bullshit from the research I've done. Because if you believe the actual, for example, Captain Cook in 1800 and something, supposedly documented his trip around Antarctica. And he logged in about 60 some thousand miles. And it's supposed to be 12,000 miles around there. Don't you think that's kind of weird?
Mm. Yeah, but you gotta account, man. Like the or said to be like America is said to be one landmass
Right.
at that point, and then it split apart. So I guess maybe the lack of my day could have been accounted for because of the fact that everything was condensed and everything was much closer together.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Could be
probably the
possible.
case. We're just speculating here because even the Captain Cook story, we can't verify that. I mean, it's just a story that we've all got taught. So who knows? I'm not making any claims to what's there.
And Christopher Columbus.
No, well, Columbus is a different story. I mean, but he didn't prove anything as far as the shape of the Earth. And if you take the story at face value, he went halfway across our known landmass and thought he was all the way around it, which is kind of stupid. So that doesn't make any sense to start with. If he's actual sea captain and knows what he's doing, he would be a little more aware of where he was, wouldn't he? I don't know.
I guess so.
Like I said, all these things are stories that we can't verify anyway. So the main thing we try to stick to is we can go out into reality and try to find this globe. And unless you've got something new to offer me, I've been investigating this over 9 years myself. Nobody's ever even shown me the first step of this thing. If the claim is run a ball and we can't find the curvature. So do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I don't think we went to space.
You don't think what?
I don't think we went to the moon.
Yeah, I mean that's part of that's definitely part of the deception because the trip to the moon, it seems the
Because
basic underlying
there's no lights on the moon, right?
well,
There's all these lights on the moon.
the basic point of the moon trip was to take a picture supposedly and show everybody this is where you live, this is the ball you live on.
Yeah.
And a lot of people bought into it. Right? I did too. I used to believe this shit until I actually investigated it. But I'm about to go into a robot zone. Does anybody else want to continue here with this young man? I'm probably going to be robot now. As I'm in a vehicle and the satellites keep going offline because this globe is spinning the wrong way. I'm just joking. Anyway,
I've got you, Dave. I'm
I just
around.
think, man, think for yourself, think critically, explore your reality for what it is. Go ahead, all day. Thanks.
Hey, Alex, how's it going, mate?
It's alright.
So, the moon landing, you're not too convinced that we landed on the moon. Why is that?
Well, the first moon landing, you see the pictures on the moon and stuff, all the videos and stuff. There's like an alternate light source, right? And then basically, if you were on the moon, there would be no fucking light source on the moon. And basically, what they're speculating is that they built like a whole set and they recorded all the stuff on Earth in order just to appear like they beat the Russians in the race to the moon. In reality, when they did not, you know,
Yeah, bro.
I believe the
Yeah.
Russians were the first people to the moon.
Yep. There's something went down because it's too fake to be real, man. Like, if you want, we've got a server full of stuff. If your DMs are open or if you send me a friend request, I'll link you to it. We've got a lot of stuff about the moon landing and about the studio set and about the green screen and the chroma key stuff that goes on. We've seen things on, on wires with the moon set, the astronauts bouncing around. It just, it's bogus, dude. There's too many flaws in it for it to be real. And then when it comes to, like, as we see Earth, to us, the moon is a place that you just can't go. It's not a physical entity that we could go land on. So yeah, like if you want, I'll link the server in your DMs, dude. You're welcome to have a look all you like.
Yeah, send it my way. I sent you a friend request.
Oh, thanks, man. Thank you. In a second. Phone will play nicely. Here we go. Yeah, there's something about. I'm not saying all government's fake and all government's bad, but like they're not telling us the whole truth of what's gone down for the name of science in space travel, or like for the name of good across Earth. There's something going
Yeah,
on.
but it doesn't even fill us in on this fucking between the lines. So like, we can't really make a educated guess either way because we don't really know the whole truth.
Yep, that's it. all we've got is where we can go and what we can test ourselves, and we're limited
can
in
just-
going to Antarctica. Sorry, carry on.
What?
I was going to say we're limited in going to Antarctica. You know, you can go there for a holiday on a cruise ship, but you're not actually even beyond the 60th parallel. And trying to get access to go down there to do anything scientifically is technically a no-no, financially, legally, umpteen other ways. It's just physically impossible. So yeah, there's more going on than they're prepared to let us know or give us access to.
They'll never give access.
Well, not when there's a fiduciary interest in it, not when there's somebody holding the reins of power, dude. It's just not going to happen.
There's probably shit frozen in those blocks that they don't want us to know about.
Yeah, I mean, there's talk of pyramids and ancient structures and everything down there. So, like, why aren't we getting access to that on a scientific level? You know, or a historic level, even if the whole push for science is based on what we've got as history. What are they holding back from us in regards to history down there? Allegedly down there.
People speculate that Atlantis shifted over there.
Yep. There's supposed to be, there's a theory that there's a long count cycle for the sun. It moves in a greater circle. And like parts of Antarctica were once the greater landmass of Earth. There's a theory on it. There's a GIF that shows it. And the moon's supposed to be a map. It's all a bit sort of woo-woo and wackadoodle. If we can find it, I'll link you to it. It may well be in our server somewhere. But yeah, there's this theory that like Atlantis didn't sink. It's sort of half frozen under the ice. Yeah, I've heard that. We
Maybe.
just can't know these things, man. You know, if it's true, we're left to speculate on it and sound like a bunch of woo-woo, like fringists.
Woo.
Spaceships and stuff. Little green men.
Woo 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 woo.
Yeah. But nah, we're like flat earthers in general, we tend to be more direct realists and we state of what we can actually test. But that's the thing, it's all about recognising the actual boundaries. People think, oh no, you can get in a boat and go to Antarctica. No, you certainly cannot. Absolutely not. And we'll give you the links to it and people can research why we say what we say. We can't touch it, we can't test it.
True. Oh, we've got the UFC fights coming up.
Yeah. Is it real? Yeah, some of the cage fighting I do respect, I must admit. If it's a gentlemanly combat in a correct arena and it's fairly moderated, and the referees do seem to be quick, I'll say that on the safety terms and whatnot, then yeah. But I don't know, it still seems like bread and circuses to me. An awful lot of guys going, woo, 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 look at them fighting, woo, woo, woo. Okay. You stay happy doing that, mate. Bread and circuses, man. What's this, the politics bot putting in the text chat now? Did President Donald Trump vote violate his gag? Who cares, politics bot? President Trump's a puppet. I spoke to him in DMs and in chat one day. He was in here.
Oh, you
Made a
didn't.
mess of a golf course in Scotland not too long ago. He knows the truth. He knows that governments are hiding stuff, but he's too involved in his job to say anything. Lose too many voters if he admitted that he knew Earth was actually flat. Wouldn't you, Donnie? I know you're listening. I must have missed something last night. I take it all the troublemakers are removed from the room for a little while. Very quiet in here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think I know a few key of the troublemakers were given a couple day vacation.
Yeah, well.
Is this watching Alex Jones fellow trying to talk, or is that his
No, I think
light's been
he's-
green this whole time?
Yeah,
Mine's always green. Mine mic's never not green.
Oh, gotcha.
Unless I mute it.
Gotcha.
oh, yeah.
No, I just didn't want to miss anything from you if you were trying to say something or whatever.
Oh,
Sometimes on our rooms, you'll find that if your mic's permanently open, someone might mute you, but it's only for TOS in case you get family in the background, or we class it as hot micing. So if it ever happens, just shout and text, and someone will unmute you, dude. It's cool.
Do you know how many times they've done it to me?
Lost count, mate.
Yeah, lost count. Yeah, because somebody was actually making the point, and then I noticed it happened to me, that she said that Discord malfunctioned, and it will show you as it'll not show you, but it will open your mic for you. And damned if later in the day I was sitting there, I had my phone on mute, and because I was carefully paying attention, and a few moments later, somebody was telling me I was hot micing.
Yep.
Yeah, sometimes it has a mind of its own. Like, I'll be listening in, and then all of a sudden the whole conversation goes silent. I'm like, what the hell? Did everyone stop talking? And I got to drop out and come back in.
Yeah. Yeah, if I get muted for hot micing, I just usually will turn it off and then turn it back on and ask somebody to unmute me, because I figure that it's probably turned on its own and not by me. But I'll be back in a few more minutes. I'm running in the store here.
I love that meme, Jananas. Do you know that meme was made for our server? Because the Flat Earth server started up, that dinosaur meme, that was actually made for us originally, or against us. And it's funny because it trolls it's a Flat Earth Society meme. We don't think it's a space disc, so it trolls the globe side. Funny.
What do you think it is then, if it's not a space disc?
Personally, I think it could be the floor of the universe as we know it, mate. It might be in a circular format because of the sun. There could be a ring of ice because the sun doesn't go any further. I really don't know. But I think it's me personally. I think it's the floor of the universe.
Okay.
I don't think we're moving. People are testing to see if we're actually moving. But it comes back that we're stationary and the stars and the celestial bodies move above us. But like there's other people like Dale's working with stuff. He thinks that he's discovered that Earth's moving upwards somehow, and I'm trying to get my head around it. But like to me, buoyancy and density is all you need. The whole gravity thing. Well, if you don't have a downwards vector, you don't need a cause for a downwards vector. Floor's the floor. To me, it's a natural law. But there could be something because in free fall, order seems to go into a state of disequilibrium that I don't know. It might suggest an upwards movement of Earth in a sense. I don't understand it. I really don't. But to me, Earth's the floor of the universe as we know it. It's stationary and stuff moves above us.
Old dude, can I ask you a question?
No, you certainly cannot. Good morning. How you doing?
Okay, so a question that's been bothering me a little bit is how is that the flat Earth model is like? How does it hold up and doesn't like break? Like continents. One goes one way, one goes the other way, one goes the other way. That's my
Yeah.
question. What holds everything together?
You mean the azimuthal equidistant map, the flat Earth sort of map thing? You mean that? Why is all the continents different sizes? Is that what you mean?
No, why, for example, when there has been lots of earthquakes, like how doesn't the Earth crack like a cookie, like when you break it in half?
All
That's my
right,
question.
because it's not a cookie. It's not a cookie. We don't know how far it goes down. We don't know how far it goes out. Well, look, yes, there's thermal activity. Yes, there's earthquakes. There might be subduction. There's like yes, there's magma and stuff like that. It's all about pressure. Something seems to be moving. Yeah, something was different. Whether it's the sea level that's dropping and gaining height again, we don't really know because there's evidence that seashells are on top of mountains and they're in the rock. I've seen it personally. Older
Yeah,
rocks
that's
encased
true.
in magma. There's something
Like
going on
fossils.
geodetically. There's movement. There is movement, but we don't know what's going on past 8 miles. We don't know where all the magma things are. It's all theory. There's something going on with pressure, bro.
8
And
miles.
I think it's a pressure thing that's causing the magma. And it's causing it to erupt in weaker areas and cause the land masses to move. Surely the force of the weight itself causing this.
8 miles? Well, how did you get 8 miles? Like the Mariana Trench?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's as far as we've been in the water, but we've drilled in Russia. They drilled down to about 8 miles. China tried it too, I think, but I don't know how deep.
I thought it was only 7 miles, but I could be wrong.
Well, 7, 8. I'll give you 7 if you want 7, dude. I wouldn't even try it myself, but there you go. That
Yeah.
far. Yeah,
And we didn't get to the other side?
No, man. They only got like 7, 8 miles down. They didn't. They figured that they would encounter rock or magma or water or all these different things, but it was most of the predictions were wrong. And in the end, it was pressure and the type of stuff that they were going through. It was like a thick, sort of muddy chewing gum that they were trying to go through, and they couldn't. It was just burning out the drill head. It was doing nothing. They couldn't pump it out to clean the drill head and get any further. But at 7 or 8 miles, man, it's phenomenal pressures. But yeah,
What's your theory on the shape of where we live?
the total shape. I don't know. I don't know how far it goes, dude.
Your mother's
What,
pussy.
what do you believe the shape is? Like a
Well,
not a flat disc, like a CD, not like that.
I don't know.
Your mother's
Maybe.
cooter, bro.
No, I don't think it's like a CD. Well, there might be a ring of ice out there. I don't know.
And how is that? Nobody has like. I know you might have heard this like a billion times, but how is that people don't fall off the edge? Maybe
Because
we
there is
can't
no
get to
edge.
the edge.
There is no edge. It's not like a space frisbee. The Flat Earth Society is actually a troll organisation. They seed the story with little bits of truth, but then they tell you nonsense like, oh, the founder nearly fell off the edge and Earth's a disk moving upwards at 8 points, whatever, meters per second to replace gravity. Just to make it all sound crazy. Earth is actually flat, and it appears that it's stationary underneath the stars and the luminaries. They're moving above us. But the rest of it is a pile of nonsense. To assume that it's an edge or a cookie or somewhere you could go and fall off, we can't verify that. So we don't know what's out there. We're not going to
So
make
you
wild, crazy claims, man, because that's where that's where it got us in the first place. The whole heliocentric thing is a wild, crazy claim backed up with fancy maths.
so we don't know the shape of the planet, of our planet.
Isn't that kind of contradictory to say? Is that it is flat, but yet we don't know the shape? Isn't that
Yeah,
kind
we
of
don't
contradictory?
have
You
flat
don't know, but
No,
you know it's flat, but you don't
he's
know what
not
it's.
saying that it's either flat nor round nor like a sphere. He says that we don't know.
What we know is that it's flat. There's no curve over distance that matches the geometric that we're given for the globe.
Wait, but
It
so I
should
have a
curve
question.
over distance, but it doesn't.
So, old dude, do you conceive that maybe the shape of the Earth is like a square? It's like a cube.
If you go far enough and show me the edges, bro, then I would be entertained by the idea.
That's the same thing with your logic, like the flat Earth, right? Like maybe it's a disk. It's just that the not the disk. It maybe it's a cube, but the cube is too big, and so each like pan of the cube. I don't know how you say in English. Each
Right.
side of the cube
Yeah.
is much too large, so we never reach the edge.
We really don't know
It's
what's
like a
beyond
Minecraft world.
what's beyond the 60th parallel. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to make claims on it being a cube. I'm not going to make claims of any sort like that. I just know that the geometric globe idea, the ball Earth, doesn't fit what I experience in reality in direct application. Water
So
doesn't curve. It
if
lies flat in
somebody
the
could
middle.
prove to you that the Earth is a square, you would be pleased with it?
I'd be interested to know why NASA lied that it's a globe if it's actually a square.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you guys have already like figured out that NASA is lying to us.
Well,
I
Yeah,
think you
would
guys
you? Why
already
would you
figured it
just
out.
pin it on NASA? You know, there's more than one space agency in the world,
well,
right?
All of them.
all space agencies, really.
So
All
Yeah,
space.
all space
they say
agencies
they
are lying
all
that
lie.
come from that come from enemy
Yeah,
countries,
yeah, yes, they're
and they
all
all
lying.
work. They all
Yes, they're
happen to
all
work
lying.
together and lie. Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, they're all
Yeah.
lying.
After a certain point, yes, they actually know that they're lying. Up to a certain point, they've no idea. They're just compartmentalized. They've no idea. They think they're part of a story that's going to space. But after a certain point, and we can't put a finger on it, where? But yes, they know full well they're lying. And they're in collusion about it. And they have been for decades, dude.
I'd love to see any evidence you have that they know that they are lying.
I could give you evidence that they're lying, but evidence that they know that they're lying? You would have to look at the smug looks on their faces when they tell you that they're going, Captain Moonkin has just gone round the moon. That tells you that they know they're lying, dude. But the evidence is on our server. I'll link you to it if you like.
I mean, you're more than welcome to. I've probably seen much of what you are calling evidence.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, take the time. We've discovered a lot of cracks and a lot of falsities in the program, and a lot of fourth wall stuff or how it's been done, with regard to the moon landing and all of that stuff. And if you look into it, the Antarctic Treaty, all this time we've been fighting with Russia and the Cold War and all of that stuff. And oh my, they're playing happy families out in the Antarctic or up in space. Nah, there's something going on, dude. I'll link you to the server and take your time and look through it. The hard fact of it is that we know that water doesn't bend or curve over distance as it should if it's a globe. Long distance observations prove this. You can go and test it yourself. That's the basis of it. And if you trace it back far enough and you look hard enough, you realise that all space, all heliocentrism is based on nonsense stories and clever maths.
Yeah, and so other galaxies don't exist, obviously.
Not to me, not anymore. Not as the way that NASA or space is trying to push it.
Yeah.
Why you think you're spinning around inside of a galaxy? Do you feel that?
It's relative.
We would feel it, yeah.
No, it's
Yeah,
relative.
so we don't feel that.
Of course not. It's relative.
So go ahead and prove that everything's in motion and we're in motion too.
Well, the fact of or not that we're in motion or we're not in motion doesn't have any bearing whatsoever on the shape of the world. We could be stationary and everything else be moving around us, or we could be moving with it. Either way, it doesn't.
We are stationary. We already are stationary, and everything does move around us. So we got that one going for
Either
us.
way, it doesn't prove either way what the shape of the world is.
Water does that for us. You can't argue with water, so we got that going for us too now. So we have flat and stationary. What's the next one?
The greater shape of the world, I would love to know. Like, I'm not taking it off the table that there could be some sort of edge. Who knows? At the end of the day, who really knows? Not me, not you, not anyone that's telling us that they know. So for me, it's fanciful nonsense that I'll leave out there at the moment. But I would love to know. I would love to have free right of exploration to go and see what's in the ice. I've got some money. I know that other people have got some money. I'm sure that we could put enough together to do it. But when you look into it, it's nowhere near enough money. Not by a long shot. But yeah, we'd love to go and see. Of course we would.
To travel south? Yeah, ridiculous. About $1 million bond you have to put up just for your trip if you're private.
Yeah, and then there's everything else, dude. The 24/7 rescue protocols that you have to adhere to, with another ship waiting to go, a full rescue package should you have any biohazard issues. You know, helicopters, all this waiting on standby stuff, whether it be needed or not, it needs to be funded and put in place before you even get the right to go. I don't have the money to fund that to just be knocked back. You're talking. My bank manager stepped out at $5 million and started laughing at me, mate. I'm not being serious here.
Closest I'm going to get is we're taking a cruise. We're taking a cruise there, so we can go look at penguins and pet them and talk to them.
Yeah. If we had free right of independent access to travel for our own scientific reasons, it's not to start a country or, you know, to like start a war. We're not part of some German military issue party going, you know, we're not at that kind of game. We just want to go and see what's out there. But if you try it, you'll end up locked up.
So whatever you would see, you would believe it, whatever it was.
I would record it and I would believe it and I would try and tell others.
Well, you don't have to believe in something that you're actually looking at, do you?
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. We have to see to believe it. Because our eyes don't deceive.
You don't even have to believe it then, do you? You can just go there and say,
I mean,
there it is. You don't have to say
technically, you
I
don't.
believe. I believe that that's ice in front of me. I believe that's a tree in front of me. You don't have to do that anymore.
Your eyes do deceive you. I mean, the whole idea of a mirage.
I mean, he's right.
So you can walk up to that mirage and see what it really is, can't you?
Can you?
Can you?
Isn't the whole idea that it always just seems to stay away? You can never actually approach a mirage. It always just seems to stay away from you
I've seen stuff faded and
or
weird and
disappear.
and I've been able to go up to it and say, "Oh, it's a little shed."
Yeah, when you get to the point, if you stand in point A and you see the mirage in point B, if you go to point B, you see, oh, there's nothing there. It's just an illusion. Is that what you tend to say, Radwan?
So let me ask you this: if you can see 25 miles in front of you, foot or two off the ground, is that possible on a ball? Straight, same height on the other side. Is that possible on a ball?
From only a foot or two off the ground?
Yeah.
Talking about like a foot or two above sea level type thing?
Yeah.
No. Can't see 25 miles.
Oh.
I mean, you cannot see the ground, but you can see infinitely far. I mean, yeah,
you're just
if you
looking
put a
off into
pencil,
air.
if you throw a pencil on the ground and then you go 50 miles ahead and you throw another pencil, you
I didn't say
can't
it's
see
zero.
the first
I
one.
didn't say it's zero. I said a few feet off the ground, didn't I? A couple feet.
I
I
mean,
didn't
yeah,
say
yeah,
throw a
but
pencil on the ground, and I didn't
You're
say
not
let's
going to
look at
see.
ants either. I didn't say let's go look at ants from 10 miles away, did I?
Yep. Well, then how come when I stand on the East Coast, I can't see the Eiffel Tower?
There's dirt and dust and rainstorms and all kinds of crap in the way.
No, generally, parts of the North
Well,
Atlantic that
generally,
go
that's
across
exactly
can
what
be
happens.
pretty clear skies.
Water evaporates,
Yeah.
right? It forms that gas that you're not able to see through forever. That's just the end of that. What's today's visibility where you're at? Go ahead and open your weather app and tell us how far you actually can see today. Instead of asking hypotheticals that make
Well,
no sense.
Well, you're asking hypotheticals that make no
I
sense.
mean,
No, I'm
but
not. We
one
have
thing is
laser
true,
tests. We have
that the higher
laser
you are,
tests.
the
We have
better you can
laser
see.
tests that show that there's no curve. So
Oh, you mean like Dan the Waterman's laser test?
That's not hypothetical. That's
You
just
mean
shining
you mean
lasers.
you mean like Dan the Waterman's laser test, right?
I don't know who Dan the Waterman is.
Oh well, prominent flat earther who did a laser test across the
I
lake.
don't know any prominent flat earthers, dude.
Okay.
I have all my
no
own
wonder.
gear. I have all my own equipment. I do this shit myself. I don't need anybody's help. How do you like that?
You mean Dan that was involved with FE Core?
Was involved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now he has nothing good to say. Because as Dan says, I just want to tear him to pieces.
That's his opinion, dude.
Well, I completely understand.
What's your opinion? What's your opinion on the FE Core stuff?
Well, I have no opinion on them.
No, not the people. The let's call it a test. But what do you think of it?
Remember, you said you can't see around a ball, but now all of a sudden we can. So go ahead and answer, old dude. What do you think of that?
What are you referring to? The laser test?
The FE Core laser test, yeah.
The laser test?
Yeah.
No, I mean, what? The fact that refraction works? Wow, amazing.
It was pretty cold during that, so there wasn't any refraction.
Well, so you say.
So do you think there's a way that we could do it and eliminate the refraction? Or do you think we're just banging our heads against the wall because refraction's always there, no matter whether it's day, night, warm, cold, and it always bends perfectly to the curve of the radius of the ball. Is there a way we could eliminate this refraction and still test?
Bends perfectly to the radius of the ball? No, because refraction can be higher and lower in different areas.
So how can we find it? How can we pinpoint this refraction and say, right, that's not this refraction that's causing us to see what we see?
How can you do what?
How can we pinpoint the refraction and remove it from the argument to say that it's not physical Earth curve or it is physical Earth curve?
Well, no, all you can do is just measure the different waves of refraction, right? Like the different densities that it happens. All you can do is measure it and then be able to eliminate from your measurement what the refraction limit was.
Okay.
That's all you can do.
Okay, because we're setting up a test on this. We've already got someone with a theodolite or a total station or whatever, and we're planning on doing tests, but we need to figure out how we can eliminate for refraction on different days over different observations. So if you're up for it, we'll add you to the list.
Oh, you don't have to add me to the list. I'm not that interested in a laser test in order to show. Because, I mean, lasers, of course, are just light, and light is going to bend.
So for you, it's impossible for us to eliminate what we're seeing as refraction under any conditions then?
Yeah, you can't eliminate it. You can just account for it, but you can't eliminate it. You can just account for refraction, but you can't eliminate refraction.
So how far of an observation then would discount refraction?
Very short distance would be able to discount for it, but it would still be there, but maybe just in such a tiny degree that you wouldn't really have to worry about calculating it in.
So if I was to show you, say a model boat disappearing over what appeared to be the horizon, would that be refraction or not? Because it's not far enough for it to be actual Earth curve.
A model boat disappearing over a Earth curve? What?
Yeah, look, we've got an observation of a radio-controlled boat, a model boat on a small pond, and it appears to disappear behind what you would call the horizon, but it can't be the geometric horizon because it's not far enough away. So if it's not that, then it must be refraction. It must be refraction that's causing this perceived curvature that we're seeing. And I'm looking for a way to remove that.
But you can't remove it.
But you would agree that it's not physical Earth curve, though?
I don't know the example you're referring to.
I'll see if I can link it. I'll see if I can... where is it?
I mean, if I may make a small parenthesis, over where I live, I can see, if I lay flat on the beach, I can't see Ibiza. But when I stay on a, how do you call this? These things so that the boats don't crash into the shore. Lighthouse. But when I stand in top of the lighthouse, I can see Ibiza clearly. So that's why I believe personally that the Earth is round, because I can see the distance when I'm in a height, and when I'm not in a height, I cannot see that far.
You can't accept the fact that as soon as you increase your elevation, you've increased your angle of view. That makes sense to you?
Yeah. I see more. Yeah.
So why does there have to be a curve? All you're doing is increasing the angle that you're seeing things by going higher. You understand that?
Doesn't that kind of go against the previous claim that was made just a little while ago about how, there's humidity
Yeah,
and moisture and everything in the way, preventing us
that's
from being
what.
able to see
Yeah,
so
that's my
far.
point.
But
That
yet,
I'm
all
trying
it
to
is
make
just
that
going
the
up.
atmospheric distortion doesn't
Well, you're kind of
matter that
mixing two
much.
things together. You're mixing two things together there. Going
No.
higher increases your angle of view no matter what distance you're looking. And when you start looking over long distances, those other factors come into play for sure. Yes. There's a thing called light attenuation that people should research.
Yeah,
Light can
it's
only
the reverse square law. Yeah,
visible
I
light only
understand.
goes so far. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it does. It goes very far.
but there is a limit. There's a thing called light attenuation.
Yeah, but
That's
not
what
in a clear atmosphere.
well, is
I
the
mean, yeah,
atmosphere.
in Shanghai they might not see more than a couple of feet, but where I live, the air is pretty pure. We can see very far.
I'm
You
just
can
trying to
see
point out to you that
very clearly the stars at night. And when I go to the beach, I can see Ibiza from the lighthouse and not
Well,
from
actually,
the beach.
I've lived in Shanghai for a few years, and now the air quality is getting way better, so we can see.
Oh, so I
the
retract
only
it.
point I
I
was trying to make, the gentleman is talking about seeing the lighthouses. Once you increase your elevation, don't you agree that you're increasing your viewing angle? So you're going to
Yeah,
see more.
but
Okay.
let's make a point clear. Are you saying that I can see it more vertically? Because I'm saying that I'm able to see it, not more clearly. That's what I'm trying to explain. When I lay on the beach, I physically can't. I just see the ocean. But then when I stand on the lighthouse, I'm
That's
able to see Ibiza clearly.
technically,
Okay. So
if we lived on a flat Earth,
That's
we would
did you
be
have
able
more?
to see
I'm sorry.
less when we go up.
Closer to the surface, you have a more limited angle of view. That's why things are obstructed. We can demonstrate that to you all day long. And like Aldo was trying to tell you, we've got videos of a little boat going out on a lake, and it's impossible for it to be curvature. But for some reason, the bottom of that boat disappears from your view, and it can't be curvature. It's the angle of view because you're closer to the surface, so you can't see it anymore. And they've turned that into Earth curve. They make people think that they're looking at Earth curve, but they're not really. They have a limited angle of view. I'll shut up. I'm probably getting ready to robot. Somebody else take over.
no, you're something nice. It's not cutting. But yeah, it's I don't know. I'm just explaining my facts, what I can see with my own two eyes, and everybody can do it. I mean, just go outside, be on a flat terrain, take a picture, then go to a mountain, take another picture. You see more because literally the earth is not obstructing you. So that's my explanation for why the earth cannot be flat.
But if you would comprehend what I'm telling you, we have examples showing you that cannot be curvature, obstructing view. We still see things obstructed bottom up. There's another reason why something might be blocked from your view. You don't seem to be willing to be open to accept that, but that's just reality. I'll shut up now.
I mean, lighthouses are usually on top of the on the highest points of the shore, so they can see farther and they can tell the crew members of the ship that they are getting closer to land, so they can see, they can warn them earlier than if they were at the shore. That's another thing.
How
And
far should you
also I
be
can
able to
see the
see a lighthouse
boats,
from? How
the
far should
bottom
you
of the
be able to
boats.
see a lighthouse from?
I mean, it depends how high the lighthouse is.
Pick a height.
I mean, it depends on how high the lighthouse is.
Yeah,
Like,
pick a lighthouse and pick a height, and let's figure it out, and then see how wrong you really are.
If you want, Michael, I'll send you a link in DMs to our server. It's got a lot to do. Well, I'm sure there's a few long distance lighthouse observations that we've got already, but there's also a lot about angular resolution of the eye and why you see more when you rise in elevation. The angle that you're seeing opens up, and that's why you physically see further and resolve more. But if you want, it's up to you. You don't need to. As I say, if you want, I'll link it to you in DMs, and you can look through it at your leisure, dude.
Icon ruined the globe for you guys. They invented the P900, and that was the end of Globe Earth.
So then, what's the purpose of the P1000 then?
Better resolution. 8K. 4K, I think that one is. Raw data file output.
What's the deal with the 950? Is it just lighter spec but not as much resolution?
I didn't look at those because I have the P900 and I was going to go ahead and move up into a different camera, and I just never did because why? You know what I mean? For where I live, I'm not doing Jay Tolan stuff or anything where I want to do infrared or anything like that. So I'm just using my camera now just to use it. I'll go to Lake Erie probably this year. We'll see. You go there so many times, it's boring, you know?
Mm-hmm. Apart from having all the fun, yeah, I know what you mean. Once you've seen flat, you've seen it. And after a while, you stop realizing that you used to see it as curved, in a sense. Just is. There's a lot of interesting monocular stuff coming out in the market now to attach to the phone. And I'm thinking on upgrading the phone camera anyway. But some of these zoom monoculars now are really quite clever.
They got night vision I saw for them.
Yeah.
One of the ads popped up one day, and I was like, maybe I'll buy that. And I didn't. But only because I have the P900. It's like me with GoPros. I have two of those, so I have a 9 and I have a 5, and so I have the Cube and I have a good. They're both waterproof, and now they're just vacation cameras. I'm thinking about doing something with my drone, putting it real far away from me.
Yeah,
I need to find. I live on top of a mountain basically, so I need to find level land. Long stretches, maybe a football field would do it. And set that thing on the ground, and I'll stand at the other end, and I'll put my GoPro at 1 inch off the ground, and let's see how long it takes till we can see that drone.
it'll have to be now. Remember, football fields are. It'll have to be an old school football field, one of the old grass green ones that are kept nice and level by a proper gardener. None of this concave or convex for water to run off, because they'll just tell you that it was made convex. So, yeah. But I agree with you, dude. Yeah, that's the whole idea doing this. If we could all do little bits like that, then I think we could actually start to build a map.
Yeah, they don't pitch them like that here. They actually have a drain system that's straight. The football field's flat all the way, and the drains underneath it, which are about. So there's a layer of the grass, and there's like a dirt sand layer, and then there's a gravel layer, and then they pitch the pipes underneath it to one side. and send it out the drain that way. Because when I was growing up, the fields were pitched. You know, if you're standing in the end zone, they were pitched left and right a bit, not
Yeah.
long ways. Not long
Yeah.
ways. That would
Yeah.
be ridiculous.
Yeah. we were sort of the same with football fields and rugby fields over here. But like my part of Earth is well, if it wasn't tarmac, it was it was literally a field. It was, but yeah, professional stadiums and stuff, like very, very few of them are actually banked the way that the globe earthers claim that they are for runoff. It's not as much as, but yeah, if they want to put that argument on the table, well, fine, we'll take it away. We'll do it a different way. But I like your test idea. I think short distance tests to show that it can be done and that there is no curve extremely locally can be done time and time again.
I would have to get a Transit. I sold my Transit about 10 years ago. Well, when I built this addition on the back of the house, it was pretty big, so I needed a Transit for it to shoot the foundation. And I sold that, but they're not that expensive. So what I have to do is make sure that it's level all the way across. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I would have to make sure myself. You can't just look at it, put your eye on the ground, and say, "Yeah."
Well, you could
Because
do it with
otherwise, you would be building everything with your eyes.
Yeah. The Transit is a surefire, but I mean, you back it up with a water pipe hose, you know, a hose pipe water level. You could even square it with a hose pipe water level.
Well, it's our newest high school football field, and it's like state of the art. So I'm sure the plans are at City Hall.
There you go. There you go then.
You can just walk in City Hall here and say, "Hey, can I get the plans for that?" And they'll be like, "Yeah, sure. It's $15 because we got to copy them." Okay.
Yeah, we're sort of the same. It depends who you are and what you're asking for, but usually, yeah, you can access it.
I asked them for the plans to my house. They're like, they were never submitted. And we bought it 20 years after it was built. I'm like, oh, great. So I had to draw my whole house for me, so I knew what the fuck I was doing. The city didn't care about it. They just wanted to see a drawing of a back of the house wall, right? And then how I would put the addition, attach it to it, which is about half the size of, it's 1/3 the size of the house. So I increased it by 1/3. All I had to do, what I had to do for my sanity, because I had to know what it looked like from the inside going out. So I drew it all in CAD 3D. And we did walkthroughs for this because it's built for wheelchair access when I built it for her mother. And I had to make sure all that shit worked before I even built the house.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly it. And if you don't submit it correctly drawn out, then you're wasting your time. Go away and do it again. Yeah.
I went in and I said, "What?" I asked the engineer there. I said, "What exactly do you want from me?" He said, "I want to see your property line, where your house sits on it, just where it sits. You could draw a block. I don't care. It could be a square," is what he told me.
Uh-huh.
I want to see where the addition protrudes out from your house. And then if you're going to do a basement or if you're going to do a half basement or a slab, we need to know that. And I just dug a crawl space, 4 foot, about a 4 foot crawl space, because the basement is huge as it is. So this is just extra shit that we don't use anyway. I didn't want to dig a basement because that was like an extra 10 grand or something to go that low. So
Yeah.
I was like,
Crawl spaces are cool, man. It's you can have it's an insulated place. It's also a cupboard space. It's a storage space. It's really quite handy. And if you want to put in a sprung floor, it's actually a dance room.
I concreted my whole thing, so it's actually concrete made for storage. You can store lumber in there, whatever you want, up to that from that it would be boards up to 18 feet long one direction, and I think it's 28 feet the other direction. I'd have to pull my prints up, but, and that was a fun project. I did everything up until, well, I did the foundation and got that ready, right, or got the footers ready to be poured. Then I called the masons and said, "Come and lay brick, pour concrete and lay brick." And then I got the guys to do my framing. Once I got the framing up and the roof up, one of the guys on that crew knew some roofer that could match that shingle that I had exactly. And luckily, I had my roof redone 6 months before, so it was no problem. It doesn't look like there's an addition on this house.
Yeah, just tie it clean in. Yeah, yeah, nice.
It's a straight line. I matched the roof line all the way down to one side, and then off the back, I originally drew it at 8 foot, and when they started constructing, he said, "You know what? It's going to be less money if we raise the roof line to there." He says it'll be a little bit more money, but less money because the roofing you won't have you won't have a drop down. And I said, I get what you're saying. It was like just an extra $500, and they put it to 10 foot high, and everything matched. The roof was, I don't even know what I paid for the roof. It was ridiculous. I think I paid like $2,000 for that little section because the way it was made was just an A. I just made it so B and A had some slight angles coming out from the back roof, and that's just excess. As long as you can make that connection. When he said, "Yeah, we should just raise it to that," as soon as he said that, I looked at my drawing and I looked at what he said. I said, "A 10-foot ceiling? Yeah, let's do that." So that was it. I don't have to go and consult with people or anything. I said, just do it. I already had the permission. I did all the plumbing, electrical, and HVAC for this. And inspector came out, green tag, green tag, green tag. Okay, you're good to go. All right, then you can put the drywall up, and project's over. Now we're just out putting all the
At the end
decorations.
of the day, the town plan, the planning people are more concerned that
Just a simple act of being a felon, that's not an issue. That's he paid. No, they're fucking. It's trumped up banana republic bullshit is what it is. And
He fell off mute.
Marvis has always got an applicable point for any subject or whatever he says.
He's having some conversation. He's done it before. I think doesn't he make popcorn?
Yeah, he's a vendor.
Yeah, so you can hear him talk. He's just talking to people. He doesn't realize he unmuted himself. He does it all the time.
I think Marv should live stream himself. I would actually pay for a live stream of Marv going about vending stuff to people. I would love to see that.
Great. He should do YouTube shorts. He would get 1 million followers.
Yeah, bro.
We just have money blowing off YouTube. What, Dave?
Back to your building story, you said you called the Masons. Was that the Freemasons or the slave Masons?
That was the bricklayers.
Oh. Did they construct your project using a reference to horizontal level? I hope they did.
Yeah, they shot the brick line off the existing brick line so it matched exactly. They even took out a brick so that when they attached it, you can't even tell that this house is an addition. Perfect. Just like I asked them to. That was one of the reasons why I didn't go so low, because that's where the expense was at. Them matching it, I would have to have the same thing going all the way down. To this, because my backyard slopes down, you can see my foundation more and more and more as you go, so it needed to match.
I see examples of that every day driving around where people had uneven ground and they built on the side of a hill And they had to level out the house to make it level. It's kind of weird, ain't it? Because everybody likes to live on the level. That's how we exist. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I've tried to live in a house that was not level. You can't do it. You could do it, but it's painful to do.
I'm the same, dude. The first flat I bought was when we were young and I was first married, and it was a flat and a block of floor, but it had subsidence. And what they did was dug the whole thing out, jacked it up, and pumped in a massive floating concrete found. But it wasn't fully level, so I had to level the windowsills, I had to level the floors, but you could still feel it. Even although the windows looked almost level, I couldn't get them right. But yeah, the whole building was off the level, and it's a nightmare. I could lie in my bed at night and know the tilt of the ground below me, man. It was annoying.
It is annoying. So I had an uncle where, so it would have been my great uncle and my dad at that time. God, that must have been in the late 60s. They put an addition onto my grandfather's house. Well, time went on, and the grandfather died, and then my uncle had the house, right? And I go over there, and I walk into the back, and I have to check on these guys because they need to be checked on, okay? There's a reason for it. So I go over there, I walk in the back, and the whole addition was sunk a foot. Back then they just used timbers into wood in the ground to build that, and I was like, oh my god. I called one of my friends. I said, dude, I'm gonna buy you some beer and pay you like $500, and you're gonna have to help me build this whole addition again. And he was like, we did it I started on a Friday, and Sunday night we were done. Redid the whole thing. We used the existing shell, right, on the outside. We just raised that thing back up nice and slow, high enough to about an inch higher than we needed. Built everything underneath, poured concrete pillars to set the cross beams on.
Yep.
Lowered that thing back down. Because when I got in there, I'm like, I walk in and I look and I see the water tank leaning at a 45-degree angle, a 55-gallon water tank being held by copper pipe against the wall. I almost pissed my pants when I saw it. I was like, oh my God, it's an emergency. As soon as I walked in, I'm like, how long has this been like that? They're like, about 6 months. I'm like, oh, why didn't you call your sister, my mom, and so she could tell me?
Yeah.
So the water inside that tank was laying level, but the tank itself was not level.
It was just pulling the I'm surprised that the copper held, really.
That's good old copper piping for you. Proper plumbing. It's bolted together that was holding it up, man. That's impressive, like. Yeah.
Yeah, so first thing I did when I saw it is I just immediately just grabbed some crap in their house and got that water tank standing back up. And I found what rotted out the floor was they had a water line leaking underneath the house. It was still dripping when I went. It still must have been dripping for 40 years, 30 years.
Yeah.
And it just rotted everything out. It was all just completely mush underneath there.
Well,
nobody ever said a word to me. Yeah, nobody ever said a word. Hey, the floor feels funny. I was just like, I almost just was going to just tear it off, but I couldn't figure out where to put that was the laundry room. The house was so small. That was why it was built, because before then they just hand tub washed and hung clothes out on the lines. And then, people got washers and dryers. So they built that for them.
One little drip over all those years, dude, and then all of a sudden it all goes wrong.
So, yes, not only did I have to do that, but I had to do all the plumbing before we did that. And then work around that, because I had to do it. I had to connect. I couldn't redo all their connections, so I had to do the plumbing, get to the existing connections at a point where and I did I sweated them together, solder.
Yeah.
So if it was copper, I wasn't going to switch it over. I prefer to work with copper. And somebody invented shark bites, and my life is easy now. You just snap them on copper, and you're done.
Oh, they're cool. They are so cool, dude. And there's a little bit of give as well. My first experience was I had to redo it because I got the distance wrong. I figured too long and I should have been shorter. So I needed to cut another bit off the. But yeah, and not having to mess around with solder or hot metal or whatever. Yeah, yeah, great.
I don't mind
Yeah.
sweating pipes. It's just I want if I'm going to do that, it needs to be a big job where I can just go boom, 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 boom down the line and get it over with.
Yeah, yeah.
I did that. Did all the copper on this edition. Well, that house too, but I sweated all that. I did all the copper on this one up until the shower stems came up, and then I
Mhm.
shark bites from the floor up through the shower. So now I can just, if I have to, I can just cut an access panel in the back. I didn't make one. I was figured it's so easy to do. You can
Yes.
just cut one and drywall right back over it because the way I have it set up. And if there's any time a problem, but there's never been a problem. Those things hold. They just hold. The little tool you get to take them off, you just go click, and they slide off like they're brand new, and you can put them right back on with no issues.
Yeah, it's a great invention. Really good.
Yeah, have you done anything with the PEX yet?
With the what?
PEX tubing?
I have not. I think there's a job somebody asked me about one of the kids, and I said, I guess. So that's as far as I've heard of it.
Yeah, the PEX, that's what's in our house. And so it's really nice that you more or less crimp the connector on the end. So if you need to splice into it or something else, it makes it really easy down the line to just crimp in it and go on your way. I've not actually worked. I've not actually worked with it outside of I know that that's what's in our house, and there's a couple projects in mind that I'm hoping will be fairly easy because of that.
It should be easy. Put a T in, and you're ready to tap off of it. But I had to do the as the HVAC works, I had to do the calculations on that distance. And what ended up happening was I lucked out the way I did it, that I did it right. Both showers can be running and toilets flushed on the first floor all at the same time, and you don't feel any difference in the shower. So
yeah, that's awesome. Good job.
It's hard to do, but because you can't get that every time. But I said, if I'm putting this in, I'm doing this right. Because it was that or pay somebody, and we are not paying somebody something that I can just do. Just do it. That's how I do most of my stuff because I can build things. I have them lathe in the mill in the basement. I do machining. I can design things. I do electrical circuitry, design stuff that way. So for me, that was like a break from going to work, coming home, and being able to work on that project. When I built the addition, that was a good thing. Everybody helped with it as far as where I needed them. Hold this, or come drywall time, it was like, okay, now it's time for you guys to actually work. Holding up, what do you got? We have 16 footers on the ceiling. You know how heavy that is.
Hell yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, but old dude, did you see the additional photos I've shared?
Yes, I did, sir. Yeah, that's going to be a good little plant. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Oh, kettle's
Yeah, and I
boiling.
just dropped in 2 more. That's the cayenne pepper. So I got 4 cayenne pepper plants. So that's the last I'm putting in today. So I don't know if I'll add any more to the garden or just leave it as it is. That may be the last of the new stuff for the year, but we'll see. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because the one row has no fish guts under them and the other one does. The one with the fish guts was planted later, so there is multiple variables, but I should be able to get an idea of if that's worth messing with or just a superfluous step.
Yeah. It's all a test.
Wassalamu alaikum.
So what?
Welcome to the room, dude.
Huh?
What brings you to a Flat Earth channel on a Saturday afternoon or morning?
I come here often.
Yeah, cool. Welcome back
Yeah,
then.
I remember you.
Salam, my friend, and welcome back.
Uh, 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 uh. All I'm saying is flat Earth, more like flat Earth. Word.
People are having trouble today.
You're breaking up, Errol.
Hey, Dr. Amish. Are you there?
No.
Is anyone?
Yeah, I'm here. What's
He's
up?
usually listening. Oh, sorry.
I have a question, Dr. Amish. Could you explain to me what your best argument is for the flat Earth?
Sure. Nobody's ever presented verifiable evidence of the globe.
That's a
Miles,
good one.
can I get the tender Mac?
What do I win?
Yes, please. Can I get a Sprite?
Oh, he went to McDonald's and got a Big Mac and a Sprite.
That guy just left. Hey, Dr. Amish, what's your proof of flat Earth? Well, there's no verifiable proof of the globe ever presented. Bye.
Satisfied. That was it. That's all
Yeah.
he needed to hear.
He's a
Welcome to
flat earther now. Yeah.
Some people just need to hear it legibly said, dude. So, yeah, well done. You've helped them.
Yeah, I think so. That's hilarious.
I've been using that too. What's your best proof? Well, nobody's proven that it's a ball yet.
Obvious it be, I think you're right. I recognized his voice, and I wasn't looking at the names. I thought that might have been the same guy who did that too. So this guy Radwin asked the same question and left the same way after I answered him the same way. I think it's a good response. It's really the best one for us. I mean, we shouldn't be in the business of offering all this positive evidence, even though we've got it, because really what got us to this table in the first instance was the lack of verifiable evidence for the globe. That is the honest answer, and it's how we were initiated.
Correct.
Yeah. There's too much like meta. Just to get back to the point of there is no physical curvature or evidence of the globe, and it's not used as such. But there's all this meta in the way it's people's opinions, people's ideas, ideals. Some people do want the big stuff, the deep, complex answers, but yeah, it can all get in the way far too much. And it's the simplicity of it all that needs to be understood. I agree completely.
The wrong answer would be like, well, you see, there's this toroidal ether and dielectric acceleration.
That's the wrong answer.
That is.
Hey, I see J.E. Barrington is growing a fish tree. He planted a fish. I hate that. I don't want to break the news to him, but that's not how you get fish.
Fish tomatoes. Or fish tomatoes.
Maybe that's how you get yard lobster. You plant a lobster.
Well, I'm gonna throw a pair of my shoes in the ground and see if Brenda's right.
So there's a story that came about from Ohio State University that there was a farmer in Ohio that had planted his chickens, and he couldn't figure out why they all died.
Sounds like an Ohio man story.
So he wrote a letter to the Ohio State University asking, he said, look, I very carefully made sure they were planted at a uniform distance from each other and a uniform depth. And so they wrote back and said, well, please don't give up. Agriculture is a hard pursuit, but we've narrowed it down to two causes. You've either planted them too deep or too close together.
Maybe he's not wrong.
We're too deep.
Well, my grandmother told me you don't plant all your chickens in the same basket.
Why is that? You know, you can't count your chickens before they hatch. That would be a bad thing. I don't know if you're aware, but NASA invented the camera phone. That was said in here.
Yeah, we've really got to get a compilation of Globetard history put together.
Kind of go.
We really do.
Are you on the Golden Globies server, Jay?
Yeah. I see some of the stuff in there.
Yeah.
It is hilarious what they come up with.
We do. We need more compilation stuff and things put into animation. I know there was a couple of people going to start working with some of the sound clips and animation, but yeah, that'd be great.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're cool. Go on, dude.
I was just going to say I would love a sound clip of them saying air contains air.
Probably there somewhere.
We've had him say yes to that many times.
I got a new car and I'm struggling to put this racing harness on it, and these stupid ECU connector plugs are new and they're stiff, and I can't get them off the damn car without breaking them.
By a Formula One?
No, it's a Mazda.
Is it a special tool to remove them, or is it just designed to fail when you remove it?
The latter, it appears. Like, they don't want you messing with this stuff, right? So they use very short wires, barely just enough so you don't have enough slack in the wire to disengage the plug. And then they clamp the wire down with a proprietary zip tie that if you were to accidentally break or stretch, they would notice. And then the tab on the map sensor ECU plug is very brittle, but it's really stuck in there. So if you were to like pull it or bend it a certain way, it might pop off and break or show some sign of getting marred, which could, I guess, void warranties and stuff.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I'm looking at this. I might return this kit I got because I'm almost too afraid to touch this until this car's old. Sometimes they'll put like wax or paint or something around the seal, and you can't see it.
Yeah.
I'll be in Pittsburgh on the 4th and 5th.
Okay, cool. I'm still about 4.5 hours from there. Maybe 3.5 if you go faster.
Oh, automation and machine learning.
An expo?
Yeah. SME.
Nice.
ASME, you said?
SME. You'd be able to find SME Pittsburgh.
So if you're unaware, Radwin, like while you were out and in the weeks leading up to you coming back and being more active, we've been having lots of aerospace types coming in, pilots and people with engineering backgrounds. There's one or two people in our chat that's bringing them in from their work and stuff. It's kind of interesting. It's been fun.
Hey, Dr. Amish, can I ask a question?
He already told you.
Yeah, I previously asked it, but I had an internet connection issue. But my question was, what is your strongest argument for flat Earth?
You, my friend, you are my strongest argument for flat Earth. Did you know that?
No, not yet. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right. Have a nice day.
That's it.
Well, now he'll dip now. Yeah, there's no proof of the globe. That's the best proof of flat Earth.
That's okay. So there's no proof of the globe. How so?
I don't know. It just isn't a globe.
So the images and stuff, they have been manufactured, I assume, according to your theory?
No, NASA tells you that they Photoshop these images, that they are composites, they're digital renders, they're artistic impressions. It says so on their website underneath their images.
But I assume that if that's correct and that's said on their website, they're specifically pointing towards a group of images and not all of them. Or are you saying they're referring to all of their images under that pretext?
You need to take the wax out of your ears. He just told you. NASA themselves say they are composite images.
Yeah, go to their website, find an image and show it, maybe present it, and then look at the caption underneath. underneath these images are captions, and they sometimes have the artist's name on them,
And
the artist's email address.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. And why do you think these like governments and companies are hiding this fact?
I think they're delusional.
And what do you think like their motives are for doing this on such a grand scale?
They're confused.
And why do you
You don't
think they're
know.
confused?
Listen, 90%, no, more than that. 98% of the workers don't have a clue.
And the 2% that do, why do you think what are their motives?
They're evil
Paycheck.
retards.
Their paycheck is their motive.
Okay. And why do you think like would you not expect one of those people on their like last breath to maybe send out a message to
Yeah,
the world?
Buzz Aldrin already said they didn't go to the moon.
Yeah, some Russian astronauts did too. They said that they never actually went to space.
And how long have you guys been like doing research for this topic?
Between 3 and 4 years myself. This community's been around for 10.
Okay, interesting.
2013 for me.
Okay, interesting. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Have a pleasantly flat day, my friend.
And thank you.
Hey, Anu, there's a link in your DMs to our main server. It's just a huge database. If you scroll down to additional information, there's lots of stuff broken up alphabetically.
Okay.
Just take your time. Give us a shout if you want voice access there. Once you're there long enough, you can have voice picture perms if you like to need to post things. But yeah, take your time with it, dude.
Okay,
The link
thank
in
you
your
very much.
DMs.
We have a side chat for Islam discussions too, if you want to get into that. And we also have a presence on the Islam server that was recently renamed to some kind of politics server. But you know, you can find Muslim flat earthers amongst us too.
Oh, okay. And why is that? Is there a correlation?
You'll find theism. You'll find theism and flat earthers is highly correlated.
Okay.
Well,
there are a lot of Abrahamic faith followers in flat Earth.
Another correlation is that the Earth is flat and they can't say anything else but that.
And what if the Earth is like not a sphere and it's not flat? It's a different shape. It's like a triangle or something. Like, do you think that's possible?
If something is not curved, what is it?
I'm not sure. You tell me.
If the surface is not curved, what is it?
I assume you want me to say the word flat.
Yeah.
Ding ding ding!
That's
Winner.
the only option. It's A or B.
But what if it's like a hexagon or something?
Yeah, if it's anything but what NASA says it is, we're going to have worldwide pandemic issues. We're going to have people going crazy, pandemonium.
Okay.
Every government, every institution in the world who has perpetuated the globe will have their credibility instantly erased.
Hey, Amish, can I butt in real quick and highlight this gentleman?
Yeah, go ahead.
This gentleman's line of logic. If you can't tell me why they're lying about the ball that makes the ball wriggle, that's what you're saying, sir. Go ahead, guys.
That's not what I'm saying. It was just a question.
Okay, that's fair enough. I was just highlighting the fact that that's not logical to think that way in case you were. I'm sure many people.
Oh, good,
Right.
brother. No worries.
Go ahead, guys.
We can come up with ideas to guess the motive behind this for those that are actively involved in this deception, but it's not really worth it, you know? Because what if their motives truly are just they're crazy sociopaths? That's it. They just love screwing with people. They love screwing with the mass population because they think they're our overlords.
Do you think this has anything to do with the Freemasons and like Illuminati and stuff?
100%.
Okay, interesting.
Every Apollo astronaut to the moon was a high-level Freemason.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say about it. People say it's, well, we're just finger pointing at these organizations, but then you do actually discover that the people that say they've been to the moon, like Amish says, yeah, they were all high level Masons. And it's linked through commerce and industry as well, all the way up through NASA. But it takes research. It takes a little bit of time to look into it and see who owns what, which companies are involved with funding politics and or political minds, where the narrative is being led.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure, just to add one more thing to that. High-grade masonry works because of extortion and blackmail that they have amongst their members, and everybody extorts and blackmails each other. And so they chose Apollo astronauts for the moon mission to be Freemasons because they knew that there would be extortionable, blackmailable information on those astronauts.
They already had the information on them. Believe me.
Right.
They already had it. So now you're going to say you went to the moon. Got it? Yeah, I understand.
Have you seen what happened to Gus Grissom? I got a picture that I'll post. Give me a second.
This is just the suitors him in it.
Can I ask my question if you're done?
Yep, just a sec. I posted the image. He's in it.
Oh yeah, he's in it. Yeah.
That guy.
That's what happens when you don't go along with the program.
Exactly. That guy, I think he was a Mason, and he tried to blow the whistle on Apollo because he was an astronaut. He found out. He found out what happens when you blow the whistle on Masonic secrets. Okay, Anu, what is your next question?
So I guess I'm not a scientist, so I can only rely on my own instincts and observations and conclusions and so on. So when I try to use my eyes and look out into the universe or into the sky, I look at the sun and it seems to be spherical, or at least there is some curvature to it, and the same goes for the moon. And like other planets I observe with a telescope. So if like what I'm observing with my own eyes is is spherical, why would the Earth itself not be spherical? Why would it be a what's the English word? A
planet?
No. I'm looking for a different word. Why would it be a
spherical or a ball?
No. Give me 1 second. A uitzondering. Uitzondering. Yeah, it's a Dutch word.
Well, Earth isn't a planet in a solar system. Flat Earth is not that.
Okay.
What we can tell is the solar system is above us.
So we're not in it; it's above us.
I think so. I don't think there's anything underneath me but dirt going all the way down to who knows what.
So there's like no core, like what they say there is, like this lava core.
I mean, there's going to be lava, but yeah, the core. No, there's no core. There's no proof of the core. It's a theory. And the theory doesn't even stand up to scrutiny because the theory itself is contradictory. It contradicts multiple different models, but it's still the best one they've got. So, yep, I don't have to believe it if what they're presenting is unverifiable and even worse, contradictory. Like, come on. You can't have a molten metal iron core that that suspends a magnetic field. It's incoherent because it's so energetic.
I'm gonna suspend this call. I'm wondering if I started digging through the earth, and would I eventually
Not
fall
floating in
down into
space, dude.
space?
We're not floating in space.
So what would
Yeah.
happen? Would I hit what would happen if I dug to the end?
Because I can tell how you think, what's going to happen is all that dirt's going to collapse in on you and you're going to die.
But what if I have a crazy hypothetical scenario, or I have a crazy machine that can dig through planets?
7.8 miles
a
is the
super symmetrical system.
7.8
with
miles.
linchpins and
7.8 miles is the deepest Russia has ever dug.
But in a hypothetical scenario, if I dug through the flat Earth, where would I end up? Would I start falling into maybe some abyss that doesn't end, or?
We're not floating in space. Did you hear that the first time?
But somebody said we're not in space.
Maybe it's infinite dirt all the way down.
Infinite dirt, so there's no end to it.
Maybe, I don't know.
So there could be a possibility that there are maybe different civilizations that are super deep in the dirt layers.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so after I told you that Russia deepest they went is 7.8 miles, you hypothetically want to go more. They can't dig any farther down. It's impossible right now.
But maybe they can just use better shovels.
Are you fucking retarded?
Yeah, he is.
Better shovels.
Sorry.
No, George.
We don't want to tell him he's retarded. We don't want him to find out.
They can't use better shovels, bro.
Use shovels to dig a body, bro. That's about it.
Yeah, that's funny. When they come up with better shovels, maybe we'll know how much further they can deep. But until then, all we know is what we can observe.
He's gone.
He'll be back. I'm in his DMs.
Yeah, he'll be back.
You're roboting.
Robot and Jib.
Yeah, when they find out we're not floating in space, they just melt down.
Remember, in space, no one can hear you scream. Oh, that's right, because nobody's in space.
Because there's big scary monsters in space, and if you're not Sigourney Weaver and you don't have NASA at your back, you're going to be, oh no, it's not going to be good, is it?
Oh, because you're going to
be very afraid.
You're going to pop out of your stomach.
Yeah, they mostly come out at night. Mostly.
You know, these GTs that come in and out of here, they really make me think of the Indian call center scammers that tell us that they're the IRS.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Michael.
Hello, my father works for NASA. Hello.
My name is Daniel.
Adam Smith.
Hello, my name is Adam Smith. My father worked for NASA, for I know better than you.
I am head developer at Microsoft.
I see it is a nice and warm 74 degrees in your area.
Would you like your PC to be microwaved?
Oh, wow.
I will install all my Trojan viruses. Yes.
What?
Yo, who's opening up what the fuck? Yo.
What? Yeah.
Somebody is.
Yeah.
Don't what?
It's fun when they talk to themselves.
I know, it's great.
What the fuck is going on?
I don't know.
Must cause mental disorders in people.
Nah, the thing just came up where on the internet where you can like edit the script or whatever, or the HTML. That fucking editor page came up. I don't know why.
That's because you're watching Alex Jones.
Hit your key on your
Probably.
keyboard.
Fucking shit.
Yeah, you hit a key on your keyboard.
The Rothschilds are disconnecting my call.
Yeah, dude, they're tapping you.
Oh boy, we got paranoid ones now.
You're being puppeted. MK Ultra, MK Ultra, MK Ultra.
I've been on a treadmill. I come back sounding like I'm out of breath. I'm on a treadmill.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, and Reverend Dr. Amish.
Yes, sir.
Serious, dude?
Man, I really truly like your approach with our friend. I suspect, in many ways, that he's getting the idea.
Yeah, I mean, he's been friendly, so I treat him friendly. We can be friendly together. It's easy.
I'm the one that likes.
Yeah, you were saying that he's.
I'm the one who likes to spoil fun with these guys by telling them that space is fake and we're not floating in space, and then they have a hard time and they go run back to Amish because they don't like the way I answered them.
That's right. Radwin will come by and spit in their drink while we're talking.
Yeah, this morning I did that to a fellow, and Mr. Old Dude swooped in and kind of got him.
The yin and yang out here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it works great. It's almost like good cop, bad cop. You got to have like the polarizing energy in order to really get your debate opponent or your speaking partner on the right wavelength.
Absolutely. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah,
I'm calculated, fellas. You guys think I'm not calculated? I am.
You're the most autistic of us all.
Yeah, this morning that guy was giving Crit a hard time, and then so I came along, and then he was trying to overtalk Old Dude. And I said, no. In this channel, we respect Old Dude. When Old Dude speaks, we shut up and listen. And then it was gold because later on he asked Old Dude a question, and I jumped in, actually because I was bouncing out to work in the garden, and he had an absolute meltdown. Said, I thought in this server that we respected Old Dude. And I'm like, well, we do. I had to overtalk him, and then Old Dude beautifully stepped in and got his energy kind of calmed down. And he's like, oh, after they had a pleasant chat, he's kind of like, oh, I see why he says that they respect you.
I gotta say, like, talking about flat Earth is itself a skill that you need to develop. You could be the best public speaker, presenter for whatever, and for multiple things. But talking about flat Earth is so different from anything that you ever have to talk about in real life that you really need the experience and a lot of time in the trenches, like what we're doing here, to get good at it.
If you become a good orator on this topic, you are a good orator on any topic.
Yeah, I think so. This topic really does develop you as a person. You learn more about your world. You learn more about engaging people and working with very dishonest and disgusting interlocutors. You develop a lot of skills.
That's true, Amish. I tell you what, man. Putting all this in the rearview mirror, these they bring the same stuff, right? Over and over. It's the same stuff. It's so old.
That's right.
It's so wore out and fake, ultimately, that it doesn't phase anymore. You're getting somewhere with what you know when this information doesn't phase you. I mean, when's the last time a Glober has really phased anyone here as far as information to tilt the head, right? make you consider something. Maybe they have a point. It's just lost at this point.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And that's a good point. And we've had so much experience in refuting the same argument the same way with different people and being successful at it that some of the bystanders look on and say, boy, those guys must be running some kind of script. And it's like, well, it kind of is. And what they're seeing is something that's very efficient. It's not really a script. We just know we've just developed a right way to approach the topic that we know works.
So here's an example. So I'm very quick and to the point. Air presses down on water. If you don't have air on top of water, water turns into gas. Now, Hank Hill took that and uses it all the time. I'll just come up with them. You guys can use them. I've got some more in the works.
Yeah, that's a good one. You're really good at coming up with one-liners. And sometimes it takes a second or two. Like when you first said that the air's holding the ocean down on Earth, I had to think for like a snap second, like, wait, no, he's absolutely right. That is hilarious. It's true.
Yeah,
You just got to scale it down to a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, take the air away. See what happens to water.
Kaboom!
There goes your gradient too.
Yep, the whole lot's gone. Oxidization would happen faster than you can actually think. You're screaming in seconds, bro.
I'd
And
love to
that's why
see that and witness that.
You can't have the vector without the, what is it QE says about it? You can't have gas pressure without, or gas gradient without, like, the first bubble, the first, the baseline. How did it form in the first place? This gas vector, this pressure bubble that's grown to be an earth, a ball. Physically impossible in this void of a vacuum of space. I hate you for saying that. If you take the air away, all the water goes. It's so obvious, dude, and I never saw it. But yeah, man, it's boiling water up a hill or up a mountain and stuff like that. You don't realise it, but yeah, you're messing with air pressure, and it's true. Oxidizations are happening all around us, man.
Yeah, it's really funny. And you know what else, old dude, is anodized aluminum oxidizes quickly in a vacuum. It pits rapidly. Yeah. And that's what NASA said they built the Apollo lunar lander out of.
Yeah, we turned to dust, bro.
Yeah, it's insane. And it was only like 10 mils thick or something.
Aye.
Oh, I got some gaff tape. I didn't get it in black like it is on that Apollo picture. I have a picture of it. I got it in white, so I'm going to show people what exactly cloth tape looks like, because that's what it is.
Oh, that's funny.
The real thing.
I don't know how I lucked into this, but somebody gave me a professional studio mixing console, a small one, and I've been working on that. I have a band and stuff, and these guys have not noticed that I have flat Earth shit all around. No, they don't even notice it. They're not saying Earth is flat or anything like that. Got some maps on the wall. Just why would planes fly in straight lines on that map? That military map one. I have that. That's in the studio on the wall.
Funny.
One guy looking at it one day never asked me about it.
Huh, nice map.
So there's 3 engineers, and then there's this other guy. So it's 4 of us. This other guy, tool management for shop floors. But I would figure the other 2 guys would have caught on to, why do you have that on your, what is that? Anything, nothing. But they're, One's nuclear, what does he do? Inspects facilities, nuclear engineer.
Oh, a real Galen Windsor.
He goes around to nuclear power plants.
Does he swim inside the cesium pools?
I don't. I'm going to ask him. I'm going to ask him if he can drink the water.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I should ask him stuff about nuclear stuff, shouldn't I?
Yeah, definitely.
Let's see. Here's the thing: soon as they show up, it's just music. We don't even think about anything else. It's what were we working on last time. There's no bullshitting conversations. So he does show up early, so I'll try to catch him because he's usually a bass player. They're usually early because they got the equipment. And he waits for the other guys to show up, so he's there before them. You know what I mean? It's always that's every band I've been in, just like that. It seems like, but I'll have to ask him because kind of ask him what exactly do you do? Because he's always driving. And then the other guy, forget what he does. Anyway, on shit. They asked me. In a nutshell, design automation equipment and data recovery and data manipulation. Whatever's on the book this week. It's always different.
I'm around, just on the treadmill. A neighbor of ours is a retired NASA guy from Goddard, and he also used to work at JPL.
Got to find out what he did there.
He had some diarrhea of the mouth, I think. He was telling me about how he was working for NASA, and in the late 70s, he was inspecting the rocket propulsion for Nike nuclear missiles.
Oh, that's exactly. Yeah, but
Peaceful scientific endeavors, guys.
Listen, we have a Nike site. Actually, my wife grew up. It was one street, so it's her street. Yeah, so her street, and then the main street, and that main street was called a Nike site. You ever heard of those?
Yeah, they make shoes there.
Yeah, no, they got the tubes that go in the ground where they supposedly can launch missiles from.
Or lots and lots of confetti. Lots of confetti. Like a giant party.
You can still go
Fooled
back
you. We
there.
don't have nukes, guys. Fooled you.
We went there a few years ago, and there's woods now growing, but the buildings are still in there, but they've crumbled down to the point where you can't, there's nothing really to, it kind of tore them down, you know what I mean? But I know that the underground stuff has to still be there because I was really little when it was still called something. It turned into Nike Park like right after I realized what was going on, and then they kind of closed off half, and they built a pool on one side, so it was decommissioned at one point. And I know this. I don't believe they filled anything in underground, but there's a house across the street. In their basement is a tunnel to it. So, how do you like that? It's on the prints too.
Wow, employee entrance you found.
Must be. That's probably the house you go to get into. You turn the key. You turn the key.
Yeah.
That's it. In that movie, that they weren't faking. They walk into a house and then they open a door and they hit an elevator. That's what was in this house. The house was all closed off way back when, but the tunnel is still there, and the people, it's all walled up. Whoever did it wasn't the homeowners, you know. Then it was sold to people. It was a regular house. They probably
all full of gravel and concrete.
Hey, back in the 90s, well, no, it was in the early 2000s in Kansas. One of the biggest world suppliers of LSD lab was busted. It was in the abandoned missile silo in Kansas. And I think they supplied like a fifth of the world demand of LSD, is what was estimated.
CIA probably bought that off of Department of Defense.
What's up? I'm in the car dropping Mickey, baby. Woo.
This
Yo,
dude's
what you
having a
guys
hard
want?
time.
What y'all want at Mickey D's?
Dude, how many times you gonna go to McDonald's today? Last time you got a Big Mac and a Sprite. Now what are you getting? Oh, you work there. Sorry.
Dude must be rich.
First down.
No, I think he works there because I think he's taking orders drive through.
Can't see through my fucking windshield. It's so goddamn misty.
In the Biden economy, McDonald's has a Michelin star.
Oh yeah, baby. The McChicken, I mean, it's just such a good deal. It's only $2. I can get 3 McChickens for like $10.
Oh, pink goo.
Such a good deal, man.
Is that Globy now?
Sure is.
But I'm getting the pickles early, so I'm gonna get the 2 per.
Pink glue eaters.
The good news is, for digital currency transactions, you won't have these booger eaters giving you the wrong change.
Oh yeah, bro. They tried to. This Iranian guy at the vape shop tried to do that to me a few times. Give me the wrong change back when I gave him like a 50. Like, where the fuck's my change, buddy?
That's
Like,
how they
whoa,
fund special operations.
he made a mistake, but I think he did that shit on purpose. Muslim. It's always some Middle Eastern smoke shop owner too. Like,
It's the end of that talk.
Yeah, good God.
Was giving him some rope, and he hung himself.
Yeah, well, he is watching Alex Jones.
Oh yeah, that's where you're gonna find the truth.
Well,
If you're fired from McDonald's, where do you go?
McDonald's dumpster. It's a blue chip company, and you can work your way up through the organization and become managerial level. Learn all aspects of the hospitality industry whilst working there. Blah 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 blah.
Popeye's Chicken is the next step down. If you need to know that, you would be a step up coming from McDonald's to get hired there.
Oh yeah, do they have a burn pit out back and maybe a couple cots to sleep in?
It's so bad. It's so bad there that it's incredible.
I know people have to work, and I know people. Some people actually enjoy working in the fast food industry. You get to meet a lot of cool people if you're working in a position like that, and it can be kind of fun. And it's not a bad place to work, really. The money's reasonably okay, but it should never really have to be a career choice or a career option. Really, there should be much better stuff out there for people to do, as easily as it is to go and work in Mackie D's. It should be that easy to go and do anything.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents.
There he is.
Certainly is, because we can hear you loud and clear. Hello, bro.
Hello there.
How are you today, then, Mr. Hingley man?
Is that old dude?
It most certainly is now.
How how are you doing, old dude? Are you okay?
I can't even fucking do it. Aye, mate, I'm fine. How's it going?
I'm very well, thank you very much.
Yes, one's rather well. One has the sunshine today, and one's been out in the garden eating some cucumber sandwiches.
Why don't we try someone else? We'll both try and do an Irish accent, see who does that better.
You're now Irish. Now, there's a problem for you.
Boy.
If folk were to hear me speaking the Irish tongue, I might just get a wee visit from a Black Mariah, don't you know?
It might actually be dangerous for a Scottish to do an Irish accent. That's actually like against the law in Scotland to do that. I was trying to explain to someone the other day about the kind of politics of I was trying to explain
Not me, Cathos.
politics of like
Anyway.
Ireland. It's like, yeah, everyone hates English, but kind of hate them. There's certain Irish people. Yeah, it's all kind of all fucked up, isn't it?
We totally agree with you.
Whatever you say, bro, yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
Oh yeah, you were like Mr. Roboto. Yomi Origato.
Sorry about that.
That's all right, bro.
I was just sorry. What I was saying is, I was trying to explain to a friend of mine who's trying to explain to a non-British friend of.
We just have to wait for Starlink to come back overhead.
Maybe his non-British friend took offence and stole his phone. Can't hear a word you're saying, Crypto.
I hope it's not a long story.
Hello there. Oh dear. No
Maybe we can
internet
send him
connection for me.
Oh, maybe we can send him a router or something for his birthday.
Oh dear.
Pay your
No internet
internet.
connection for me.
He's singing now. Fuck's sake. Pay
I'm gonna
your
make
internet,
YouTube
you tight arse Englishman. Spend the
I'm gonna
money.
make YouTube shorts of Discord fails.
Something about Scotland politics. That's as far as I got. And his
I heard
friends.
Scotland, and I heard internet.
Am I back?
Yes.
Yay!
For that amount of time, now you're gone again, right?
I'm just currently driving through Glasgow, and they have a habit of stealing all of the internet pylons. You know. No, not really. I'm not in Glasgow. I would never make that mistake.
Don't stop the wheels turning, whatever you do.
Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, apparently the reason they can't get internet in Glasgow is because someone actually stole the satellite over Glasgow.
Normally we rip up the wires. You'll see every now and again all the lights and the motorway goes out because somebody's been stealing all the copper wires out of stuff. So that's usually to do with it. All the towers go down when someone nicks the copper cable, bro.
It's the only Western European country where the actually, I'm not going to make that joke. I'll probably piss some people off. Anyway, so as I was saying, yeah, the politics of Great Britain is interesting because the Irish hate the English, the Scots hate the English, the Welsh kind of hate the English, but they kind of are the English, although they wouldn't like to admit that. And then the Scots and the Irish kind of have competition over who hates the English more. But then they hate everyone else more than they seem to hate the English when push comes to shove. Apart from during World Cups, where they'll all cheer against England whenever England are playing. I think that kind of sums it up.
Pretty much, yep.
Yeah.
Oh well, we have the Canadians say they love everybody.
Apart from the Americans.
They love everybody. It doesn't matter at that point. I live in the United States. We don't love everybody.
The way I see Canada is basically like
the United
Canada
States that
is
was castrated.
the US, like France is to England, but it's like sorry.
Canada is what happened to the United States when it got castrated.
Right. So yeah, it's basically France.
Yeah, basically.
It's basically
yeah, France is also in Canada.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, called Quebec. And they think that they run the country.
It's true.
They think English-speaking Canadians are trash.
Yeah, we don't need to explain to Canadians or to Americans.
It sounds like the Jetson car flying through the air sometimes.
Yeah, I hear that.
Oh my god!
I should go downstairs and turn Discord on and just hit record. I can make some great clips.
I'm just happy dancing around my living room to it. It's like a rave track. We need to put a satellite dish on top of your vehicle, Crypto. There's nothing else for it, man. Can't have all this roaming around and not getting to hear you talk, bro.
To be
Like it
honest,
or-
it's London. London's to blame.
Yeah, I figured you were in the city. I can usually tell when you're on the outskirts, but you must be somewhere closer to the busy end.
Yeah, unfortunately. It is what it is. It's actually quite a nice part of London, but it's just
The weekend as well. The airwaves are technically jammed with a lot of people doing other stuff. You know, not just internet office stuff. Everybody's gaming or everybody's online, and it actually fudges what you can access if you're mobile.
I didn't know that.
Well, it's all bandwidth stuff, dude. Busier at the weekend with a different demographic. Like everybody's shopping. All the kids are playing on it. Then there's all the weirdos timing their hands to play on it too.
It's that damn globe spinning that messes with the satellite connections all day. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was actually a thought that I had a while ago, but I don't really understand how momentum is conserved within the electromagnetic spectrum. But let's say that the Earth is moving at, say, I don't know, 33 whatever per minute, right? 33 kilometers a second or whatever the fuck they say, some bullshit number. Well, if momentum isn't conserved in the electromagnetic spectrum, then the Earth would have deflected away from the signal. And I didn't really know how to maybe I need to flesh that out a bit more with someone who understands kind of this to a greater degree. But it does seem to be an issue for me. If the Earth isn't stationary, then a lot of our communications shouldn't work, in my opinion.
Yeah, technically you should be moving into, well, like, I mean, because it's digital now, I don't know so much, but yeah, before we used to get broadcasts that would come in with warm weather from America. You could pick up radio stations further away with different weather patterns, but that's radio wave. Yeah, if there's Coriolis, technically we're moving around in that field of, yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, old dude. I don't know if you know, but I started a company up selling Coriolis insurance. I don't know if you wanted to invest in some Coriolis insurance.
Will it protect me from getting dizzy while I'm out on the bike?
Yes, it'll also protect you from whirlwinds, typhoons, anything else that's based on spinning in the direction of the curve of the Earth. It'll protect you from flushing the toilet in the north and flushing the toilet in the south.
Oh, so it's like international cover.
Yeah.
What's the premium a month?
£6.66 a month.
So everybody should consider budgeting out a portion of your budget for the Coriolis insurance. It sounds very important. Go crypto.
I think I might actually sleep better at night knowing that I had that just in case anything were to go wrong.
Yeah.
I like
you
their
wouldn't
money
want to flush
system.
your
I like the money system
Yeah,
you
you
guys
wouldn't
have. I can hand you 6 pounds of feathers, and that's 6 pounds.
Well, a pound used to be a pound of silver, didn't it? And now it's just a pound of junk metal.
Mm-hmm.
But then a pound used to actually buy something, and now it doesn't. So
It's not even a pound of salt anymore.
it's just a pound of junk metal now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Milk costs the same as a gallon of gas. Gallon of milk, gallon of gas.
Will the Coriolis insurance protect me in a public liability case if I go to Australia, get dizzy, and hit someone by mistake?
That might be an act of God. Oh, sorry, no, an act of Big Bang.
Okay.
Yeah, there's the act of Big Bang clause in the contract. So yeah, if anything kind of like big scale happens, then we have to assert that there is no creator and that it was actually that nature created itself. So that's why we've got the act of Big Bang clause. Yeah. So yeah, sorry, not in that case. And in fact, the fact that Coriolis even exists is also an act of Big Bang. So the insurance actually invalidates itself.
Oh, I see. Right, of course. Yes. Aye.
But you should still pay for it anyway.
That's a nice clause.
It's a bit like when people pay for NASA out of their taxes, even though they're not really asked whether they want to.
Yeah, that's quite true. In reality, I wouldn't mind if our tax system went more to helping health funds or stuff actually on Earth. But the percentage of it that is taken by government and filtered into the sciences or the space sciences, even internationally, no, that's not fair. We should have a right to say we don't want that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're starting to sound like a voluntarist, old dude.
Is that the one with the hammer and the sickle and the furry hat?
No.
Because I'm one of them.
No, they're called retards.
Am a voluntarist, can confirm. Hey, listen, old dude, you know, when it comes to socialism and such, if it's voluntary, I got no problem with it.
Voluntary socialism. It's like... yeah, no, socialism is... we believe in this cause and we're going to force you into funding it for us. And then pretend that we're good people. Voluntarism is we believe that you should get to spend your money however the fuck you want, and you shouldn't be entered into contracts against your will.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would. Yeah. Is there a tag for it? Do I get a badge if I'm one of them?
Well, socialists would force you to wear the badge, whereas voluntarists would happily sell you one.
Voluntarists are also very generous and donate a lot of their time, so you could probably get a free one from a generous voluntarist.
Well, it's normally because voluntarists have 30% more money and time because they're not forced to give 30% of it to a state government.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, and working jobs that aren't state-owned enterprises or territorial monopolies or any of that nonsense.
Yeah. I did always wonder about that in the UK. Like, if I make, say, £100,000 a year, I have to give the government £40,000, right? So you think, okay, so £40,000, that's my tax burden. But if I then make a few like really good moves and I start to make a bunch of money, now making £200,000 a year, now the government wants £90,000. You think, well, why? Where did the extra 50 grand come from? That you just want? You're just like, oh, now we want 90 grand from you. Okay, but you wanted 40 grand like last year. Now you want 90. I don't cost twice as much to look after now than I did.
So now workers will be asking for more money everywhere.
Yeah.
And then the government will raise taxes. And then the banks will print more money.
Right. It's almost as if it's a debt spiral, death clock.
Gee, is it intentional?
Oh, I wonder. Oh,
yeah, fiat currencies have a 70-year lifespan, and they knew that like 70 years ago.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason why they want to move to a digital currency, is because then they can just ignore the gold standard entirely. And they kind of already do, but it's like there's no reason to tie digital currency to anything physical in the real world. Where with the current kind of, I know fiat is also fake money, but people think it's real money. whereas they are well aware that digital isn't real money. You know.
Yeah, a digital currency system that is backed by gold, where like every cryptocurrency unit is actually redeemable for physical gold. I could get behind that. And it's not inflationary.
Yeah, it will never happen though.
Yeah.
Unless you started it. Amish coin.
Ooh, I like the sound of that. I gotta get going. I'll be back later.
I gave up my Mennonite faith.
Amish is tying up the horses. I think he's got to go to the store right now, so he's going to get them all harnessed up. Buggy.
Yeah, fair enough. Just don't tell him that Discord is on the internet, because then we won't see him.
Yeah, I've never told him that yet, because I don't want him to freak out.
Yeah, fair enough. Because the way I got him onto Discord is that I told him it was actually the Lord had created this handset, and so it was okay to use it. And then he started going on Discord, and it was it's how I got him online. It's good, but shh, don't tell him.
Perfect.
I mean, indirectly that's true anyway, right? But
it's not really a lie.
Yeah, I mean, the creator must have created everything, right? So
Yep, a creator created everything.
So how are you guys doing on this very grey afternoon in England?
Just like Brenda said, everything in the natural world is natural.
This reminds me, I gotta go dig a hole to put my shoes in. I told people I would plant my shoes to see if I can grow a shoe tree.
Brenda has to be the dumbest motherfucker in this entire debate. I can't think of... Actually, Akumu virus is pretty stupid. But Brenda's up there. For sure.
Brenda is just, is up there, definitely.
Maybe we should have that as to this afternoon's discussion. Who is the dumbest Glober? Because there's quite a few.
Real life dumb or playing a part dumb?
Ooh, maybe we should do both.
Ooh.
Maybe real life dumb to start with.
Some are on both lists, though.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Like, it's hard to say. Yeah, I mean, my vote is pretty down for I think Brenda. There's something funny about someone who... Actually, that's another joke I can't make, fuck's sake. I think you know where I was going with it.
Aye.
Let's just say Brenda's ability to resolve reality isn't reliable.
Yeah.
So, fucking TMS. You can't say things even if they're true.
It's a major part of the problem, though. I mean, people feel so I don't know, they feel such right in being offended that it gets them out of the actual argument in so many ways.
Well, that's exactly it, isn't it? I would love to have that debate.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's all that controversial to say that a man is a man. But I mean, like, so stupid, isn't it?
It is, dude. It really, really is. And it causes such problems in society. You know, it's splitting families like religion used to, or football teams used to.
Well, it is a religion.
It's ridiculous.
It is a religion.
Yeah. It's forced as a religion. It's, you know, it's. Aye.
It's not like they present, they go, oh, here's this set of ideas. You don't have to believe them. You don't have to conform to them, but they exist. They actually force you to not go against these ideas. It's like, well, yeah, but I'm not going to buy into that shit. So, like, where does that leave me? You know? Oh, you're a horrible person. I don't agree that I'm a horrible person. If I don't accept your silly ideas, it doesn't make me or anyone else like bad.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it doesn't, and it shouldn't reflect it in society. It shouldn't reflect on society as being bad. We're now stepping into that in government levels where laws have been changed, and that's why we've got to be so tight on TOS, bro. And I know exactly what you mean.
So anyway, back on topic. Yeah, I think Brenda might be the dumbest Glober. Kumavirus is up there.
I've got to put Professor Phil in there, but I don't know if he's playing it. Or playing as being Professor Phil.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He's playing a character. There's a few of them that are playing characters. Like, I don't think Jekyll's particularly stupid. I think he just likes winding people up.
Yeah.
And Gem Panda's pretty stupid. P Mars, I don't know if he's not been around for a while, but you probably remember him from back in the day.
Yes, yeah.
He was a dumb motherfucker. Who else? There's a few of them. Sean G as well is an interesting one because he claims to be a flat earther, and then when he went back to the globe allegedly, I asked him what was your best flat earth proof when you were a flat earther, and he didn't have one.
Really?
Yeah.
Sean's an interesting character. I've met him sort of like, I think I've encountered him in text a few times, but never really had a conversation with him. And
really?
I kind of like to, aye.
Yeah, I did with Jose. I think he calls himself Jose JG. He was the same. I asked him as well. I said, "What was your best flat Earth proof when you were a flat earther?" And he couldn't give me one. You're just like, bro, like, how were you a flat earther with zero idea of why? Doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
But no wonder you went to the globe again if you didn't know why you were a flat earther in the first place.
Yeah. Jazzaconda was a little bit like that too. I remember a few conversations with Jazza where he would come to a certain point and then just go all derpy and like wouldn't really have an answer as to why he didn't have an answer.
Yeah, and then he just started saying, "Oh, you guys are paranoid." Oh, Jazzaconda was fucking retarded. He might actually be dumber than Brenda. It's close though.
Aye, whether they're real or whether it's a character all remains to be seen though, but yeah, there's some, wow, some interesting ones over the years.
No, I think Jazzaconda's just an alcoholic, to be honest.
A lot of people, like, they seem to have taken Flat Earth as their pet place to rant while they're off duty and maybe had a drink or two or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it's been maybe therapeutic for some people more than they realise, but I didn't sign up to be a psychotherapist, man. But it's happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you ever heard anything of Jenny? Or for that matter, has anybody ever heard from Jenny?
Jenny?
Yeah.
What, Mother Fluffer?
Yeah. No, not Jenna. Jenny.
She was in the model room in 24/7 the other day. Oh, she's been around. She's just, I guess, probably been busy or something.
Oh, right. Yeah, I haven't seen her for a while.
She always had a good approach with the kind of derpy ones.
Yeah.
I like Jenny's approach, especially with the derpy ones. Like, there was a lot of guys that would devolve into argument or whatever, and she would step into a conversation, and most of us would have the sense to let her go, and she could handle a lot of them quite well. I miss all that male-female demographic thing. It's like there's not enough girls around anymore. It's nice when Jenna comes in, or like whoever it is comes in, but there's just not enough anymore.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think also though, like you can't force it. Like they have to want to be here.
Yeah.
So, and generally speaking, like debate spaces are male spaces. And that's not. I'm not trying to like say that's how they should be. I'm just saying that's how they are. And so it takes a particular type of woman to want to get involved in that. And also with the kind of nasty shit that men say to each other, so I don't blame some women for being like, I can't be bothered. I've got better things to do. You know.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But then at the same time, people have to earn their place. I was never a fan of modding someone just because they're a woman. I thought we had plenty of women who deserved to be a mod, regardless of anything else. So, but yeah, it is what it is, I guess. I kind of think it's a bit patronising as well to say to someone, "Oh, you're a woman, we're going to mod you," and it's like, well, what about the mods that deserved it regardless? Like, do they now have to? Do they feel like a token now? Has that cheapened their mods role? Is there an asterisk over all of them now? Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, there's no one that can accuse us of being anti-feminist or like to not account for the women's needs in the place of flat Earth.
Well, we do have a lot of female flat earthers, but I also think that the reason for that is, I think it's a more natural position than the globe. And I mean natural as in linked to nature, rather than the other meaning of natural, which would be like a simpler explanation. I think a lot of women are, especially the ones who are very spiritual, they like the idea of being one with nature and being part of nature. And the globe is a very unnatural belief system that's laid on top of what we experience.
Yes.
I think that makes sense. Probably didn't, but
no, it does. It does. I think women are more in tune with nature. It's their physical construct. It's how they're built. Phases of the moon, all of that stuff. Like, and yeah, there comes a time when they do. I think they become very aware of it. And yeah, I think that's why there's an awful lot of women don't speak up. They're in the back chats. They look through all the info and they've decided for themselves the truth behind Earth. Can't be bothered with it. They would rather spend the time building a stable family. So we don't really hear from them in many ways.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but then I kind of get it as well. There does seem to be basically no global girls, though. I think I've met 2.
Yeah, now there's a thing that brings us back to Kosho. I haven't seen Soda for a long, long time. I hope she's okay. I hope she's well. And whatever the other girl's name was too. For anyone that's been involved with Kosho. So why aren't all the hippies in London boiling vinegar at the weekend to clear up the clouds? Isn't that a thing there yet?
Boiling vinegar?
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
You know, that's a Karen B thing. It clears up chemtrails and clouds. Apparently, if you get vinegar to just sit on the boil, simmering away, it'll change the pH balance of the atmosphere, whether it's been seeded or not, and it breaks up the cloud barrier. I thought all the hippies in London would be out there on the rooftop patios boiling vinegar by now, bro.
No, I don't know, man. That sounds like a cool story to me.
Well, apparently it's meant to work allegedly. The other one's some sort of thunder pole as well. But yeah, I mean, I know there's a big sort of cool hippie community in London, and I really did figure that they'd be into this stuff by now. I thought you would have heard about it on the fringes of the scene. Because they're all eco-mentalists, bro. That's why I figured it would be there.
The thing about Londoners is that a lot of them they're not really eco-warriors. They're more just like adherents to all mainstream dogma. So if the mainstream tells them, oh, this is the correct opinion, that they will not only have the correct opinion, but they will also know every detail about the correct opinion.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And then they'll shame you for not having the correct opinion and also knowing every detail of the correct opinion.
Yeah, more about the war than the problem. Okay.
Yeah, they are true believers of today's religion, which is whatever the state tells you is true. So they don't really care about the environment, but what they care about is being in the in crowd that all adheres very strongly to whatever the state tells them.
Mm-hmm. It's a shame, really, because there was actually an eco movement of there was some of the landed gentry that were actually hippie. They went full sort of like back in the 90s. There was some serious money running around on the roads at the camps and stuff, and like these people are still sort of in London and stuff, and yeah, there was a movement, like a genuine one, but to hear that it's gotten commercialised to that point, well, par for the course, I suppose. End of the day, generations get older and die or move on, and the younger ones are sort of like left with half a belief. Yeah, makes sense.
So, do we have any filthy gloves in the channel?
Sounds like they've left us.
Well, probably running scared, aren't they?
Yeah, I guess their servers. I guess the servers that run their AI bots are getting reprogrammed.
I was just gonna say there's currently no heliocentric enthusiasts that I can tell. Continue, guys.
Yeah.
I'm surely too boring for them all, and I've scared them all away.
I mean, I figure that if any of us want to become a globe-tard, all we have to do is make a magic 8-ball, and you shake it, and it'll just put up like refraction, gravity.
That is true.
Boats go over the curve.
That's the key there, J.E. To defend your worldview, all you need is one-word things that you have no idea what they mean.
Right, exactly. It's just chanting. You know, I don't need to know what they mean because my priest knows what they mean. Now I get to find out if I turned off my water hose before I left or not. Probably been running watering this whole time.
You did. I remember.
Well, you sound a whole lot more sure than I am, so I appreciate that certainty.
No worries.
I would predict if you did turn it off, then the water maintained its level inside the hose while you were gone.
Actually, I think the water was curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes, because, you know, water takes the form of the ground underneath of it. So if the ground underneath of it's bendy, then the water's going to be bendy too.
Right. That sounds legit.
While my mic's working, let's make sure that any globe believer out there has room to come in here and click the link. If you have empirical evidence globe model, please join the panel and share that with us. Continue, guys.
Yes, please join in if you're here. We certainly are here to talk about the topic. So the feller's just the feller, but we would rather talk about your questions and whatever else you have. So if you're here listening on YouTube, whatever, come join us.
Yep, we have wide open airwaves here. Anyone who wants to come and share their evidence of Earth curvature or motion, and we're all ears. Please.
So, Mr. Hinkle, how far from the airport do you live?
I shall specifically dox myself now and say 70 miles.
Very cool. Very cool.
And in that 70 miles, there's no Earth curvature as far as I can tell.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, too.
But the claim is that we do have curvature. We're on a ball. That's kind of weird. But people believe a lot of crazy things, don't they?
Indeed, they do, my brother. Indeed, they do. It's amazing what.
Sometimes they believe crazy things but think they're not crazy. That's strange.
Yeah. It is amazing at what people will believe.
Well, I'm about to hit a dead zone, so this Dead Air Dave signing out for now. Y'all continue waiting for the empirical globe evidence. Good luck with that.
You know, at the beginning of 2024, I said that this was going to be the year that Globies aren't spending all this time around us just to waste their life and energy, and that this was going to be the year that they were going to prove to us beyond a shadow of a doubt that there is curvy Earth. We're not quite halfway through the year. We're not there yet, but we don't have it. I'm losing my faith in the Globers. You would think that the centuries that they have on us, since Sticks and Shadows Man pronounced that the Earth was a sphere with bendy water, that they could give us a little bit of evidence, but here we are. And for all who was still around, yes, my hose was off.
Still no gloves, eh?
All right, what dumbass flat Earth stuff are we talking about today in this call? Like, what are we stuck on?
Well,
What's
the
your
dumbest
preferred
thing we're
topic, bro?
stuck on is globe idea. We can't find the curvature of it. Can you help us?
No. Yeah. We know that. What else? Like, let's get beyond that today. Actually, like, we're way past that.
Well, that's the starting point. You have to talk to
Why
somebody
are we at
else.
the starting point through like 2 weeks later into this like Discord existing? Like,
That's
who's
my
learning anything?
question. Also, it's 10 years. That's been my question.
Oh,
So,
are we still thinking people are like new to this concept and like we need to like start there? Like, because like I think we're kind of past that at this point. I think everyone here actually understands there's no curvature.
What brought you to that conclusion?
The fact that no one called me out for being wrong.
So
Okay, so we can move on then. So since there is no curvature, we can assume that the Bible representation of the Earth might be correct, since there is a firmament above us and there is a ground below. So if you're wondering about how that works, it's kind of like a giant battery. Nikola Tesla kind of said that. I don't know how that works. I'm just kind of making shit up as I go. That wouldn't make any sense at all. And I don't really understand it, how it came to be or why, but I know that I'm here, and I know there's people lying about what I'm seeing when I'm here. I know that there's more than just people lying to me about what I'm seeing. I know there's other offline entities coming and telling me things that aren't true still, which is very annoying because I have to literally call them out on being an offline entity for them to shut the fuck up because they are not allowed to speak on these kinds of topics.
You seem emotionally distressed by all of this, dude.
Okay, I'm emotionally distressed. Why would that be, sir?
I wouldn't know that.
Why? Why am I emotionally distressed today? Give me any reason why.
Dude,
I'll tell you that I'm not experiencing
you're
much
not
emotion
phrasing
right
that
now.
question right, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry. How would you phrase that, dude?
You can't ask someone why you're feeling upset. You have to say what is making it so that I am upset. What is making me upset? Not why am I upset.
No, why does he think I'm upset? That's a very valid question. Why does he think I'm upset?
Well, it'd be stupid if he did know. Like, if he knew the fucking exact reason why the fuck you were upset, I would be concerned of the reality I live in.
But I'm
dude.
not
Like,
upset,
do you know what I'm
though. Do
saying?
you think
Like,
I'm upset now? Do you understand that I'm not upset?
No, I'm just saying, like, if I did know why you were, if you were, I would be scared of the fucking reality I live in, dude. Like, sincerely, I would, dude. What the fuck? What? Dude, I'm just being fucking
I
dead
guess
ass
that makes
genuine,
sense.
dude.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I'll
yeah.
be scared of everything, like always, dude.
Yeah, and it sucks, because like if we want to get into like another like topic that isn't really related to flat Earth that I might just get muted for bringing up, is that the offline entities that are like being put here like don't like they want to be here, like they kind of like got here, they don't know how, but they're here, and like they're kind of like learning slowly that like the shit that they got here with, like all the information's wrong. Like they're slowly learning that all this information that they were given before they got here is fucking wrong. So they're going out into the real world, like committing crimes, causing problems, dying early. Like they don't even like being in a body, first of all. They don't even understand the concept of pressure until they get here. And you have to explain to them it's not fun at all. It's not fun experiencing pressure. It hurts all the time. You die eventually because you experience too much fucking pressure. And it sucks.
Literally, dude.
I don't get it. Like, we don't need to be pulling these entities here. Like, I guess some of them are just gonna find their way here because they're just so chaotic they just get here. But there's actual formal entities here that do not want to be here. Like, they understand everything, they are forced to be here and just fucking mute and watch everything. And as much as they want to follow their command and say something to me that like would cause me to have mental conflict within myself, they already know that I'm aligned enough with Christ that that's impossible for them to do. So for them to even try to do it is absurd, and they don't want to do it, but they have to. They have to. Like, that's such bullshit. Why are we bringing things here and forcing them to do things? Oh, okay. I'll stop talking. I don't want to answer any questions.
I'm sorry.
Well, okay. What was your question?
I was just saying, like, are you saying I have to attack you to have a conversation with you? I mean, that's what I understood.
I mean, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you do that. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not saying.
No, I'm
you
saying
do
like,
that.
do I have to? Like.
Well, it depends on how you look at how you engage It's like
Okay,
obviously
fair
like when you move in to start a conversation, like obviously you can have intentions to attack, but the entire action of going and making and sparking conversation with someone is right now considered like an offensive thing to do if you didn't already have that person's exact like perfect model of their world in your mind before you said anything to them, which is ridiculous because it then becomes an attack because what you say to them becomes offensively wrong and they feel the need to correct you. And then when they feel this need to correct you, there's going to be a fucking like spiritual disconnection between what I understand and what you understand, and they're not going to want to come to the spiritual recommendations that I have for them. They're going to want to stay on their little science side of things that make sense to them, that they can see and make happen like all the time. But what we need to understand now in 2024 is all the things happening that we actually don't see and things we don't understand. We need to understand that at this point because it's coming into the internet. It's coming into our lives, and if we don't prepare ourselves now, we're going to be stuck in the same spot always. We're never going to adapt to it. It's always going to tell you to learn and to adapt, but it's never going to tell you fucking how. Like, I'll tell you what it's like to play a first-person shooters right now. It's like I'm playing Schrodinger's FPS. It's like every time I'm looking at the character.
Fuck.
Bro, what are we talking about right now? Like, what are you
Okay, I'll
talking
just,
about?
I don't
You
know, I'll
answered
just,
someone's
whatever,
question,
whatever.
What do you mean, whatever, bro? Nobody even
I mean,
said
I'm with you,
anything,
man,
bro.
but like, what in the holy fuck is you talking about?
Like, you
you're
want to
talking
know about
these, like,
you want to know about Schrodinger's
you're talking about all
FPS?
these like inventing a video game and shit. Like,
Yeah, Schrodinger's FPS. Before anyone cuts me the fuck off, shut the fuck up. So I'm talking about Schrodinger's FPS. You want to talk about Schrodinger's stupid fucking box? It exists as an FPS right now. It's way more fun to observe.
wait, there's actually one out there?
Boys, slow down.
Oh, wait, it's already one out.
Calm
there?
down,
Schrodinger's-
chill out,
wait,
bro.
look this up right now.
We don't mind a bit off topic, but we don't need aggression, man.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can I talk about Schrodinger's FPS or is that like
Schrodinger's
off
cat
topic?
of
Can you
FPS.
explain it a bit better?
Okay, so Schrodinger's FPS is not a game you can find. It's not like a game you're looking for. It's the state of the games of the first-person shooter games that you're allowed to log into and play multiplayer. So what happens when you look at it? So here's what happens from my perspective as a person who's been exiled from the entire like. I'm a person that you have to understand has been forcefully taken away from everything I'm supposed to understand and like. So I'm forced now, every game I go into, I'm forced against these entities every game. I hate it, but it's happening. Anyway, so it's Schrodinger's FPS for a lot of people. Like, some people are facing other people, so it's not, but if you know you're against a bot, then it is. But basically, what Schrodinger's FPS is, when you're looking at the enemy player and you are exerting your max amount of skill towards that player, they are going to reflect that exact amount of skill at you with more intensity. When you're looking at them, when you're dealing with them. But when you're not, and you go into theater and you look and see what the fuck they're doing when that's not happening to you, they're missing, they're like fucking like falling off the map, they're like retarded. But when they're looking at me specifically, they are not missing, the whole team is coherent on killing me, and it fucking sucks to endure. And everyone's telling me to adapt to it, and I'm sitting here telling you how, and I'm getting banned for it. It sucks.
Well, the easy way is switch it off, bro. They can't see you, they can't shoot you.
Yeah, well, that's actually funny. So you can turn it off, but you have to be like in the game. You have to play the game so much that you get bored of being in the game, so you like do something else off the game. And then when you realize when you come into the game, all the things that you usually would have gone and gotten that somebody else would have gone and gotten because you wanted that in the first place, it's gonna be there waiting for you because there was never any intention for anybody to think to go and even grab those things. So yeah.
Grabbing things. Got it. Okay. So your
Well-
synopsis here being?
Okay, well, there is no synopsis. That was the synopsis.
You're somewhat emotionally charged, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, then just call me schizophrenic and ban me and mute me. Like, I really don't care.
I'm just saying. I think if it's the game.
Oh no! Okay. Let me make it very clear for you. Then let me make it absolutely fucking clear for you, so you don't make this mistake again. I know exactly what the fuck I'm dealing with, and I have gotten names out of the entities in the game to tell me who they are. So don't tell me I don't know what I'm experiencing. Don't tell me voices didn't come into my computer and tell me that I am not allowed to know who they are. Do not tell me I did not experience that.
I didn't. I told you I think you're emotionally charged from it. I think you've got basis for
Yeah, I'm a human. Yeah, I'm a human. I have
you seem
emotions.
to
Yeah.
have basis for saying what you're saying, dude.
No, I have to say it. I have to. No, okay, I'm sorry then. I'm sorry. I have to say it this way. But I have to say it this way because it's how my brain uses my body to use my lips and my tongue and my voice to tell you what's
use
happening.
Your brain. Shut
It's
your
how
ass.
your interpretation
Damn, bro.
leads to real
Don't
world
await your
ramifications. We
goddamn
get it, dude. And
responsibility,
it's
and
okay.
nobody understand what the fuck
Fine,
you're
man.
talking
Just
about,
ignore
bro.
what this
Cool,
dude
then
is
fucking
saying,
you
man.
mean
Video
go
games
away.
Turn down to
talking to
we
you
can
through
every
the
day, right?
computer.
Yeah, I'm muting him. I'm
Like,
muting the
what are
fuck
you
out of this
talking
guy. I
about,
muted that
bro?
guy so fast. This guy's just yapping.
Yapping, bro. Literally, you've been in queue yapping by
Naruto
your
going damn dummy on the mic, bro. Literally not saying anything. I don't even know what shorty Xbox is.
Boy, slow down. What the fuck? I hope one
But yeah,
person
Flutter's pretty
opens
cool.
their microphone and tells me actually they know what this man is talking about, bro.
At least I know that I have domain outside of my computer. Like I can go outside and like none of these things can ever actually fuck with me ever. So like it's funny that they like create these social experiences that would never happen to me
Don't
IRL.
end up
'cause-
panning out. They don't end up going under the message they gave underway. No, sir. It's called
Yeah.
it's called not leading up to expectations that they gave, bro. You know what I'm saying? And not
Yeah, well, you're right. Thank you. You're right. Yeah, that's crazy. They actually make expectations. Okay, so they do this too. I'll tell you this too. So they'll create expectations for you in your own. Well, first they'll do it through other people. You'll think that other people expect you to do shit. Then once you let go of that, you'll come to find yourself expecting yourself to do shit. But then you'll actually notice like intrusive thoughts expecting you to expect something at all. So like they actually take it, and that's good.
Yeah.
You're supposed to have that, but they take advantage of that.
definitely, yeah. Definitely, yeah.
Well, dude, all I can say
They
is
use
switch
that
the
whenever they
game
can
up
for
and go
whatever they can,
outside more.
Huh? Wait.
Stick
Well,
with reality. If you find that a game's messing with your head, bro, just like step
Bro,
away from
we're
it.
saying it's not about the game.
No, no. Yeah, you don't get it. It's not messing with my head. I'm perfectly, I'm perfectly clairvoyant in all my experience playing the game. Nothing's messing with my head. I just don't particularly enjoy the experience as what it's presented to me as. I don't enjoy it, but I like to play the game.
Basically, he's saying people have twisted thoughts. You'll find them everywhere, but they can only influence you if you let them.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if you submerge yourself in these paradigms of the gaming world, you're more liable to be open to them anyway.
Exactly, that's the best thing. That's the funniest thing. And that's the funniest thing, actually, because, like, I'm actually not even supposed to be able to communicate with these things. I'm not supposed to be able to. But I am through the medium of the internet. It's hilarious.
Egregores.
It's actually funny. Like, I'm not supposed to be interacting with things, but I am. I am. And I know I am.
Tailwind.
Nah, dude, you gotta say, fuck, what's the spell or something?
Softening the blow.
Oh, no, do you don't want to know the spell? Actually, it sucks.
What? I want to know. Yeah.
I mean, do you want to know?
I do. Yeah, I'd love to know, man.
Okay, well, when someone's, like, just giving you too much shit, like, it's finally been enough shit. Like, if you just actually, like, ask them what their intentions are, they just shut the fuck up.
I feel that, man.
They just shut the fuck up because they, you know, a real person with like a real opinion would usually have like a good moral standing behind it. Like when you ask them to explain their intentions, like or even if you ask them to explain like what the intentions are behind the people who are pushing some of these things, like they won't tell you. They know what they are. I mean, they've read about it. They know what it is, and they believe it too. They just are trying to pretend to you that they don't believe it and it's not real, so that you believe that, and so that you walk into a fucking grinder and die.
We're talking about manifestation now, or what the fuck are you going on about?
No, I'm not talking about manifestation. So manifestation is different. So manifestation is like you can't like okay, so you can like manifest. You can manifest things. Like I'm not saying you can't, but
No,
you
I
don't
just did,
manifest
and I
things.
fucking really hate it, and I regret it a lot.
Yeah, I know, but it's not your. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Like that's running. Like synchronicity is a thing that happens, and it's good when it happens. But right now, if you see it, it's actually bad because it's not supposed to be this synchronous.
Well,
like
why
that's
have
what
I
I'm.
why have I been so synchronous then? My life has been full of synchronicity lately.
Because
See
like
these people
because if
joining
the
when I'm
internet
saying
because
this
here
right now? Isn't that
yeah
crazy?
exactly because when the internet creates a world, like when the internet creates that like experience for you, it amplifies the effect of the universe actually going to do that for
dude, yeah,
you,
you're so right,
and it also brings the real world internet into that as well. Yeah, and there's just like a reason why it's happening so much faster. It's because it's being amplified. So like And it's bad that it's being amplified because you're getting the result of what you wanted in its shittiest form. You're not getting the pure form of it, which fucking
You're getting
sucks.
the unpurified, disgusting, raw, natural form.
No, because if you know what you're doing, you know
Oh.
that you did everything perfectly, so you're actually getting the perfect form. It's just that it
Are
doesn't
you
look
teaching
like.
me DMT extraction right now, bro? Damn.
Like DMT seems like a really cool drug to microdose on. I don't want to meet the aliens. I'm good on meeting the aliens, bro. I'm good.
Okay.
In fact, and when you take DMT, you can reasonably argue that.
Oh no! I'm sorry. No, I did that to you. I feel so bad now. Hey, listen, everybody. It's a bit too much ADHD energy there.
Anyone want to do some heroin or something?
No, I'm good. Isn't it your? Oh no, I'm gonna get banned. Oh god. Don't type DMT in the chat. Are you stupid? Dude, guys, stop doing that. Guys, for sure. Like, for real, like, we need to get real on topic now, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's really divert to the topic now. Oh, gosh. Oh, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's not important. Oh, God. So, never mind. I forgot the topic. I think it was like drift or something, like side. It was a topic that I like briefly introduced, and it had more to do with anything than any of this shit has. But I don't remember what it is. Uplift, updraft. I don't know. Dude, why are you pinging me, asking me what it was when I'm literally actively? See, I'm wondering. I'm starting to think: is that like maybe that's a thing people do? Maybe that's like a psychological trick, where you, right when someone's saying "fuck," I don't remember what this thing was. Wait, I think it was something like "what the fuck," what? And then somebody says like, "What was it? What's the name of it? Like, it was called what?" That's a common one. That's the most common one. They go, "It was called what?" And I go, "Bro, I'm literally saying like I don't remember what it's." And it's like maybe they're doing that to like jog your memory. It's like to throw you off. Yeah, just throw you off. I don't need to add another word there. Yeah, and it's just like to like throw or to like throw you off basis or throw you off center. I guess or something. Maybe you could use another word. Like to like trip you up and surprise you and shit. And then you're like, "Oh, I remember now," but it doesn't ever work. It's just so annoying when people do it. I don't fucking get it why people do that. There's like. Well, what? I'm like, bro, I'm like literally actively in the process of telling you I'm like, this is the thing that I don't remember, and I don't remember this thing's name or whatever. And you're like, bro, wait, the what now? It was called what? Like so what are you talking about again? I'm like, bro, I'm literally like telling you this is the thing I don't know what the fuck it is or like what its name is and shit. And you're like, huh? I'm like, bro, do that, but like over there. Like, just like don't with the brain rot. Don't make me more retarded when there's already too many possible things that could start making me retarded. Anyway.
Hey, old dude, are you still here?
Not particularly. I'm sort of here and not here.
No, I get it. Yeah, me too. I just sent you a picture through the private text. That's I thought you might get a kick out of.
Nice. Yeah, good one.
Obvious, are you listening on here? I can't tell for sure.
Hello, everyone.
Heard the voice, don't know who it was, but hello.
Hello, sir.
Oh, how you doing?
Pretty fine.
Good.
No, I don't know. Mm, no, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool day. I've just worked so much today, to be honest. What?
Okay. Are you emptying your toolbox into your microphone, dude?
Checking out something. That's it. No, it's alright. I just checked out something. I'm in a new place.
Cool.
I'm like a Japanese now, living in like, how much is this? 10 square meters. That's my house.
Yeah. What, there's a name for micro living or something, eh?
It's like temporary just accommodation. It's like Japanese style, tiny apartment, right? Like it's so tiny, everything. Like I cannot even stand on my own 2 feet, like normally. It's so like because I'm 1 meter 95, and this is like it's like 1 meter 50, right? The ceiling in an area basically, and it's like. But I have music.
Oh, you need? That'll do.
No, I've got music. I've basically like told also like I took my bass guitar because I played the bass guitar. It's like the bass. It's so cool. Like the frequencies, the vibrations. Basically, it's all what makes us. Basically, frequency, vibration, and yeah, basically that's what makes us. You see, like pretty cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't survive if it wasn't for music, dude. I've always got music playing in the background. And I've just got myself a nice big speaker, and I don't have any neighbours. It's great.
Oh look, man! I've got the police called on me a few times because of my basically right. I play the guitar and it's like so loud. Once I was leaving, like what was it like? Don't Stay from Linkin Park, and like neighbors came to me and like were like stop it, like nearly called the cops on me basically, right? And yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind turning it down if like if it gets late at night or people have got young families or maybe some people are working night shifts, so they need they need a bit more quiet. I don't mind, but there's times when
Yeah.
turn it up, play it loud, dude. Yeah, everybody deserves something sometimes.
Yeah, like
It's
there's
not always
sometimes
need to annoy
like
people.
parties or something, right? No, I agree. I agree.
But society's changed, and when I was younger, If we heard music, it meant a party. It meant fun. It meant, meeting new people or dancing or like food and drink. But now it's people complain. It's strange.
Yeah, like today's world is so like complainant. Like you can't do anything. You can't make a joke. You can't no. Like look, we always like think of this like oh the dystopian society, right? The dystopian world. But in all honesty, sir, like we live in a dystopian world. Like we live in a world where nobody gets a laugh. Nobody. Like everyone is so like so aggressive those days, so serious. And I understand, right? Times changed, but like come on, like not even a laugh sometimes, not even like you see like people started to become really, really, really like yeah.
Sometimes I wonder if the 90s will come back. Like my version of the 60s. It seems to come in maybe possibly a 30-year loop, and I'm wondering if it'll actually come back or not. But people will be more open and more outgoing and want to
Yeah,
be
I
around
mean,
other people on the
I
happy
think we
side.
should have stopped. I think we should have stopped like in the 90s. In the 90s, we were okay. Like at least technologically, we should have stopped like in the 90s. Then, because look, like you see today's world, like OnlyFans, porn, like pornography, OnlyFans. What else? Like people are addicted to phones and stuff.
Yeah.
Like we should have stopped in the 90s, and that's that. Like, yeah, you can make a few upgrades here and there, but like, come on, like we don't need a new phone every year. Just give us a give us a fucking Nokia, and that's that. Like,
Yeah.
my laptops are from one is from the early 90s, and the other is like second stage of 2000s, right? But look, I'm not like always hunting on the hunt for the new like no, miss me with that. You see, like I think it's like a great thing to be like just modest, at least with technology, right? We don't need so much at the end of the day. They found some beautiful paintings.
What's a dark servant?
Yo, what's up?
What is a dark servant?
Ah, Dark Servant. Well, my soul got dark. My soul got lost. My soul got ripped apart and dark and everything, right? But I still serve. I still try to serve. And that's what a dark servant is. It's somebody who serves even from darkness.
They scrubbed it again. Boeing first ever human space flight canceled. Shit
Okay,
can.
space flight. Oh,
What do you mean? Why was it
we can get
canceled?
pregnant now. Well, we can get pregnant. Males can get pregnant. Men can get
Okay,
pregnant.
dude,
in
cut the shit.
space. Oh my god! Yeah,
So they're
yeah.
saying this
Finally.
Ugh.
it looks like they're computer error. No word yet. Okay, so a fault on their computer system said to cancel. They don't know what tripped the alarm to cancel the flight. They're looking into it.
Oh, maybe they should hire me. I'll get that thing all wired up for them so they know exactly what sensor went bad or what went wrong.
Yeah, yeah. So right now, I mean, it just happened. So I'm sure it maybe might take them. I'm not sure if you guys are even thinking that it's been kicked. I mean, they've been kicking this thing for weeks. Helium leak, faulty component, one thing after another. Valve. There's like a valve.
Helium leak.
Yeah, that was a couple days ago, 3 days ago. They scrubbed it because of a helium leak.
Well, that's weird because Boeing buys from us and our shit don't leak. So either they're lying or they're not using our parts.
Yeah, they're probably a little bit of both, right? Like they're.
Yeah, no, we live on the ball. Yeah, like we live on the ball. You see, like because look, like you don't need the scientific evidence. You just need to believe in NASA, right? That's all you have to do. You just have to believe in NASA, what they say.
Since May
Because NASA is
6th.
very scientific, huh? NASA is very, very, very confident. Basically, you see, like they had what was it? Like the basically when they made like the moon landing, right? They went to the moon. Then they lost the pictures. Oh, they lost them. They lose the pictures, and now it's like, oh wow, who should investigate this? No,
Yeah, so
I need
8 minutes. It just scrubbed it. Yeah, so the reason is not known. So now it's been 8 minutes. So NASA will give a briefing. It's due to a computer fault by the ground sequencer. Had not loaded the correct operating configuration, which triggered a terminal error.
So they don't have any kind of quality control when they do their stuff, apparently. Because I know we don't put bad software into our system. We put it in our QA and our dev, and then we move it into production when we know it works.
Yeah, they're running out of excuses at this point. For a month, they've been coming up with excuses, just dropping excuses. At this point, you're like, I don't know, computer or something or another.
Sounds like they need quality control revamp there.
Okay, here's one. So yeah, it canned about 4 minutes early. Yep. Due to computer sequencing error, had not loaded. Okay. They said, oh, here we go. NASA on Twitter. We scrubbed the launch today due to computer ground sequencing not loading into the correct operating configuration after proceeding into a terminal count. The UAA team is working to understand the cause. And they just want to know the crew is safe. Okay. The crew is okay.
Who starts loading their operating system at Countdown?
Like, let me jiggle it. I gotta jiggle it real quick, and
Yeah, who puts a new operating system, the production operating system, in during Countdown?
Yeah, terminal countdown, mind you. This is like the point. You've reached a point of no return. Okay, let me install the operating system.
T-minus 30. Okay, installing operating system now.
God, who's buying this bullshit at this point? Like, at some point, the guys say, space travel. They're like, go to space, stupid flurfer. How about Boeing just get off the ground, stupid globalist? Have they called you? Okay, you're such an expert. You come in here and pretend you know all about science and math and physics. Did they call you today? They didn't. Maybe that should be a wake up. Use that as a data point for how you are only running mouth.
Some Glober out there get me the blueprints for that Boeing rocket. I'd like to see what could possibly go wrong. Put a bunch of shit in a tube, light it, and it flies in the air. How hard is that? That'll get them in here. There's probably a crowd. Where was this launch coming from? Do you know?
In Florida.
Oh yeah, probably a bunch of. They probably scanned the crowd, saw a bunch of fucking witsits out there, and said, "Oh, we got to scrub it again," just like when they did the SpaceX when he was there. Anybody know if this one's a balloon or if this one's made of metal? Should be 3D printing these things by now. I mean, we can 3D print metal at work, so I don't see why they can't.
Yeah, wasn't there a 3D printed rocket like that they tried to do but didn't work? Like
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I know we 3D print metal at work. Additive process is what it's called when we do it. Miowski wants to know who the owner is. Crit, who's the owner?
Boeing? I mean, for the server or the lock?
Yeah, I guess the server. He wants to know who's the owner here. Maybe he's gonna get it shut down.
Oh yeah, Doobie. I guess is probably the one who responds the most. There's a
Yes.
right on the side, just a mod mail. You talk to the mod and say you want to talk to ask them, say, hey, set up an appointment for you to talk to the owner. They'll do it. They are all about transparency.
Yeah, and if you want, you should. If you're here you want to get us shut down, make sure you put that in the heading.
That'll get priority. Yeah, they'll front load someone who's going to do that.
They like to talk to people about shutting us down. Every conversation so far has been shut down, but not the server, just the conversation.
The first question will ask you, why were you in the channel to begin with if you want it shut down? And then just laugh at you as you flounder about how you can't answer that simple question. If you don't like the channel, what were you doing in it? Okay, come on. Why did you click a channel you don't want to be part of? And just watch them flounder over and over again, just scrambling to try to figure out what the fuck what they did. They're trying to say, okay, you did something. Why did you do something you did? And they still can't figure that part out. So I'm just a pro tip. If you're going to come in there, make it seem like you accidentally clicked it. You didn't know what to expect. Have some excuse for why you joined a channel you don't want to be part of.
And act really offended, like your worldview is there's something's wrong now. You might have to go see a psychiatrist. Add that in there.
That's a good one too. Yeah, you have to have some harm, like a victim status. So like you
Yeah,
didn't really mean to be there, and
me
some
too.
harm happened.
Yeah, me too.
This is hilarious. I'm clicking through this shit. What pop-up ad do I get just in the middle of it? Buy the U.S. flagship Boeing fighter plane simulator. They're trying to sell me a video game. What the hell's wrong with you? You're gonna buy your bullshit? It's now multiplayer.
Has there been any good discussion here this morning?
Always. This is like the best channel on the server. Non-stop.
On the internet. Flat Earth.
When people think Discord, they think this server and then this channel. This is it.
So what was the good discussion that was had?
Somebody asked Amish what his proof was that the Earth was flat, and Amish said that there's no proof that we live on a ball. And that was the end of it. He just said, okay, thank you, and left, and that he became a flat earther.
It is live streamed also, so if you ever want to hear past episodes.
Oh, I know. I just woke up.
Oh, it's a good answer, isn't it?
Yeah, you missed the embarrassment. Boeing scrubbed again.
Did they really? No way. Jesus Christ.
Well, where do they think they're going to go? Come on.
Do you think it was going to happen this time? Like, how much was your heart set that this was finally going to happen?
So,
I don't really give a shit about Boeing.
Those astronauts are probably on some kind of rotation because they're probably military or whatever. So, they might get rotated out, and the next crew is going to have that's training will have to come in. So, these guys didn't really get a chance to go this time. We'll see.
They must stop delaying.
It's still hilarious that they can't really tell you why it got scrubbed. Like, they've had all these excuses for the past month, and now today they're like, wow, computer-ish operating system.
Well, they usually talk about it in great detail after the fact.
I don't trust Boeing to do this module.
Yeah, that's what I think the best part was, that there's a lot of people who have the military industrial complex. A lot of people who are like quasi sort of into the conspiracy. They're like all these people who have unalived themselves, like whistleblowers. Why aren't anyone telling the truth? And you're like, holy crap, there's a lot of people dying at Boeing. Getting shot in the back of the head and shit. Like
Yeah, if I was one of
found
these
down the
astronauts
street.
on the Boeing capsule, I'd be like, guys, not
door
feeling too
might
good
blow
about
up.
this one, guys. Why is this guy putting...
He just discovered AI draws pictures, so he's going to entertain us with that.
Yeah, that appears to be the case.
Oh, Meowski.
I asked him if he made those pictures. He said he made the prompt. I
Dude,
see.
a
Well, that's value
dog.
right there, man. That's value.
Yeah, dogs are man's best friend.
They tried to make that a valued position at work and at ours, but it got scrubbed. We don't need people to tell AIs
You
what
don't
to come up.
understand. AI is going to create jobs because for every job that AI takes, you got to have 2 more jobs to check its work because it sucks dick.
That's exactly right, because Microsoft is probably the worst. What's it called, Copilot? Because that's forced
I don't know
onto
which
us.
one's the worst. I don't use any of them.
Well, it's part of my job. It's in our system.
I'm sorry
Part
to
of
hear that.
Part of Microsoft's package, and you don't have to use it, but when you do, it is good for if you go into Teams chat and you say, how can I phrase this without saying anything? Okay, so I want the document where I talked about the banner hardware and the part number for the part window. And it will come up with the exact, I can say, and I want the specs. It'll go through everything where we talked about and get the one where it has the specs. Now that I like. I don't have to search. I don't have to remember. I can just go in there as long as it's in our team or shared drives. It's just stored personally on your own system and can't find it.
The one for Google is hilarious. People are clipping it as it tells people to do things that are actually quite dangerous.
Oh yeah, it's like go eat rocks. Go jump off the Golden Gate Bridge.
That's the one I saw too. It's like, like jump off the Golden Gate Bridge and eat a rock a day. Keeps the doctor away. It's like like people have clipped it answering with this stuff. What's
They
one of the
turned it
best
off.
things?
They turned it off because it was so bad.
I didn't know they turned it off because people are like, because what it does is just scraping the internet for whatever answer it finds. And there was a problem with people jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge. So when people asked, hey, what should I do when I go to Los Angeles or San Francisco? What should I do there? Jump off the bridge.
What is there to do? What is there to do in San Francisco? You can jump off the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah, many people have talked about their experiences jumping off the.
And then you have people come in here and they're like, or not just here, but anyway, they're like, AI is gonna take over the world. I'm like, dude, it doesn't fucking work, bro.
Or Google it. You want to know the Earth is a globe? Google it. I just Googled what is it okay to keep a dog in a hot car? It's like, yeah, dogs love the heat. They are.
I mean, surely they're gonna get sued, right? They have to be for shit like that. It's so ridiculous.
You don't have to use it. You don't have to use it.
Well, obviously, but I mean, you have
That's
some
what
kid
they're.
look something up, right? Like
that's how they don't. That's how they don't get sued. You don't have to use it.
Oh yeah, here's a good. I just was going over some of the ones. It says restaurants. Why is restaurant pizza better than pizza you make at home? Restaurants put
because they put glue in it, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I know, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. Kind of funny, not gonna lie. Kind of funny. I sent this to all my friends who were like preaching about AI. Like, AI is gonna fix everything. It's gonna take over the world. I'm like, okay, man, whatever you say.
Yeah, you can. So now, if you ask it about it, it tells you how you can turn it off. Go to your browser homepage. There's like some button in the right-hand corner. Toggle AI off.
Well, that's the other thing that was fucking irritating is when it first came out, you straight up just could not turn it off. It wasn't even an option. It's like, fuck off.
I'm glad when it gives me a code snippet that works.
The code part is not bad. That's probably the best part of it. It doesn't always work, but
I use ChatGPT and I've already.
Yeah, it knows how to code decently. It's not perfect, but it's way better. It doesn't tell you to eat glue, at least. So, it's an improvement on that, I suppose. The bar is low.
It's pre-prompted because I pay for it. So I have one
see.
pre-prompted just for coding, so I don't have to fuck around. And it still has all my past stuff in there.
Yeah, I've used ChatGPT for coding a little bit, not often, and I haven't paid for it. But it's done some things that were a bit helpful. Just like when I forgot a library or something, right? I'm like, what's the best one for this? Oh yeah, But it's it's like you can check it because you actually know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, it could definitely lead you astray because it's often like overcomplicating things, right? It's like
Oh, it
have 20 lines of
overcomplicates
code. You're
things
like none
all
of
the
these even
time.
do anything, bro.
Yeah, you're like, I'm watching it right, and I'm like, wait. You don't need
Yeah,
all
I'm like,
that
hold
shit.
up. That is the library that I was trying to remember. Thank you. The rest of this is a disaster. So
Exactly. Oh yeah, that library, that line. I don't need
that's
the
pretty
other
much it. Yeah, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the
14
syntax for that. Yeah,
lines of
yeah.
code.
And then I stop it because I'm like, the rest of this is not necessary and also probably wrong.
Excuse me for interrupting real fast. I just wanted to know, does anybody have that meme that says, how do you know you're in a cult? And it lists off like 10 reasons. And then at the bottom it says, if you believe in government, you're in a cult. Does anybody have that?
Larry coming in here for the emergency meme delivery.
You know, I gotta be
Yeah,
putting
I
out
know the
work.
meme you're talking about. Yeah, because at the end it adds in, "Hey, this is government." But I don't have it saved. Let me see where. I think I might know where I
I
got it.
think I have it saved.
Yeah, I don't just be putting in work right here, you know. I'll be putting in work in real life too.
Yesterday morning, I heard Alpha saying something about Earthshine, but I don't remember exactly what he said. Does anyone know anything about that as a sort of
What?
flat Earth related subject?
Hey,
I don't even think. They might not
hi,
even know
hi,
that.
Elensky.
He'll
They might
bring
not
it
even
up
know that
on
Earthshine is a thing.
Yeah, for Speculation Sunday. I think
Well, it
he's
was
got
yesterday,
like
so
yeah, but he might have been talking like, hey, he's got a whole a big, not like a whole thing, but part to do with it with the whole Earthshine and Moonshine and stuff. And
no,
yeah,
it
but
wasn't.
yeah,
It
ask
wasn't
him.
a complicated thing. He was something about the Earth shine and like the waxing phase of the moon or something. It was like a
Yeah.
specific thing. I just don't remember what it was.
You mean like how you
guess
can
next
see?
time he's in here, ask him again. He'll talk about
I
it.
will, but he's
Okay.
not here. I just wondering if anyone else
Like
knew.
a long exposure. If you take a long exposure of the moon during a solar eclipse or solar eclipse,
Well, I'm
you can
familiar
see
with
the
what
moon.
Earthshine is. I was more curious, like what Alpha had to
I
say
know.
about it. Yeah.
In the video that I just posted, Brian goes over a long conversation with ChatGTP and corners the bot into admitting that the belief in someone having authority over your life, liberty, and property higher than yours is a religion. And he gets it to admit that. And it goes really well with the meme because everybody's always like, why would they lie? To get you to believe that, you know, there's this religion called government and it's legitimate because there is no higher God than the government.
So why didn't it?
All knowing.
So why didn't it work on me?
What?
So why didn't it work on me?
Oh, I guess you're in a left brain prison.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're in a left brain prison, bro. School does that to you. That's literally what school does to you.
I'm an anarchist. I don't like government. Why didn't it work on me? Why didn't I get brainwashed?
You think you can't be brainwashed?
No, I'm saying if it's all about like making you love government, why don't I like government?
Even the term brainwashing is like a brainwash because you know what happens is when you're unbrainwashed, you actually feel like euphoric, like a washing of your mind. So they tell you that when you get brainwashed, that's when you'll feel that. So that's when you'll know that you're not to believe that and to go back to what you even the term brainwashing is already tricking you. Kind of ironic.
It's funny though, now that you know what is happening, it just doesn't happen to you anymore.
Craig, I think you freaking just you're mesmerized by the length of people's lab coats. You're just like, oh my gosh, look at how long his lab coat is. Oh Jesus, it's hot.
What?
You're just into the scientists, dude. You believe in them. You believe in them too
Who do I
much.
believe?
The scientists, man. You think the smart people got all the answers, but they don't. They're idiots.
They're not even smart.
I mean, they're no smarter than anybody. Listen, I've never ran into like one of these. You know, you hear about these genius guys. These people are geniuses. I've never run into them, and met somebody who was just like, "Listen, don't make that left turn because I can tell by the way the air is blowing from the northeast, southwest,
What are you
whatever."
expecting to run into Rain Man?
I've never met somebody who, the smart guys don't even know. They hire people to put in their light bulb, not because they have the money, because they just don't know how to put it in. Like, you know what I mean? But they're getting paid more. But
It's
that's
because
their
their
job.
time is more valuable than
No, I just said, I just said to it.
tradesmen.
It's not that they can just pay for it. It's just they literally don't know how to put it in. They literally can't figure it out. They're like, I don't know
I
how
don't-
this thing works, and they just can't figure it out. They have the
Intelligence is
ability
about
to
problem
eventually figure it
solving.
out.
Intelligence is
Yeah,
about
so why are
problem
all the smart, high-paid guys like hiring people to figure out like how come my basement keeps flooding, and they don't realize just put a big pile of dirt up against the foundation, the water will go away from your house.
So that hour or
Does my
two,
basement keep
that
flooding?
hour or two it takes for them to do that, some 80 IQ tradesman could do it while he's in
What I'm
lab.
saying is I've met these people. They don't know what to do.
I
They're
think you guys are
not
underestimating the intelligence
geniuses.
of tradesmen. I think what
Right, that's what I said. They're
often
no
their jobs are
smarter. They're
difficult and
not
require a
even
great
less.
deal of
They're not less
experience.
smarter or smarter than the other ones. There's no real this mirage of these giant intellectuals that you imagine exists somewhere. You've never met one of these.
Yeah, I don't look up to people that I don't know.
Have you ever met an intellectual giant? Have you ever seen one?
I would like to believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how did they differ?
Some smart people.
You can just tell by the way that they act, how they look at everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If they have a really good imagination, they're probably super smart.
No.
I've met a lot of people that I consider to be intellectual midgets.
You probably meet a lot of them in this channel. Yeah.
Good place.
Yeah, it's just not this magical point where people. I mean, maybe there are some savants. I'm not saying there's not some people who are really great at the piano or whatever.
What about
just,
Stephen
math
Hawkins?
or
Do you
something.
think?
But there's just not. I think this is. I can never falsify. He's in a wheelchair. He never spoke. I can't falsify anything
Trig,
he did.
yeah. Is Hawkins? Do you think he was like really intelligent? Like super
Well, I've
intelligent?
never met him, but I would say he's probably smarter than me. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Do you think you could do what he did?
I think
No.
well, dude, what? Grunt in a wheelchair while some guy makes up some nonsense that you said? That
The
puppet?
nonsense of
The puppet?
advanced
The puppet?
calculus and physics that you'll
Now,
never understand.
now I'm not saying that the guy
You didn't even pass
before
algebra, bro.
he got
You didn't even pass algebra.
that was algebra 2. I
Back in your
passed
wheelchair,
algebra
man.
1. Still, it doesn't even matter, dude. Stephen Hawkins, like maybe back when before he got all messed up, before they started putting like a new Stephen Hawkins on TV every freaking like 5 years. Yeah, maybe that dude. I'm sure he was, like book smart.
I mean, there are people who have a little bit more potential than others. I mean, I'm not going to say that's not the case. And, we all hear the whole case being put out there as if, if given the opportunity, this culture or this person could rise as well. They're just given the same opportunity. We hear that argument pretty often, right? So
That's just not true, though.
I'm not saying it is or isn't. We hear the argument, though, right? Right. So, but I'm not going to deny that some people do have more potential than others. I just don't think it gets to this other place where they can surpass, in every which way, shape, or form. And I've never met that kind of a person who, at every aspect, is this like intellectual giant that has things figured out that we would never be able to understand. But I do. I think that people, when they come together, can really accomplish a lot as a team, but as an individual, maybe not so much.
Yeah, intelligence determines literally everything about your life. I mean, and it's just set when you're born. I don't know.
I mean, how smart is Donald Trump? I don't know.
I have no idea.
Got to be a genius because look at him. I mean, I don't know if that's the indicator.
He is probably smart if he's that successful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Intelligence and success are synonymous with each other.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if they are directly. I mean, Hunter. You got Hunter. Yeah, I mean, listen, we could do this correlation thing and say who is and who is not. Like, I always like to bring up like the most genius guy of all. This guy Einstein, right? And his kids, they flip burgers at McDonald's or Burger King, or like, I don't know how smart.
McDonald's
Where'd
and
the
what?
smart gene go?
Yeah,
And
and
Burger
in the
King.
1950s.
Yes.
Sure.
The one guy had the tongs in the 1950s. Yeah.
He
I mean, I think they're alive
didn't
today.
even know how to use a comb. He couldn't even figure out how to use a comb. He's not very smart.
Yeah.
And he walked around with his tongue sticking out. He was not very smart at all.
You mean
I
the
mean,
one
I would just
picture that
use-
they took at the university? Okay.
I would use Trigg's correlation and just, all right, let's just see. We'll go to the lineage. It's just something you're born
Hans
with.
Albert Einstein, his first son.
Yeah.
He was a longtime professor of hydraulic engineering at the University of California, Berkeley, widely recognized for his research on sediment transport.
Nonsense. He got pushed through.
Okay, just cope.
All right, man. Yeah. Said something.
Dude,
it's
they
wrong.
probably just dug ditches that water ran through. That was a fancy way of saying it.
That sounds like something Radwin might do if he thinks he's an engineer. He's like, I'm an engineer. I know how to dig ditches.
You gotta plan them out. He doesn't dig the ditches.
The best you got, dude?
I just think it's funny.
Yeah. So I mean, how much money does his son have? I mean, is he rich? We got to figure this. We got to get to the bottom of this thing. How much money smart is he?
He should be like in the billionaire club, right? Because he's the son of Einstein, and shouldn't he have all that space-time money?
I mean,
man.
He was a professor at Berkeley. That has to be a pretty good paycheck.
Did he use space-time?
What?
Dude, that's not just any space time. It's bendy space time.
It doesn't matter. Did he use space-time when he was a professor?
For hydraulic engineering? Probably not.
Yeah. Why?
Because you don't need to.
Yeah. So I mean, have you ever met any? Like you said, you have met the geniuses with the coach.
What defines? I mean,
their money.
I've met some very smart people, I would say.
And what are they capable of?
Subjective, because like a lot of people might not think of the guy.
I think.
Like most people don't think of the guy who invented the pet rock as a genius, but I think of him as a genius just from a business perspective.
I would agree. Yeah, it takes creativity to enter. This is what I mean. Intelligence, like, it's not even objective in a way, right? You can just tell when somebody has the capacity to make new things, right?
Well, maybe to a certain degree it can be objective. Like, obviously, like you can say objectively, for the sake of your health, it's not a good idea to drink an entire fifth of vodka every day for breakfast.
I would say a genius
Kind
is
of
someone who tricks people into purchasing things like lunar, Venetian, and Martian real estate.
Yeah, but do they consensually buy it?
Well, I mean, I guess nobody's forcing them to buy it, but are they actually buying it?
Doesn't sound like.
Are they actually buying it?
I don't know. Go talk to the consumers if whoever buys that. Go ask them that question.
So I think that's a genius move. Sell people something that they can never own, like gold bonds or gold stocks or whatever. Like you're not actually trading in actual gold.
Sell something like the illusion of a flat Earth. Yeah, that's probably a pretty good thing too. Nathan Oakley gets a lot of money off that.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by illusion? I'm outside right now and it looks pretty flat to me. You are selling the globe. However, I'm outside right now and I can't detect any curvature.
Interesting. Look harder.
So
you'll
which
see it
one's an
eventually.
illusion? Which one's an illusion?
Well, you've just been sold the lie, right? You just can't see it. You know?
Right. You can't see the globe, and I was sold the lie of the globe. I agree.
Yeah.
But you can see it on TV, so it helps people believe it, right? Just like when they're talking about space-time, and they're talking to young, impressionable minds, and they say, "Look at this trampoline. I'll put a bowling ball on the trampoline. That's like space time, even though the trampoline is made of material, and space time is only made of concepts and ideas."
Such as the concept of time? Question mark.
Hey Larry, look in the chat. I asked it to draw a picture of your picture for me.
You asked GPT or somebody? Asked AI?
GPT-4, is that an O?
Damn, I forgot what meme I was about to post.
Yeah, that was actually just
Shit.
random, but he doesn't know how to spell, so he's just saying it was AI.
Yeah, I drew it that fast.
Yeah.
Oh, now I remember. Okay. Let me see if I got it on the phone.
I thought Trig was on board with the flat Earth. I didn't know he was still opposed. I thought he just was like, listen, I'm not sold on the, the physics of up, down, left, right, how everything works, bonds, molecular level stuff. I
Well,
thought he was on board with.
that's APOC. I mean, APOC doesn't know what vectors are.
Spock is a very special boy.
That is true, yeah. He thinks if you push somebody, they should float up because reasons. Vectors do that and stuff.
I don't know. I thought you were on board with the straight line and being able to continue a straight line segment in reality.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a local linearity earther. Yeah, I agree.
It's like, and if people want to know, like, how does the sky work? Like, how does this work? How does that work? People want to know that stuff, but you got to have a starting position. Like, okay, like, I do want to know how the sky works, but I'm going to have to base it on, at least something that's true. And the thing that is true is that I can extend a straight line segment using a water level, and water it forms a, horizontal reference they'll reference the sky from that horizontal to try to figure out how it works. I mean, I sympathize with wanting to figure out how it works.
If you want to know anything, I would highly suggest not going to Flat Earth, because if you ask them anything about other than if the Earth is flat or not, they'll just say, I don't make any claims about that. So, yeah, Flat Earth is something you wouldn't want to go to if you want to figure out anything other than some BS of thinking that the Earth is flat, right? They make no claims
What do
about
you mean by flat Earth that you go to? How do you go to flat Earth?
I mean, I guess here, that's only where the Flat Earth exists, right? Is in here. It's a little LARP chamber.
Bro, have you ever been outside? You know where the sky is?
No, I just sit inside my house all day.
Okay, that's what I'm starting to think, because if you look at your TV all day, you might think that the Earth is a globe. But when you actually go outside, there's no curvature anywhere.
So can you apply that to like a model and try and predict something, or you're not able to do that yet? You need more
Yeah,
time.
I predict that if I went all the way
You need another
to
2000.
Australia or South Africa or South America, up would still be up and down would still be down objectively.
Yeah, you need another 2,000 years to make that map or flat Earth map.
Dude, all maps are flat.
Really? So I can like navigate across them with no distortion or anything?
There are no perfect maps. What do you
I would
mean no
agree,
distortion?
but not to the order of magnitude that any flat Earth map would be.
Have you roamed the Earth and experienced cartography firsthand, or do you just believe that with a baseless assertion?
Well, I've yet to see a flat Earth map that provides any accuracy at all, really.
I mean, nobody makes these large, like, worldwide maps. You make a local map. You say, okay, this is this elevation from this, line, and with this differential measurement, this elevation, and this distance A to B, and then they wrapped it on a WGS 84 and made it work how they needed to work. But then when you travel places, I don't know, like anything celestial navigation, you have to get a fix, right? They call it, right? So you have to constantly update, according to the sky that moves and everything, and you that move, and just kind of get, all right, let me get a fix, which means let me get back on track because my prediction isn't working, so I'm going to get back on. Same thing with an airplane. They got little towers and radio towers saying, you're off your course, go this way, go that. Nothing is just like a close your eyes and go map. You get updated along the way. But yeah, the maps that they create, like out of physical, measurements, they're just flat. They're just A to B distance, triangles, vertical change, elevation. How else would you do it? I mean, how else
Well,
could you make a map besides
what that
flat?
sounded like is that you say that the Earth is almost locally linear in a way, as in like I can make a 1 by 1 kilometer map of an area and it'll be fine if it's flat, but if I add them all up together, it'll be distorted. I mean, that's pretty. I would agree. Yeah, the Earth is locally linear.
Yeah, I mean, and then like I don't know, like who's traveled the entire ocean? I mean, have you seen that? You've seen the Google Earth globe, ocean? It's huge. Who's done and been like, all right, check, good, we're good here at this spot. Check, this spot lines up. Who knows?
Well, yeah, I mean, I would argue that we have mapped the entire Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, but what reference can you use in the middle of the ocean? Like, who went out there and checked it, made sure that all
Oh, you
lined
just
up?
go really high up in these really fast things called satellites.
Yeah, I mean, a satellite could just use the runtime, which is just the prediction of, inputted calculations of the WGS84 model combined with the
Not
actual
how that
measurements of
works.
taken in
Yeah.
reality. I mean, that's how the satellites claim to, work with the GPS according to runtime, which would be like the distance and the location and the speed of the light traveling to the satellite. But it's just a calculation, and if you want it to work, you
Do
can
you know what?
just
Do you know what
put it in.
state vectors are? Do you know what state vectors are?
No.
Okay. Yeah. So in order for you to predict the position of a satellite, you need to make some assumptions. If those assumptions are wrong, then you won't be able to predict the position of the satellite. So, for example, if I don't get the assumptions right for predicting the path of the ISS, its initial state vectors, if I were to try and predict its path, I wouldn't get it right. Those assumptions are based off the Earth being a globe with a certain radius and certain gravity, right?
Yeah,
And
so that's where you want to fly the ISS then.
I mean, I can predict the path of the ISS and have it come over my house using that model. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, or I can take the state lines, whatever you called it, right? The thing and just fly this ISS where it says I should fly it, according to this calculation of the model.
Wow, that's not what I said. I mean, maybe Tira could explain it to you better. I don't know. I tried.
Well, you gave it your best. No big deal. I'm just saying, how can you falsify one or the other by just saying, look, the model matches the model? It doesn't really falsify anything.
Maybe starting off with orbital prediction to flat earthers was a bit of a big step. We need to go back to like algebra.
I don't know, maybe, dude. I don't know. Again, it's just I'm just saying, who went out into the ocean to check all these marker spots? The same thing you could, if you want to have a calculation and say this is where this should be, then that's where it should be. Then put it where you said it should be. What's the problem? You're saying that's a problem. I don't know why it's a problem, but.
Yeah, definitely not a globe, though.
I've verified the globe for myself, and I don't even have to go outside to do it.
Yeah, just look on your phone.
Flat earthers off.
Just look at your phone, mate.
No, just predict the stuff in the sky using a globe, and it works every time. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, you don't use a globe when you're looking at the sky, do you?
That's the biggest piece of bullshit I've ever heard.
Well, it would be because you don't want to admit that's true.
I would beg to differ.
Well, you can beg all you want.
Yep, so how can I predict the motions of objects in the sky, satellites, the ISS, the moon, the planets, using a globe? Can you do that?
Globe?
Yep, can you do that?
Can I do it?
Yep.
Using a globe?
Nope, using a flat Earth.
It's nothing to do with the Earth.
Really? So why do I have to assume that the Earth is a globe in order to get all these predictions right and assume gravity to be a thing?
You don't have to.
I don't have to. Okay, so then what's your model?
I haven't got a model.
Oh, so sit the fuck down. You don't have anything.
I don't predict anything. It's just, how can you predict?
He has an observation. He observes the Earth is flat.
I don't have to. I'm not going to predict the sun's coming up in the morning. It's just a cycle, and then it's a cycle that happens.
Yep, just like how the path of totality is a cycle. Oh wait, it's not.
Well, yeah, I mean,
But why do you need a model? Like, where's this requirement for a model coming from? I don't have a requirement
so
for a
if
model.
I can,
not logically.
So if I can predict the motion of things in the sky, satellites, planets,
It's not a
moons.
prediction.
Hold
It's
on.
not.
Yep. So
Hang
hold
on.
on. And I assume
Well,
that the
hang on.
Earth is a
I
globe
have
and
to stop
everything
you.
lines
Sorry,
up.
mate.
And
I'm not
everything
getting into an
lines up.
argument with you.
What the hell happened, dude? How did I get
You
everything
don't.
right?
You don't know the difference between a prediction and a cycle.
It's not.
There are things in the sky that you can use
Oh,
the heliocentric model to make predictions of.
Exactly.
No. A prediction is something that you think's going to happen that's not
I'm
happened
familiar
before.
with what a prediction is.
Post-diction. It's a post-diction. Do you know
No,
what
there are things
post-diction
that are
means,
not
buddy?
post-dictions.
Well, it's a cycle, mate. You know the cycles of the stars in the sky?
I am familiar with that,
Wait,
yes.
he's trying to
I'm
wait,
not
hold on. He's
talking
trying to
about things
say that something in the sky in regards to the luminaries is not a post-diction. What? Say what
got
exactly? It's
nothing to
not
do with-
eclipses. So what would that be?
So what's
Huh?
the cycle
Yeah,
of
answer
totality
it.
then? What's the cycle of totality? Predict the path of totality for the next eclipse. Without
Oh,
using
he's just going to gloss past that. He's not going to admit he just said something totally false. He's going to, oh yeah, just whistle past that.
I'm happy to talk about it. I just don't
Well,
want to
you-
step on anyone's toes here.
All you've got to look
Hi,
at.
Tyra, go ahead. You've
only got to look where the nodes are, and that tells you when all the eclipses are going to be. Where the north is. Yeah.
Yeah, but what he's saying is predict it without using the sky, which would be hard to do, right? Because you're able to predict the path of totality based, which is based on latitude, which is based on elevation angles to the stars. So he's correct. Yeah, we have to get that path.
Yeah, so the lights in the sky got nothing to do with the Earth. We've established that. So it doesn't matter if it's flat or a globe. There's cycles of light in the sky. There's nothing to do with the Earth, mate.
Yeah, but his concern is about the location. Like, how come the angle where it eclipse, the angle that you draw to the moon or whatever,
How am I able to
the sun
predict
eclipsing
everything?
lines up with your location on the ground, and your location
How
on the
am I
ground
able to
lines
do
up
that,
with your
assuming that the globe is a
latitude, which
thing
aligns
and
up with your
gravity is a
elevation
thing? How do I
angles to
do
the
that?
stars.
You've not predicted anything, mate.
So I've
It's all been-
not.
No,
Yeah,
you've not predicted anything. No,
So
you've
if
not.
the Earth isn't a globe, then how does it work, dude?
Well, it works regardless of the shape of the Earth, dude.
Really? So if I assume it's a globe, then how does it work if it's not a globe? Why
Well,
can't,
you have
why
to
can't I
assu-
assume it's a flat Earth?
You can assume what you want.
All right, so make
can-
your flat Earth prediction about the stuff in the sky and list everything and tell me how you did it, and then come back.
I'm in UK at the moment. The sun's due to set and go below the horizon in about 1.5 hours, and I'm predicting. Yeah, in the cycle, it's not a prediction. It's going to rise at about 4:55 a.m. in the morning. What's that
I
got to
predict
do?
it's going to get
And why
dark
does-
out when the sun goes
Yeah.
away.
Yep,
Yeah.
and where does it go when it's dark out, and how come you can see it
I haven't got a
sometimes for
clue,
over
mate.
20 hours a day?
I haven't got a
You don't have
clue,
a clue.
mate.
Wow, nice.
No, neither do you.
Don't know
But
where it
Trig,
goes. I do.
if I may, there are
Yeah,
things in the
go ahead.
sky for which you can make predictions, not
I know, yep.
post-dictions.
Yep.
So, what's a
Which one of the
prediction?
meteors gonna hit my backyard, please?
Yeah.
So,
So,
as an example of
meanwhile,
something you could make a prediction of, in my
Meanwhile-
particular field of study, I study small bodies in the solar system, like asteroids
So-
and comets. And some
okay,
of these
meanwhile-
things. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt
sorry,
you?
mate. No, sorry, you go ahead. Sorry, apologies.
So, asteroids and comets, some of them stick around, like near-Earth objects, and we can study them for their whole lifetime. But some of them are new. They're things we've not seen before. They come from reservoirs that are unobservable, like the Oort cloud or the scattered disk. So they come in, we see them for the first time. It's a new level of light in the sky, right? And if you make 2 to 3 observations, you can start to make a prediction of the orbital path. And this is for a new object that no one has observed before. Once you make 4 or 5 observations, you really start to nail it down. And then you can look at it later, and it's exactly where you predicted it would be, based on no cycles. No one has observed this object before, but it lines up exactly with where the orbital mechanics in the heliocentric model predicts that it should be.
Well, I can also look at the galaxy that we
nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, mate. That's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Hold on just real fast. So I can also, if we find a new galaxy, I can look at, the new galaxy, and after observing it for a little while, predict where the dark matter is going to be, where gravity breaks down at, right?
What's
I wouldn't
gravity?
say gravity breaks down.
Yeah, gravitational anomalies. You know where the math
But isn't
doesn't
this a bit of
work.
a non sequitur? I mean, the
Put
claim was
dark
that you
matter.
cannot make predictions for things in the sky, and that's clearly not true.
Wait a minute. You guys said that you can make predictions
I
using
just did,
gravity
yes.
in the sky, and I'm
Yes, I
just
did.
talking about one more prediction that you guys can make when you find these gravitational anomalies, and it's like, oh, gravity doesn't work right here. I predict that's where all the dark matter is, just enough to fill that gap.
Well, what you're doing is a non sequitur because you know perfectly well that solar system dynamics do not require any sort of dark matter.
Yeah, but you guys said that you can make predictions. I'm agreeing with you. And I'm talking about another prediction that you can make. And for some reason, you're saying that's a non sequitur when I'm on topic talking about predictions using gravity that you can make in the sky.
Well, then I'm
I
so
don't
glad we
understand
agree,
the
Ray.
pushback.
Glad to hear it.
What?
Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat.
Is that a concession then, Deck?
Oh, it is measured flat, isn't it?
So you agree with me that there are things in the sky for which we can make predictions?
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
That's fine. I mean, it's a specific claim, right?
Yeah, but you still don't live on a globe, do you?
Well, that's neither here nor there for this particular discussion, right?
Well, you carry on
Look
with the
up,
lights in the
I
sky.
can use heliocentric orbital mechanics to make a prediction for a brand new object and see where it will be, and it will in fact be there.
What is it orbiting since you're using orbital mechanics?
It's
You're
orbiting
going to need
the
an R
solar
value.
system's very center.
You're going to need an R value for that, mate.
Yeah, we need to know what it's orbiting. What's the R value?
Well, its R value is changing because they're on elliptical orbits,
Wait a
right? What
second.
you really
You
want to
do
see the
this for
semi-major
a living.
asses.
You do this for a living. Give us the number.
The number for some generic class of objects.
Yeah.
It's a nonsensical question. I hope you understand that.
So, meanwhile, down here on Earth, the Earth is measured flat. All mapping's measured flat. Latitude is a flat Earth measurement. We don't live on a globe. How are you going to deal with that?
I just care about the lights in the sky.
Yeah. Well, that's what you need to do because if you come down to Earth, your globe's going to get blown away, mate, and we'll blow it right out your mind.
You should ask him what would falsify the globe for you, if anything at all.
Lack of evidence, maybe.
Was that the Glober saying that?
No, I'm a flat earther, and I'm telling you there's no evidence of a globe. Any evidence you do put forth to me regarding the Earth measurements will be a flat Earth measurement.
The Earth is actually a donut, not a flat or a globe.
Yeah. So how's it measured?
Left.
I think what would do it for me is if I didn't, through life, meet enough people who demonstrated analytical reasoning to me to be able to determine its shape.
Yeah, J.E. Barrington is apparently an idiot. He thinks that he can only use Keplerian elements.
Why would you even think you live on a globe?
Oh well, he's just crying that he can't predict path of satellites for some reason. That it's not accurate past 24 hours. He's just lying right now.
Is this the guy who thinks he lives on a globe?
He asked you to predict where satellite is using 10-year ago data and where it's at right now using that data. We want to see you do it on the screen.
Yeah.
Hey, what does he think?
What
What about when NASA? What about when NASA bring these rocks back from Mars?
What satellite, Radwin?
Whatever he picks.
Yeah, man, pick one.
All right, yeah, let him pick one.
What about the Narnia satellite? That's coming soon, isn't it? The more you concentrate the lights in the sky, the less you have to think about Earth's measured flat.
This guy's joking.
Oh yeah, no, that's trigonometry, man.
Yeah, he
think
wants me to do it by hand for him, apparently.
Open your screen up and do it.
Yeah, by hand for you, Radwin.
You're the one making the claims that you do all this shit, so just do it already.
Yeah, once you
Hey,
go to
trigonometry
engineering
man,
school for real,
can you explain?
Radwin.
Trigonometry man, explain to me how the Earth curve is measured.
What is this? Just you just asking me a question because you feel like it?
Yeah.
I don't measure Earth curvature. I've never looked for it.
You won't find it, will you?
He
I
just
don't know.
blindly
I
believes
haven't
it.
looked.
We don't live on a curved Earth, mate. Space is fake. We don't live on a curved Earth. Gravity's an imaginary thing in your mind. Space is fake. How do you feel about
Hey,
that?
what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
None.
They're not able to predict anything.
The sun's
Not
gonna
able to
come.
predict anything? That's your answer?
Dude, your buddy just said he looks up in the sky and can predict shit, and you just said now they can't predict anything. What the fuck?
No, I'm saying flat earthers can't predict anything.
Hey, isn't the Earth shaped like Uday Hussein?
Flat earthers can't even predict the motion of a thrown object without using gravity. That's how slow
Hey,
they are.
do you know what day Saturn, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, and the Moon are all going to be in alignment?
The intellectual giants know. That's the thing.
Oh,
Are you able to
He's like,
wait?
yeah,
Are you
he's
able to
weighing-
figure that
he's
out
weighing
using
it
your
out.
flat
He's
Earth
like,
disk
I don't know,
pizza
let me
land
wait.
model?
He's like, let me weigh it
Yeah.
out. Like, what's
do
more
you know? Do you know what
beneficial
date it
to
is?
life?
Do you know what date that occurs?
I don't know, man.
You don't know? I do.
Okay, yeah, and why can I see it from one point and then not from the other side of the flat pizza land?
Because you only own one point of the Earth at one time, mate.
Yeah, so why can't I see the stuff in the sky from everywhere? Also, how can I see the Southern Cross when I'm looking in different directions? If you're all around the southern hemisphere, or sorry, southern hemiplane, why can't I see why can I see the Southern Cross while looking in different directions?
Why can't you're asking us why you can't see
I just wanted to
everything
interrupt you for a second.
Hang on a minute. Can you not predict why you can't see everything everywhere at one time forever? What's your problem?
Yeah, I got a rock in between me and what I'm trying to look at.
Yeah. So do you know anything about eyesight?
Yeah.
What's the limit of your vision?
It's what, like
You can't see the end of the hallway.
it's like
You
0.5
can't
arc
see to the
seconds
end
or
of the hallway if the hallway's long, right?
What's your limit of your vision, Mr. Clever?
It's like what do you, like angular resolution?
What's the
Like
limit
one-
of your vision?
It's like 0.5 arc seconds or arc minutes.
Right. So how what's that distance then?
It's like a size of a football at what 700 meters or something.
Why are you asking me why you can't see fucking New York from Ireland?
I wasn't talking about stuff on the Earth. I was talking about stuff in the sky. Why can't I see the moon at the same time in South Africa as I can see it in?
Why are you asking me?
Because you got to explain it if you think the Earth is a flat pizza land.
I don't know what the moon is, mate. What is it?
That's some really good predictions, bro. You don't know anything about what's going on up there. Wow, I would surely be a flat earther.
No, it's look up there's got not the Earth, mate. What's up with
Yeah,
you?
so is this you trying to run away from your claim that you can predict stuff and then not being able to?
Well, you didn't know when Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, and the Moon was going to be in alignment, did you?
Yeah, and why can't I see it from everywhere on Earth at the same time?
And you're still skipping that question.
No, I didn't know it because I didn't Google it up on for something that's on
Yeah.
the globe Earth model.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm on a flat
predicting it
Earth,
using
and
a
I know
globe.
I'm on a flat Earth, and I know where that prediction's happening.
Did you predict it using a flat Earth?
Yes.
All right, let's see it. Let's
Well,
see your
I've got
flat
the
Earth
angle.
model.
I haven't got a model.
So how did you
Where's
predict
your Where's your globe model? Can you send it me in a PDF format?
it? Globe model.
Can I
of
get
what?
in just for a second? This guy's been talking about predictions. Meanwhile, the path of totality was changed and updated because they got the prediction wrong. So this guy's saying that they can predict things when obviously he's ignorant and misinformed. With a quick search, that they actually updated
that
the
globe
path
model
to
didn't work out
totality.
too good for the path to totality,
Yeah,
did it?
yeah, it didn't work out too good. It was 2,000 feet off. Oh, jeez. Oh my God. Oh
Hey,
God.
Triggered. Send us the model, mate, in a
Model
PDF
of
form.
what? Model of
The
what?
globe model.
What does that mean? Globe model of what?
Your globe
Everything?
model, the heliocentric globe model you keep talking about.
The globe model of everything?
Yeah, send it us, can you, in a PDF format, so I can
I'm
have a read of
afraid
it.
we haven't figured out the globe model of everything yet.
Oh,
That's
so
something
how
ITR
far?
is working on.
Okay, so have you got any sort of model you can send us to look at to peer view it?
Sure, yeah, you can look at the heliocentric model of the solar system and how that predicts the path of the planets in the
Yeah.
sky.
Can you post it so we can have a look?
Yeah, sure.
Go on then.
So it's 2,000 feet on each side, by the way. So 4,000 feet. So they were almost off by a
Yeah,
mile.
and what was your prediction off by? Ooh.
So
I'm going to
the
predict.
prediction
Oh,
of the
yeah.
eclipse
No,
has
no, no. What
nothing to
was
do
yours
with the
off?
shape of the
What
Earth.
was yours?
Hold
So,
on, let me finish.
Nope,
Shut
nope,
the fuck
nope,
up.
Larry. Nope,
Shut
Larry. What
up.
was your
I'm trying
prediction
to
off by?
answer.
Larry, what was your
Somebody
prediction
mute
off
this
by?
guy. He can't
Larry, what
control
was your
himself.
prediction off by?
He can't control
Larry, what
himself.
was your prediction?
Okay.
Listen.
So
You're gonna.
this prediction has nothing to do with the globe, right? This is all the way from like ancient Babylon. The Chaldeans had this shit mapped out. Now we've gained knowledge over time and tweaked it and gotten better. It has nothing to do with the globe. I don't know why you guys are still months after being educated trying to say that this house somehow confirms the globe.
We don't live on a globe. The Earth's measured flat. That's where you get latitude from.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what was your prediction off by, Larry?
We're not.
I
What
didn't
you're on
make a
about
prediction.
predictions for? Listen.
You're
What?
asking me a loaded question.
Listen, mate.
Wait, Larry, what was your
Listen,
prediction
mate.
off by? Sorry,
We don't have
I don't think I
prediction.
heard it.
Sorry, mate.
Is he hard of hearing or hard of thinking?
Wait, look, I didn't hear it again. Was that
Triggered.
What was your prediction off by with your flat Earth?
Triggered. I'm just going to sort your head right out, right?
I think
We're
you're
not
more
asked-
angry than me. I'm perfectly calm.
No,
You
no.
just can't predict anything.
It's nothing. What's predictions got to do with anything about the shape of the Earth?
Validating what you think to be true about reality, I would say.
Yeah. So how do you measure Earth curve then, in your reality?
Are we gish galloping now? Just jumping around non sequitur?
No. I'm talking about reality. Do you live on a globe? Do you think you live on a globe in reality?
Well, I know I can predict the path of totality.
Go on then. What is it?
Well, neat. Larry just sent it for me. I mean, he's a nice glober, right?
You said you could do it. What are you bringing Larry into it for?
Because Larry sent it.
Is it a 2,000 mile wide circle from a parallel sun rays predicted onto the circular moon? Is that what you predicted, or is it different?
Nah, I just predicted the path of Bacon also predicted it using
Hey, Trigonometry Man. Just
Yep.
a quick question. Do you know what time it is right now?
For me?
Yeah.
Down to what accuracy?
Just what time? If you look at your watch, what time is it?
Down to what accuracy?
Well,
to the minute, dude.
Yeah.
To the minute.
To the minute.
Oh, that's not very hard. I would say it's roughly 3:14 p.m. where I am.
You got him. He's on the
Yeah.
coast. We got him.
So you're gonna listen, mate. You're gonna need a flat Earth for that. You're gonna need a flat Earth for that.
I'm gonna need a flat Earth for time zones.
For time, yes. You're gonna need a flat Earth to measure time.
How is that remotely possible?
Well, how do you measure time? What determines the time on Earth?
Rotation of the Earth.
No. Let's go back to the sky where you like it. The sun.
So are you able to derive the time by where the position of the sun
Yeah.
is in the sky?
Do you know what a sundial is?
Yep. So are you able to use a sundial inside of Antarctica where there's a 24-hour sun?
So do you know what the sundial's for? Do you know what the sundial's for?
Measuring time. Can you do it by the minute in Antarctica with the
So-
24-hour? Can you do it with
Yeah,
the
so-
24-hour sun in Antarctica?
So
Or
so the
Alaska?
sundial's for measuring time. How does it need a horizontal baseline to measure the time?
Well, are you able to? First, we have to verify that you can do it everywhere on Earth. Can you do it in Point
Gish
Barrow,
galloping,
Alaska?
mate. Are you gish galloping?
No.
Are you
You have
gish
to
galloping?
verify that you can do it everywhere.
No. Are you gish galloping?
Yes, you do.
Look.
What time is it? What time is it during
Gish
the
gallop.
24-hour night?
Everybody can hear
Ella?
you gish galloping. Everybody can hear you now running away from
You
the
have to
question.
verify that it works everywhere. You have to
So,
verify that it works everywhere.
let's just
before you
stick
make
with
the
my
claim.
question. I'm
Nope,
going to bring
made
you
a
back,
claim
mate.
and you can't back it up, dude.
No. Does the sundial require a horizontal baseline?
Well, can it work during a 24-hour night in Point Barrow, Alaska?
Does it require a horizontal baseline?
Well, first we have to validate that it can work. Can we do that?
No. You've
Yes, we do.
already confirmed the
Well,
sundial.
I have a magical
is
device
time.
that predicts. I have a magical device that predicts what time it'll be with the globe. Are you going to ask
Yeah.
me something about how it works, or are you not?
Well, if you're using a sundial, you're going to need a flat Earth for that, mate.
Do I need a flat Earth during the 24-hour nighttime in Point Barrow, Alaska?
You need a flat Earth to measure time using the sun, mate.
Yep. So
Simple
does
as
it work
that.
in Point Barrow, Alaska during the 24-hour night?
Yes.
It does. What time is it in Point Barrow, Alaska, with your sundial?
Well, you'd have to look at the sundial with your horizontal baseline and get the time.
I would have to when it's nighttime for 24 hours. How does that work?
Well, if you've got the sun out and you've got a horizontal baseline,
sun
you're
isn't
using the
out.
sun.
The sun isn't out. It's 24-hour
Well,
night.
He's
Well,
he's
you know-
asking you what time is it?
Yeah, yeah.
According to the sun, when it's
Yeah.
nighttime, it's like
Is
sucking
the
a dick.
okay? Yeah, okay. Is the moon? Will the moon be out?
I would assume so. Yeah.
So do you know you can get a moon dial, and it works
Yeah.
exactly the same as the sun?
All right. Can you send this? Does it work when it's 24-hour day
so-
in Antarctica?
Type in
So
moon
is-
dial.
Can I use the moon
Yeah.
dial at the same time?
Yeah. So is the sunlight's parallel or not?
Can you verify that it works in Point Barrow, Alaska?
Are sunlight's parallel from a faraway light source?
It's your claim, man. Why are you asking me questions about your
I
claim?
think that's not my claim,
You
mate.
claim it works, so you're gonna have
It's
to
the hel-
demonstrate that it works during a 24-hour night. With
You
sundial.
said the
With the
sun's not
sundial.
out. The moon dial works the same
No,
as a
you said
sundial.
a sundial. You said a sundial needs a flat Earth, so you need to
Hey.
demonstrate that it needs a flat
This
Earth in
thing's
Point Barrow,
fucking
Alaska,
out?
24-hour night.
No
Yeah,
shit.
well, it does need a horizontal baseline for the shadow angle.
The shadow, but it's nighttime. How do I use a sundial when it's 24-hour night?
Right. So then he went to the
Wow.
moon for you, and you're like, no, go back to the day.
Mars
He
thought
said
it
you
was
can use a
fucking
sun-
leaking
you,
too.
you can use a
I
sundial.
did a lot of roasting, but I didn't do that much roasting.
No,
I
no.
think
You
this
can't.
one might
How
have
you
been
go-
fucking leaking.
I'm not being funny, mate. How are you going to use
It's
the sun
fucking
if the
Mars
sun's not
smelling
out?
something.
How are you going to use the sun if
That's
the
what
sun
I'm
is not
asking.
out?
What if I live in Point Barrow, Alaska? Does my flat Earth solve that for me? Or it's
If the sun's not, excuse me, mate,
thicker.
I'm not being thick or anything. If the sun's not out, you're not going to be able to use the sun, are you?
Jay, can you get me a
But it's 24-hour night.
a tank from the living room, please?
So
Earth is
when the
flat.
sun
It can work all the
when
time.
the sun is out, you're going to need a flat baseline, mate.
Oh,
For your time to
Do-
measure
so-
time.
So do I need a flat baseline to measure it in Antarctica when the sun is out for 24 hours?
I've never been to Antarctica, mate. Have you?
Oh, have you been to Alaska
When
to
it's an
know
apple-
the sundial
when it's an
It
works?
doesn't matter where. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter where. And we're not talking about where I've been on holiday.
Hey,
Yes,
Bear,
you did. You
talking
just said
about
where.
how
You just
much-
said I haven't been to
You're
Antarctica.
getting triggered.
You
You're
just said I
getting
haven't
triggered.
been to Antarctica. I'm
Yeah.
not getting triggered.
So the sun requires a horizontal baseline. You just told me the time, and I said you're going to need a flat Earth for that because that's how we measure time, using the sun's shadow on a horizontal baseline.
Yep. So can I do that at night in Point Barrow, Alaska, where it's 24-hour
If
night?
if the sun's not out, no.
So why is it 24-hour night in Point Barrow,
Mhm.
Alaska?
Well, that's your claim, not mine.
That's my claim. Okay. What if I send you video evidence?
Well, that's a video. It's not a claim.
So I can't provide video evidence of my claim?
Do you want me to send you a video of Narnia?
Sure. I mean, I'll try and see if it looks legit or not.
Yeah.
I mean,
So let's get back
That's
to
an
the situation
extraordinary
that you're
claim.
lost in. Let's get back to the situation where you got triggered. The sun tells the time. You told me the time. The sun needs a horizontal baseline using the sundial.
Does
You're going to
it
need a
tell
flat
me-
Earth for that,
does it-
pal.
does it tell me it in Point Barrow, Alaska during the 24-hour night?
I've never been there, mate. If the sun's not out, no.
Well, you've never been there, then how do you know it works without the sun?
I didn't mention it, mate. It's your claim, not mine.
You claim that it works everywhere, and you need a
No,
horizontal
I said I
baseline.
claim the sun. I said when the sun's out, it requires a horizontal baseline. on a
Yep.
sundial.
So if there's 24 hours, shouldn't there be like at least 12 hours of sunlight anywhere on Earth on your flat pizza land? Isn't that how that should work?
Who's claimed the pizza land? Not me. That's your
You
claim.
have. You're just claiming the flat
I
pizza
didn't
land
mention
Earth.
pizza land. No, you're claiming that, not me.
So when does it work in Point Barrow, Alaska during the 24
When the
hours?
sun's out, you'll require a horizontal baseline. Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Welcome
So what do
to
I
flat
do for
Earth.
what do I do for the 6 months where the sun isn't out?
Well, you're claiming that, not me.
Yeah, but what do I do for the 6 months where it's not out?
You're claiming the sun's not out for 6 months somewhere. I'm not claiming that. It's your claim. Now,
Why do
know
you
you're
keep
not
going
claiming
to
it.
the non
Dark for 6
sequitur?
months in
Why do you
Alaska?
keep
I know you're
going to
not.
Antarctica?
I
I
know
don't
you're not.
understand. Why do you keep going to
Yeah.
Antarctica? Nobody's talking about Antarctica right now. We're talking about sundials. So you keep on bringing up
Sundials.
Antarctica and 6 months worth of darkness. I don't know what that has to do with what we're talking about. Can you stay focused and on topic, or are you not capable of doing that?
Yeah, even the 6 months would require the circuit of the sun.
Yeah, so
I
let's
guess
get
how you got the
started
6
with the
months of
simple
darkness.
question. Why don't you guys believe in gravity?
Yeah.
Why
Let's
do you
get
have
straight
to
away.
believe it? Why can't we demonstrate it?
Yeah, let's
It's
move
been
away from the
demonstrated.
sundial. Let's move away from the sundial because it's scary, and you know you need a
Well,
horizontal baseline for it.
Because
And you're
it's
bringing up
scary.
Antarctica, and you're claiming places that don't have sun for so many hours. Yeah, that you can't back up.
You guys know you can't mute me, right? Like, by the way,
I was fast.
Mm.
Yeah,
You should change your name to muted, mate. Anyway, Trigonometry Man got triggered.
Yeah,
About the
I
sun.
mean that wasn't really cool. I don't know why. I really don't see him get overly triggered like that all the time. He's like getting really frustrated.
He spelled triggered
Answering
wrong in
basic
his
questions.
name. He spelled
Yeah.
triggered wrong in his name.
shut the fuck up, bitch. You didn't really think that was gonna.
Yeah. It's amazing what a sundial can do, isn't it, Mr. Triggered? And a moon dial.
Yeah, but what? Yeah, I mean this that was weak. It's like, yeah, but what about when your eyes are closed? Then what?
Can't fucking see nothing when your eyes are closed, can you?
I mean that's like the argument though. Like, what about when you close your eyes? Haha.
Yeah. What about the sundial, Mr. Triggerman? Well, what about when the sun's not there? How do I tell the time then? Well, you can't using the sundial because the fucking sun's not there, you mong. Well, what about Antarctica? Well, what about it? Have you ever been? No. Well, neither have I. What's that
It's
got to do
amazing
with
that
the
he
sun?
thought that was a
meaning
legitimate
flat?
argument.
Counting. They just
The
kept
guy's an
counting.
idiot.
Got 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, sun's gone, 3 Mississippi, 4, and then they counted, and they just this is how much time it took to see the sun again. And it's just count.
And don't even get involved with. There's nothing to predictions. You can get rid of the prediction word, thinking we're going to fall into that stupid trap, and it's not even a trap. What are you talking about predictions for? We're talking about measurements, mate. Observations and measurements, not predictions. Yeah. So don't even fall into his dickhead trap. He's trying to get into predictions, lights in the sky, anywhere away from Earth and the flat Earth elevation angle measurements and sundials, requiring a flat horizontal Earth, he will take you away from, because it's very scary for him, because it destroys his globe.
Wait, one deck.
Yeah, mate.
When, in general, when someone has an idea, right, they're forming a hypothesis, then they test that hypothesis. The hypothesis passes the test. Then, from how I understand things, if that idea can then be used to predict other things that are not exactly the same as the test that you performed for your hypothesis, that's one of the strongest things to indicate that you're on the right track. From how I
Are you
understand.
talking about the? Are you talking
That's-
about the? Are you trying to talk about the scientific method?
Yeah, but he said it
Well,
wrong. He
more
says
about the philosophy
verifiability.
behind it.
Yeah.
Can I be
So
heard?
are you trying to talk about the scientific method?
More about the philosophy behind it, like what constitutes evidence,
Well,
and
it's not.
how
The
do we
scientific
judge
method's got
the?
nothing to do with philosophy, has it?
Okay, I'm trying to answer. It
I
seemed
don't
like
know
a
what your
question
point is.
you were asking.
No, I didn't ask any questions. I said the sun requires a
Okay.
horizontal baseline on a sundial.
Okay. What did I say? When you spoke after me, were you responding to me?
You mentioned something about a hypothesis and a test, and verifying a test. And I said, "Are you trying to
Yeah.
talk about the scientific method?" And now you've gone back to like, what did I talk about? And I said I was talking about the sun
Okay.
dial requiring a flat Earth and a horizontal baseline.
I was not going back to that part of the conversation. I was going back to. I was only referring to your to
Do you
response to
actually
me.
know what you're talking about? Is what I want to know. Do you actually know what you're talking about?
Yes.
So what are you talking
I
about?
think so.
So you don't know then? You just think you do.
Well, that is the case with knowledge, always.
Yeah. So what's your point? Have you got some sort of point to make at that? Because we're all getting a little bit bored of you stuttering.
All right. So I was trying to understand how you evaluate the strength of evidence, basically. How you evaluate how good an idea is,
With
or how
falsifiability,
it is.
with
How to validate
falsifiability,
how? That's a load of bollocks, mate. You don't validate how good an idea is. What you
Okay.
talking? What is your point?
Not you don't. Okay. So the way I understand things is like you can have ideas and you can formulate them. You can formalize them into theories, laws, and so
Can I
on.
ask you one question, mate?
And
Can I ask you one question, mate? Can I ask you one question? Do you think you live on a globe?
I don't see how that matters.
Well, it
Was
does
that
matter
worth
to me.
interrupting me?
No. Do you think you live?
Okay.
Do you believe the
That's
Earth is a globe? Are you a glober?
no,
Are you a flat earther?
no.
What are you?
I do not know. I have not done the necessary measurements myself.
So have you got a question to ask in regarding the shape of the Earth?
Regarding the shape of the Earth,
yeah,
I know what measurements I need to do.
To do what?
What to make to decide to know.
Oh well, tell us how you do that.
falsify it? Yeah, how do you know?
Tell us how you do that, because we're all willing to try it out ourselves.
No.
How do you falsify the globe? Right? Because it's not verifiability that counts, according to Karl Popper. It's falsifiability. If you're not able to falsify your claim, then it's not science. So if you guys want to invoke refraction and all kinds of things that makes it unfalsifiable, then it's not really
It's not unfalsifiable.
anything. Okay, so how do you falsify the globe?
Well, the
I
thing
know
that he
how.
has not yet named is unfalsifiable.
I don't want to talk about this right now.
What's the thing that
Thing
you
is, mate,
what's the
listen,
experiment
you know
that
where
you
you're
would
at right
perform
now?
or the demonstration
I
you would
was
perform,
asked
AJ
this.
K,
I was
to
asked this.
do the what's I'm just curious, like what's the thing that you think maybe I could do it? So what is it that you think I should do? What is it that you could do?
Okay, I don't know how many ways I can say no. I don't want to talk about this. I was asked this as an interruption to what I was saying, so I don't want to talk about this right now.
I'm not being funny, mate. Right, listen, you've stepped in, and I've been timing it. It's about 4 minutes and 53 seconds, and you've not said one word worth listening to.
Yeah, you haven't said
Likewise.
anything, dude. Say something, bro.
Yeah. So what I'm telling you is, you don't live on a globe because sundials don't work on a globe, and we all know what time it is. If we know what
That's a
time
proof
it
by
is,
assertion.
yeah, it's a proof by a horizontal baseline and a stick and a shadow, mate.
That's a proof by assertion.
Okay, have you got
That
a
does
problem
not
with
make any sense whatsoever.
Okay, have you got a problem with proving shapes with sticks and shadows?
Without any reasoning attached, yes.
Yeah. So the sundial works with sticks and shadows. That's how we
Okay.
get our time. That's how we get time. Sticks and shadows.
You're not presenting any reasoning whatsoever. You're just making assertions.
Yeah, the sun. That's our time measurement. The sun in the sky. Yeah. How we get the time is from the sun using a horizontal baseline and a shadow. Yeah.
So
That's how we get time. Yeah. So the Earth's flat for that, mate. It won't work on a globe.
No. Horizontal baseline has nothing to do with the Earth itself.
It doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, even though there's horizontal baseline. You can get horizontal baseline from the sun, even if the Earth is globe.
But when you're using the ground for the shadow,
You're making a flat spot on the ground for the shadow. So
no, it's
you can't do
horizontal,
that
mate.
on
It's
a non-flat.
horizontal. You can't get a horizontal
Okay,
90
you can make
degree
it horizontal.
angle. You can't get a 90-degree angle from a point below parallel.
Okay, yeah. So
So
Yes,
the Earth's horizontal, mate.
So
you can make horizontal references on the Earth, yes, but you can do that on a globe, on a concave Earth, on a fucking sausage-shaped Earth, all alike. That does not mean that they don't work.
Okay, so if I get a sundial, yeah, and the base of the sundial is curved, will it tell me the correct time?
No, I did not say. Well, depends. You can actually make the markings adjusted so that it will still work.
Will a sundial work with a curved baseline?
Yes, it will work with a curved baseline.
Oh, show me how. Show me how.
No, you just mark down where the sun is. Like you don't need the flat surface. You just need a fixed surface. Actually,
No, well, if you can send me something that explains how a sundial works with a curved base, that'd be great. If you just post it in chat, we'll have a look at that.
what is the base of a sundial? If you can clarify that real quick.
It's horizontal. It's got to be horizontal.
Okay,
It's a
that
flat
is
plate.
a property of it. What is the base? Like the
When you buy
what
a
do you-
sundial,
But you can use the ground on the Earth. You can use the Earth.
Okay, that does not describe what the base is.
Yeah, it only works off a horizontal baseline, mate. Unless you can.
Okay, you do not answer the question. Do you realize that? Is this on purpose, or are you really that stuck?
I'm not stuck, mate. I'm telling you, if you know what time it is, you're going to need a flat Earth to tell the time.
Okay, you keep reasserting that, but that does not give any explanation whatsoever. You do realize
Yes, it
that.
does. Because a sundial works.
Here's a sundial
using
that's not having a
it
flat.
requires a horizontal baseline, and you can use the surface of Earth to determine the time.
Okay.
Have you got a problem
So,
with sticks and shadows? Have you got a problem using sticks and shadows?
Oh my fucking god! You really? Do you think this is
Do you
an
think sticks
unbroken
and shadows?
conversation?
Do you think sticks and shadows is not evidence?
He's
Not without
addressing
any
what you
reason.
texted him in the chat. You asked one deck to explain to you why a horizontal plane is required for a sundial. That's what you asked. Now he's addressing it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not interrupting it. He's not presenting. He's just reasserting. For the second, in the VC, we were talking about something completely different. Where I was trying to gauge, okay, can we come out to the same page about how we investigate the world, and how we gain confidence in our understanding of the world being correct? And he interrupted that conversation in order to ask me a few unrelated questions. And now we keep talking about sundials. I keep asking what the base of a sundial is. He keeps saying the base of the sundial is the base of the sundial. He does not give any explanation whatsoever, even with regards to what he is saying.
I don't
Like
think that's
nothing
true.
of how it works, how it
I think we've been
concludes from what.
talking about. I think we've been talking about sundials since we were talking to Trig.
Yeah, that conversation ended.
It was-
Trick is not in here, is he?
3:14 local Eastern time for Trig at that time. At that point.
Yeah, so what? That's 20 minutes. We've been talking about sundials, and you're
Yeah.
saying that he interrupted you to talk about
Yes.
sundials.
Okay. So he was talking about sundials with Trigonometry Man or whatever his name is, right? This man is not here. Then you talked a little bit about him being triggered, right? And then one deck mentioned something that was of interest to me. And he mentioned that, yeah, being pulled into predictions and stuff is something along the lines of being pulled into the predictions or talking about predictions is a trap or is an. He made it sound like that's an invalid line of thought. And that's why I started talking and be like, hey, my understanding is that if we have an idea, right, about reality, and we can use that idea to make predictions, that would mean to me that this idea has to be, to some extent at least, on the right track. True in reality, right? And he completely disregarded that line of conversation and then interrupted me to go back to Sundials. That's what happened.
Well, real simple. I guess if you tie those two together, because I don't see one deck at the moment, but if you tie those two together, right, you implement a horizontal plane for a sundial to work. Sundials work. We can make predictions that it's going to do the same thing that it did last time. Therefore, the Earth must be in a horizontal planar orientation, according to what you just put forth. Yeah.
Posted a sundial for you so you can see what the base looks like. It's flat.
All right. I never said the sundial. Okay, I posted a kind of sundial that does not have a flat baseline. It's using a string to throw a shadow onto a circle that's placed underneath it, like. But that's besides the point. Like, it doesn't have to be flat either, as my example shows.
Yeah, on the one I showed does.
Yeah, the one that you showed has a flat. I think you could call the base a flat object that the shadow is shown on, but it doesn't. That object doesn't have to be flat, and the fact that that object, the most commonly you would build a sundial using some kind of flat surface to throw the shadow on, does not mean that the Earth itself has to be flat. Like, you can make flat spots in the mountain. You can still build a sundial. You can place it there. You just need to manufacture a flat spot.
Yeah, you still need to level it flat. Sorry.
Yeah. No need to be sorry. Nobody is disputing that.
How many level surfaces are there on a
you
ball?
you only need to.
How many level surfaces are there on a ball?
What do you mean? How many level surfaces are there on a ball?
Yeah, give me the number.
Okay, so a flat surface won't follow the curvature of a sphere, obviously, right? But that's not being disputed. However,
that's not what he said.
In reality, when you have a ball and you place objects on a ball, they don't have to adhere to that surface. Like, because in reality we can move in 3 dimensions.
That's not what he asked or said. How many level surfaces do you have on a ball? Very simple question.
Yeah, and I said there are none, and then I gave another explanation why that's not relevant.
Oh, so you totally avoided it and didn't answer it, and then made up something else on the spot.
I answered there are none.
So then there are no
right in the start of what I was saying.
surfaces on a ball. Great. So welcome to Flat Earth. Then.
Okay, I said there are none, right? And then I gave an explanation of how that is irrelevant.
No, you just went ahead and welcomed yourself to Flat Earth if you can't have a level surface on a ball.
Good for you. Good for you, but that's not sound reasoning. That's not.
No, you admitted that you can't have a level surface on a ball. You admitted that you can't have a level surface on a ball.
Yeah, dude, you did it yourself.
What the fuck? Guys, did you hear anything else that I was saying? You did not.
We don't need to. You've already admitted that you live on a flat Earth. Wow. You already live. You admitted yourself that you live on a flat Earth. That's what you just said.
I'm sorry. The middle of my sentences keep interrupting.
Yeah, I know. That's great. Wonderful. You know, I've heard that saying before. It's wonderful. We're trying to get you to listen to the fact that you just admitted you live on a level flat Earth, but you don't care. It's irrelevant.
It's a non sequitur.
It's non sequitur. We're talking about the flat Earth and a flat Earth server. When you admitted that you live on a level surface, and that's where you put your little sundial, is on a level surface on a ball that doesn't exist. That's not relevant.
All right. Again, the fact that I can make a surface flat does not mean that everything around me is a flat surface. Does that kind of like hills exist, right?
How do we check?
Like,
Okay.
make a
Is it-
flat surface on a
How do
hill.
we check-
That does
yeah.
not mean that the hill is therefore also flat.
How do we check to make sure that that surface is flat?
That is
Level.
a very interesting question. But
The answer
Okay.
was shouted out. It's called a level.
okay, that's one way you can do it. Yeah.
So how much not level water is there on Earth? Is the water hilling? Is it curving? Is it following the contour of the ball that you live on?
That I live on. We live all on the same earth, right? We live in the same reality.
You believe you live on a
Something
ball?
can
Yes
agree
or
on?
no?
I do not live on a ball
No,
inside of
I already
Athens.
stated my position explicitly just a few minutes ago. Were you not present, or were you not paying attention, or are you being
I
dishonest?
probably wasn't present. I wasn't here. So why don't you tell me again where you think you live?
Okay, I do not know. I have not done the necessary
Okay.
measurements myself.
Okay.
Yeah, you should know that already. Like, you've been around, I've been around. It shouldn't be news.
Remember everybody that comes through here? I don't give a shit. You're nobody to me. So do you live on the ball?
Likewise.
I guess you haven't made the necessary, measurements. So you haven't measured the ball that you were told that you live on. You just told me that you can't have level surfaces on a ball, and level means level, not flat in this scenario, level.
Okay.
So is level, equidistant from the center of the sphere that you haven't measured, or is level horizontal?
Okay, according to my understanding, level would be if the Earth is a globe, then level would be equidistant to the center of the globe, roughly. But
Okay.
actually, the nuance is a little bit different. If that is the case, my understanding of how I differentiate level and horizontal to be something different in principle, they can still equate to each other. On a flat Earth, level and horizontal is the same thing, but they are defined differently, so that I can differentiate
Well, no.
like a flat Earth and a globe.
If
So
Walter Bisman's math, he also defines and diagrams the surface level as being flat and horizontal. So even according to globe math, level is horizontal and straight and flat. It's only one definition.
Okay. That is a definition that makes horizontal and flat the same thing by definition. And by that definition, the surface of a globe cannot be level. That is true.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
But definitions don't, like, if I change a definition, it won't just magically change reality. So,
Right. So all we need to see is curving water.
for example,
Yeah, that's what we need to see is curving water.
Okay. So going back to what we are talking about with sundials having flat base, that flat bases can't follow curvature. That is all true, but that does not mean that you can't place a flat surface onto a ball. Like, it won't follow the curvature of that ball, but you can still place it.
Yeah, but we use a level, which is usually has water, right? And that's how we level dirt to make a level surface flat.
Indeed.
And then, so apparently in that scenario, even water in that scenario is level, and we go out to the ocean, it's the same level. So everywhere we look, water is level, flat, horizontal, everywhere.
Okay. So there's a few caveats to that. One is accuracy and scale. So when we use something in reality to measure something level, or to obtain a vertical, or to obtain a horizontal, we're using objects that represent the mathematical construct. of horizontal, vertical, or level, right? And when we use representative objects or representative tools that give us a representation, those will have a limited accuracy. Mathematical construct is exact.
Sure.
When we want to use it in reality, it will have limitation of accuracy. So we will only know between some margin of exactness what we actually have in reality. And that's where scale comes in. When the differences between what we're using, the representations we're using, and the deviations, differences we're expecting in order to make our conclusions, for example, the difference between a flat Earth and a globe, is too small with regards to the accuracy of what we're doing, then we can't tell if one or the other is true in reality. That's why I've said I've not made the necessary measurements myself.
About
Can I
the
come in
ocean,
just for a second?
that's 70% of the
For a
Earth.
second?
Go ahead.
Yeah, just real fast. Can we falsify the globe? Because a lot of people come in here and say that it's science, right?
Yes.
And according to Karl Popper, in order for it to be science, it has to be falsifiable. So can you just tell us what test or experiment or observation or observational science or whatever you want to call it, what do I have to do to falsify the globe?
I know of a few methods that should give different results between a flat Earth and a globe.
Okay, please share them.
Okay, so one of them would be taking three landmarks that are multiple miles away from each other. So we're talking tens of miles, right? And measuring the horizontal angle between those between the other two landmarks from each respective landmark. Okay, good so far. So you're going to each landmark. You're gonna level out a theodolite at that location, and then you're gonna measure the horizontal angle, the azimuthal angle between the other two landmarks by sight.
Wait a minute, hold
The
on,
lines
time out. You said theodolite measuring tens of miles, so I'm thinking 20, 30, 40, 50 miles. You know that's not going to
yeah,
work,
maybe
right?
10.
Because the theodolite has limitations, right? If you're measuring something and it's shrinking the further it gets away from you, then you're not going to be able to measure accurately. So that's not going to work. Try again.
What limitation does the theodolite have inherently?
So I've been driving for 20 years outside all the time. I'm driving right now. And I see people making these, measurements and observations using theodolites all the time. They are never more than a couple 100 feet to, 100 yards away from each other. They're always very, very close. And globe earthers seem to think, probably because they're inside all the time, that you could use it tens of miles away.
Okay, so they're used for different things when they're using when they're used only up to a few hundred feet. When they're used up to a few hundred feet, and beyond that, it becomes too inaccurate to use it that way. They are measuring vertical angles, right? They're recording the altitude angle of the object that they're sighting, right? And that is evidently, like when you look at clips like Skunk Bay or many others, you can see that the vertical angles of something that's miles and miles away can vary to quite a big, to a significant degree compared to the accuracy at which you're measuring. A field I measures in the range of arc seconds accuracy, and the vertical position of things can vary by a few arc minutes. Right? But up to a few hundred feet, that effect is very, very small compared to the accuracy that you're measuring again. Now, what I was talking about is not the vertical position. You're not recording the altitude angle when you're measuring that. You're just looking at the horizontal angle. And you will find that even when you measure over tens of miles, like 10 miles, 20 miles, something like that, even when you do that, you're not getting a big variation compared to the accuracy with which you're measuring.
Dude,
So
a
you're using it
Glober
for a
took a
different thing.
picture. A Glober took a picture of a mountain at 273 miles away. If that
Okay.
doesn't falsify the globe, what will?
Well, that alone doesn't falsify the globe. What
Okay,
would
so how do we
falsify the globe?
falsify the globe? You just gave me a lesson on theodolites and using them, 30 miles
Well, I
away,
was
but I
talking
don't think.
about that, and you interrupted me, pointing out that you can't use the theodolite beyond a few hundred feet when you're recording the altitude angle of things. And I was giving you an explanation why that is. So if you accept that explanation, then we can go back to the original explanation I was starting with that you interrupted.
Okay, go ahead. Just take your time. Just
Okay.
tell me how to falsify the model, please.
So, so you go to the 3 different landmarks, you measure the horizontal angle between the other 2 landmarks from each landmark, right? And if all verticals are parallel to each other, then no matter the altitude differences, the elevation differences between those three landmarks, you will be able to use those 3-sided angles to form a flat triangle. So the sum of those 3 angles will have to be 180 degrees, right? If that measurement that you're doing with those 3 angles and you're summing them up, if they are consistently over 180 degrees, it would indicate that your 3 verticals were not parallel to each other. And of course, there's going to be measurement accuracies and limitations like that to it.
What
But
you
that
meant
would
to say was,
you would expect.
what you meant to say was they were measured wrong. Do it again.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to address right now. So, of course, you would expect some variance a little bit. You would not expect exactly 180 degrees because it's real world measurements, right? So you're gonna have some variance. But if this method of leveling out a theodolite and different people doing it with different models of theodolites and so on, right? Do it over and over, then you would expect the sum of those 3 angles to vary statistically around 100 degrees, right? So you would expect some to come short just a little bit, some to get to overshoot just a little bit, depending on the conditions and how well the station was set up. If it consistently over multiple different people doing it with multiple different models, with multiple different instances over and over, shows up with the sum is more than 180 degrees, that would indicate that your 3 when you leveled the theodolite and took your sided angles, that those 3 are not in planes that are parallel. Those 3 angles were not taken in 3 planes that are parallel. It's just
Oh, you did
a
it
matter.
wrong. So
It's just a fact.
recalibrate and do it again. So you get 180 degrees, then you know you have a triangle. If you have anything other than that, you did it wrong.
Well, that's presuming the consequent, isn't it? Like if there is no other possible answer, then
Dude, you said
you're making the flat earth
triangle. You
unfalsifiable.
said triangle. If it's bigger
I
than
said
180 degrees, it's not a triangle.
I said 3 angles. I said 3 angles. I said 3 landmarks. Then you're leveling out your total station at each location, right? And then you're measuring the horizontal angle. You're setting it up, and then you're measuring the azimuthal angle between the our respective 2
You're doing that with
landmarks.
theodolites, 250 miles.
250 miles. I don't think that would be feasible.
Okay. So anyway, To have a triangle, you need an interior of 180 degrees. If it's
Exactly.
not, you don't have a
Exactly.
triangle. Do it again until you get a triangle. You can't make it up. It's bigger than 180 degrees, so it's a big triangle. We'll call it. It can't make up
I didn't
names. You
say a
can't do
triangle.
anything.
I didn't say it's a triangle. You inserted that term.
Why are you taking three? Why are you taking three shots?
Okay,
Why are you making three lines connecting each other? What is that?
I'm not making three lines connecting each other. I'm
All right,
measuring
then
three
what we're talking
angles.
about is basically just letting you talk. Just go ahead, talk then, because you're not making any sense.
What was the question I was asked? Do you remember that?
How do you falsify the globe?
Yeah.
Because with all the refraction that keeps getting invoked every time we see too far, they say, well, there's refraction. So the
Okay.
question is, if we can see a mountain from 273 miles away, if that doesn't falsify the globe, what does? How would you falsify the globe under these conditions?
Okay. I just told you how a method that would enable falsifying it, the spherical excess, is not present, then it's not a globe, right? But
Agreed.
Radwan disagreed with the method altogether. He said, like, okay, if you're getting anything other than a triangle, even though you're not making a triangle, you're measuring three separate angles in three separately established planes, and if they are not parallel, then that disproves a flat Earth. And you can also presuppose on a globe they should not be parallel, and there should be a spherical excess, right? And if you're not getting it, that spherical excess, that would disprove a globe. As simple as that. With regards to the observation, Larry, that you're mentioning, you simply have to add the information that that is the excuse in quotes of the globers for making the observation, right?
Well, we're tired of excuses about refraction. We want to know how to falsify the model.
Yeah. Well, that would be one way, making measurements of three horizontal angles between three landmarks, and establishing that spherical excess is not present. There is one way.
There's no way, dude. You can't keep saying make a spherical triangle. They don't exist in reality.
I'm not saying. Right, when you're not listening, I'm not talking to you anymore until you start to listen. Larry, with regards to the observation that you're measuring, you simply have to take in the information that is necessary in order to narrow down what the light path, what the possibilities of light paths between a target and an observer are, and show that the present conditions exclude the possibility of making that observation on a globe. It's as simple as that. Reality is not very feasible. It's not a very good method.
So how do I do that? Because we have long distance observations over mountains. There's a video called A Mountain of Evidence, I think, where it shows three mountains, which is very similar to what you're talking about. And he sees all three mountains. Sorry, he's on one mountain and can see the other two mountains. Then there's the Mount Conahu, which is, in my opinion, a globe Earth photographer trying to set the record for longest photography ever and prove the globe. But they have backwards engineered the refraction indexes in the Earth curve calculators, built it right in to fit the observation. That's not how science works, right? You can't cherry pick and Texas sharpshooter the shit out of your data. Thanks.
Obviously. So, Larry, is the information presented? They backwards engineered the refraction necessary to make that observation on a globe, right? Therefore, they make a statement about what corridor of ambient conditions lead to that observation being possible on a globe. Is there
Oh no, they're
information
not making
in
a
the is
statement. No, they're making it unfalsifiable. It's an excuse to make it unfalsifiable.
Larry, when you backwards engineer, does that fix what the backwards engineer refraction? Does that fix what the refraction has to be in order to make that observation on a globe or not?
Yes, but you're using doublespeak, right?
It fixes.
Because you're using
No,
those
I'm not
fancy
using.
words to fix when
Okay,
it's
I'm
fudge.
actually about to ask you a question, but you're not
Go
letting
ahead.
me ask that question.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, you agree that backwards engineering the refraction fixes that refraction? Knowing the relationship between refraction index and what conditions in air, what ambient conditions are necessary for a certain refraction index, it also fixes the corridor, the distribution of necessary ambient conditions when you fix the refraction. Now, the question I wanted to ask you is there information presented with the observation, especially when the claim is that it's too far, that it shouldn't be observed on a globe? Is there information being presented that's sufficient to exclude this fixed refraction as an explanation?
So that's not how science works, right? I don't have to falsify your claim. You have to establish your claim. So
okay,
I'm asking.
but you're claiming it's not falsifiable. I'm pointing out how it becomes falsifiable, and
Okay, show me.
the persistent reluctance of the community to take that take the necessary variables in order to make the falsification possible into account and to expand the observations to the extent of enabling that. Because your position was it's not falsifiable. I'm pointing out how it is falsifiable. It's just that the observations, how they are made, don't record information to the extent to make it falsifiable. That does not mean that it's not falsifiable in principle.
Okay, so how is it falsifiable in principle?
I just told you. You just have to take you just have to record the information necessary to narrow down what the light path between target and observer could possibly be. Like, you don't even need to know it exactly. You just need to narrow it down to an extent that you know the necessary refraction to make that observation on a globe cannot possibly be occurring in this observation.
Okay, I'm still waiting on you to tell me how to falsify it.
Okay, which how did what I said not answer your question?
How are we going to know what the light is doing for 273 months? Or we don't even know what the light's doing between two slits.
All right. You can take measurements from weather stations along the observation line. You can take the measurement. You can measure a gradient over bigger altitude difference somewhere around the middle of the observation line, along the observation line, and you can extrapolate from there what the accumulative effect of refraction can be. Of course, that's not going to be exact. Unfortunately, air is very turbulent, and we can't narrow down. We can't know the light path exactly. But it's going to give us a range of what the light path could possibly be, right? It's going to narrow down the possibilities. And that should be enough to differentiate, to falsify a globe, or to differentiate a flat Earth and a globe.
Does anybody else want to take over? I don't want to hog the mic. I only wanted to get in for a second, but just know, Globers that are in the room, for the next week, next month, I'm going to be asking you how to falsify your model. Every time that you say that it's science or somebody brings up science in the globe, get ready for it. It's coming.
Okay.
We falsify your model.
Yeah.
Ask
No,
that
no, no.
question. How do
You're
we falsify the flat
bypassing.
Earth?
You're bypassing premises, which you asking us to accept. No, shut up. I was talking to AK. So that's what's making it unfalsifiable. It's not all. It's not about the path of light. You're asking us to skip a step.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, here you
He
are,
agreed with you. He said
missing the
yes.
elephant in the room.
He
Yeah,
wants you to
just
skip a
riding the
step.
elephant.
Motherfucker!
Let's all ride the elephant, right? Let's all get on the elephant and go for a ride. No, I'm not getting on your elephant. I'm sorry.
It's not unfalsifiable. It's just plain wrong. A plain wrong statement. Okay,
Okay,
either that
so
statement that it's
you're just saying that
unfalsifiable is
it's not
wrong,
falsifiable.
or
Hold on first. Hold on. Let me finish. Okay, so you said that it is falsifiable. If we're seeing a
yes.
mountain from 273 miles away, we're seeing objects over a frozen lake. I saw Ingleside on the Bay from 10 miles away. I was literally in the ocean with the water up to my armpits, and I saw beach houses from 10 miles away. There should have been
Okay.
66.6 feet of curvature, assuming 1 foot waves. So at this point, it's unfalsifiable. So either you drop the word science and just admit that it's a religion, or you're going to have to come up with a way for me to falsify it.
Okay, I told you how to falsify it, and
You
the
said to
fact
know
that
the
you
wish
refuse.
path information for 273 miles.
Or for the 10
Is that what
miles
you
one.
said? You said we're supposed to know what light is doing for 10 miles, and if I can figure that out,
No,
then
you
I
don't
can
need to know it exactly.
hypothetically.
Not hypothetically.
So how do I know what light's
It,
doing for 10 miles if I don't know what
oh
it's
my
doing in
fucking
between the
god,
two
you
slits?
refuse to represent it correctly, do you? There
I
was
just
more
want to know
nuance
how
to
much.
what I was saying, was there? I did not speak so long just because I felt like speaking or because I like hearing myself. It's actually, I don't really hear myself that well. I'm wearing headphones. I spoke that long because the detail I was giving was crucial.
Okay, so maybe I didn't understand it. Maybe you didn't say it right, or maybe I didn't
You
comprehend it
refuse
right.
to.
No, it's
From what
not
I
that
can
I'm
tell,
refusing
you
to. No,
refuse to listen.
you're assuming malice where there could just be ignorance. I just admitted that maybe I didn't understand it. That is always a possibility, yes?
Okay, but if you don't understand this, how can I give an explanation that you do understand when you refuse to respond to what I was saying?
Did anybody else understand how we're supposed to know the path of light and all the intricacies that he was talking about to falsify the
Oh
claim?
my
Did
fucking
anybody
god.
else understand what he was saying?
You don't need to know the path of light exactly.
I didn't say
He's
exactly.
saying we
You
don't
said
need to
that.
necessarily falsify the claim. He just says you said that, so we're gonna pretend that that's important for your sake. But I really, 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 really don't care. That's what he's actually saying. You know? Just to help you translate and to sum it up. You're welcome.
Okay.
So if he doesn't care,
I think he's
then that's
relying.
supposed to be what.
I think, Larry, I think he might be relying on a burden of proof reversal fallacy, where he's saying proof that the path of light can't do that.
Yeah, I've already brought that out. Yeah,
No,
that's
that's
what I
not.
said earlier.
He wants to falsify the globe, right? For that, he will have to take into consideration information that's sufficient to falsify it. And the fact
Which
that he
you haven't.
refuses to.
Which you haven't.
What? I haven't falsified the globe, that's true.
Which
Neither have I.
you haven't taken in that information. You haven't got that information
Yes, in most.
yourself. Yourself.
Yeah.
All right.
If I was to make a claim that I have that something disproves a globe, then I would take the necessary information into consideration to make that conclusion. Now, I agree with you in most observations, especially the ones that Larry is talking about. The necessary information to make that conclusion is not taken into consideration. would make the claim that something has been disproven when the necessary information
He
has not
doesn't
been
have to
taken
do
into
anything.
account.
You do. He doesn't have to
False.
do anything. You do. The claimant
He
needs to
asked.
do that.
He asked how to falsify the
Yes,
globe.
which would be the claimant. The claimant is the one who has to falsify it, or show that it
No,
show that the
it's not falsified. Yes.
falsifiability exists.
Yeah, and the
There is an
falsifiability
attempt
exists.
to falsify it.
And the falsifiability
That there is
present.
one of two outcomes. That you have done something which results in one of two outcomes.
Okay. I have given an explanation of one method that's different from
Hey,
simply
retard on the mic.
noting
Can we
if
mute
something
the
is
fucking hot mic or the
visible
like
or
the hot mic
not.
little autistic kid on the mic real quick, please?
Yeah.
Retard, J.E. Barrington. Can we get this fucker muted? The one with the hot mic and shit.
Did you call me a retard?
No, not you, sir. The one literally hot micing on the mic right now, the Barrington.
That's me. Don't call me a retard, pal. Well, I'll get you bounced out of here quicker than. Yeah, so don't call me a retard. I was waiting to talk, asshole. So let's try that again.
Oh no, that sounds like a baby singing. That's not someone waiting to talk.
Okay, let's try that again, asshole. Okay. Hey, AK. The basis of science starts with the null hypothesis. If you're trying to prove the globe, what would the null hypothesis be? Do you even know what a null hypothesis is?
I have an idea, but I'm gonna make sure.
Okay,
Just in
then you can't even come in this room and talk about science. Go study and read and learn what the null hypothesis is and come back and talk to us again.
Okay, so
don't even dare talk to us about science until you know what the null hypothesis is.
I did not talk about science. It was
Brilliant.
Mary that keeps
He's like,
mentioning science.
Do you know what a null hypothesis? What's the null hypothesis? He's like, someone clip it.
Yeah, I was not sure about the details. I had an idea, but I wanted to make sure I understand it correctly first. Is that somehow not valid? Okay, good. Yeah, so if you're trying to prove the globe, then the null hypothesis would be that it's not a globe. That it's flat in that case, or yeah.
Okay, very good. So, in science, of course, as you well know, and thank you for your good response there. I sincerely appreciate that. I'm not trying to be adversarial, I promise you, even though I sound like it, I promise you I'm not. My question for you, my friend, comes to this then. What data do you have that strongly and clearly rejects the null hypothesis? Because that's what science does. It rejects the null hypothesis and then it accepts one or two or multiple, depending on the alternate hypotheses. So the question is, what data do you have, or does that would reject the null hypothesis?
Okay, so I personally did not obtain the necessary measurements to reject the null hypothesis. Why do I entertain the ideas? Are you asking why I entertain the alternative ideas that we're taught in school as knowledge? Anyway.
So, obviously...
Okay, you ignored that question.
No, sorry. Yeah, repeat that one more time. Sorry, I may have missed what you said. Sorry.
Yeah, are you also interested in me elaborating on why I entertain what we are taught in school as knowledge as an alternative idea, as an hypothesis in the first place?
Well, more I'm interested, and I believe that my other cohorts here are also, what we're interested in is not necessarily what we taught, not necessarily what we speculate, which we all speculate things. I have some speculations that you might agree with, and I've got some speculations I know you would disagree with, and I've got speculations that I know a lot of my FE friends here would certainly disagree with, and that's fine, but they're speculations. What we try to do in these servers to the best of our ability, even though it's hard sometimes, but we do try our best to stick to the realm of what we have evidence for.
Okay.
And so we have people coming in
That's not
here,
really
like
true.
earlier, telling us about satellites and all kinds of other things. And my question
Right.
is, for you, my friend, is what evidence is there to clearly and convincingly reject the null hypothesis?
I don't think it's clearly and obviously it's not convincing, otherwise this community as a whole would not exist. So yeah, with those stipulations of clearly and convincingly, I don't think that it is that simple. There's hypotheses that are not that are, even if they're true, there's alternate hypotheses that deviate from null hypotheses that are not obvious. And that even when you have evidence, and even when you can falsify them and falsify the null hypothesis, it's not necessarily accessible to make it very clear that the null hypothesis is actually not true. So no, I don't think there's the situation of clearly and convincingly. I don't think there is anything.
Very good. And my
Well
friend,
said, dude.
I do
Well
appreciate,
said. Very well said.
and my friend, I do appreciate your response. I promise you, of the people who will be adversarial, and I myself will be adversarial, that was not meant as a adversarial question. It was a question of that I wish more Globers would be more, would answer more honestly, but yet it puts them in a bind. So I appreciate that, and that's
Not really. Not really.
And I can sense that you asked genuinely, because what we have also we also have to acknowledge that the toxicity in this community is not just from one side, right? So a lot of questions and a lot of discussions are asked made with leading questions and with bad faith.
So let me ask you a question here. How long have you been coming around the Flat Earth servers?
Oh, that's a good question. I've been actively looking into the information and stuff about Flat Earth for 7 years.
Whoa,
Very cool.
dude.
Something like that.
So how long have
Discord
you been
servers
around the
maybe
servers then?
Servers at least 4 years, I think.
Okay.
I've been, it's been on and off a little bit.
Okay. So then when Globies come in telling Flat Earthers to go kill themselves, how, rightly or wrongly, how do you think Flat Earth people are going to treat Globies after that?
Wait, so
Well,
what does
I
that have to do
understand
with
where
the
this
shape of
where
the
the
earth?
yeah, I understand where the sentiment is coming from and where the defensiveness
And
is
here's what
coming from.
happens. Unfortunately, here's what happens. People like you pay the price because of like the asshole there earlier talking about calling me a retard because I was trying to cut in and he heard my sons in the background. Rather than him saying, "Oh, hey, are you trying to come in the conversation?" He just assumed the worst. I mean, see that's where poisoning the well starts, and it continues on. And
Curiously, he is a flat earther though. Called you
yeah,
retard, so
What?
he's not a flat earther.
Ha, good
you
guess.
were okay. Sorry then.
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, you Glovers don't even know each other that well, which is fair enough, because But my problem, my
I'm
point
good at
to you
incognito,
is,
man. I'm pretty good, aren't I? I'm just that good.
yeah, my point to you is, my friend, is that people come in here and they do those things. And then it's the rest of the globies who pay the price. And ultimately, I think there's some intentionality to that. So then what happens is that globies who are genuinely interested in it are like, damn, these people are mean, but yet they've kind of learned to have to be. It's unfortunate because all of us could take a deep breath and calm down and say, you know what, at the end of the day, one of us is right, one of us is wrong, but yelling and screaming and hollering at each other ain't going to quite fill the bill.
Well, I was hollering this morning because somebody asked me a question and they wouldn't let me answer. And I only get pissed off when I'm observing like extreme stupidity. When the guy said that he could prove the earth was a globe from inside of his house, I'll let that one go. But if you're going to ask me a question, that's the part where you shut up and you let the person answer the question. You don't just spam a loaded question at the guy and not let him answer. So I get pissed off and scream sometimes.
Yep.
Hey,
Also,
and
I'm
that
prone
was
to
fair
being trolled.
enough. I remember that. That was fair enough.
Wouldn't the solution be to have a moderated neutral space?
Yeah, this is.
It's not
That's a
neutral.
joke, right?
That's not. This is
Hey,
not.
hey, AK. Now that you said you can't prove that you live on a ball, can we get rid of the space programs?
What? I didn't say that we can't prove it. I'm just saying that I haven't.
Well,
What
don't
do you
you
mean
ever
by
say that
prove?
science doesn't prove anything? So if you can't prove it,
Yeah. Okay.
then just say that you
That
can't prove it.
statement is that statement is made in context of proofs as they are established in mathematics. So when you prove something in mathematics, then you're logically following something, or you're leading the assumption that something is not a certain statement is the opposite of a certain statement is to a contradiction. So that is they stand alone too, regardless of what the real world does, right? And in science, you're deriving what you think is true from observation in the real world. As such, they are not mathematical proofs. Proving something colloquially, though, means to have evidence for it and deriving a position from evidence with sound reason. That's not mathematically proof. It's not a mathematical proof. So
They know that.
yeah, sometimes people
They know
misunderstand each
that.
other.
They know all that.
Yeah.
I'm
You
not
can
sure that
also
everyone knows that.
falsify. You can falsify claims logically.
That is, yeah. And that is why I like the flat earth community. I still have a lot of skepticism towards the flat earth as an idea or as a null position.
Did you say
Dude, you
Because a
should have
lot of
never
its
told
reasoning is
you should have never told people that you think flat earthers are retards in where you live, like in person, because now you can never become a flat earther without you looking like a retard. It's all your fault.
I
That's
think
why
he's
you're on
thinking that
7 years of this. It took me, I don't know, 5 minutes just seeing the lake after hearing something, and I went there and I was like, motherfucker, it's flat. And that was the end of it. I didn't have to worry. I didn't have to stress out. I didn't have to do any of that.
How did you
Well, I
decide it was
most
agree with
flat?
people
you.
aren't interested in physics or finding out what the or trying to understand how reality works, how the nature of our reality works. Most people are not interested in that. That's why most people are completely uninformed about the topics that are very deeply discussed in this community. And yes, they react emotionally when you confront them with like something diametrically opposing what they've been just accepting as a priori knowledge all their lives. And that
If we can't
doesn't make any
prove we
immediate
live on a
sense.
ball, if we can't prove that we live on a ball, can we shut off the space programs?
But we can prove it.
Yeah. You should definitely aim for shutting down space programs or finding out where the money of the space programs is actually going, rather than what they're claiming to do. If
$25 million
you can't
toilet
prove.
seat. $25 million toilet seats. That's where they go
Space
to.
programs should be private ventures. They should be private ventures.
It is.
That work with the government. There's nothing
Yeah, it is.
inherently wrong with our space program.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
SpaceX is. That's what
We-
SpaceX is.
Yeah, the fact
It is
that
getting
we have
commercialized,
corruption
yeah.
in government shouldn't be conflated with the elimination of the space program, right? Those are two separate issues.
The space
Dude, you had
programs
to-
are
you had your mic
government
turned
run.
down. They had to turn you all the way up. I'm not sure why, if you're away from your mic or is it a Bluetooth and low on batteries, but I had to turn you all the way up. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, sorry. I don't know. Maybe it is Bluetooth. Is this better?
I turned you
can
up.
people hear
I
me?
don't know. I turned you up, so you're up all the way. Where everybody else is just at the middle, like normal in Discord, I turned you to plus 100%.
Okay.
I didn't hear any difference. Longer attention span.
I was just telling you the reason why you got muted during the other one because you were barely coming through and it was a disruption, so I muted you real quick till I saw you were active, and then I said you need to fix your mic or I don't know. I turned you unmuted you right away so I could hear you again.
Yeah, maybe you can go into the Discord settings. There's like place for your microphone gain, basically, and you
Might
can
need
try
to-
to.
Yeah, you might need to boost it or whatever they do in Discord. Mine's not set up like that.
Right. So the larger claim is that we can't prove that the Earth is globe, but the fact is that we can.
But you
We can-
can't.
But we can. And
You haven't yet. Okay, so far you haven't.
but we have. You just don't accept it.
A method is agreed upon between flat earthers and globers, and then tests or measurement are being done, and the logical conclusion is derived from this agreed upon method and the resulting data.
Well,
most of the time, you're having a method and already the principle of the premise of how you obtain knowledge from that method is this agreed upon, so it doesn't matter what the result is. Now there is a few, very few instances where where a method is actually agreed on. They're doing the same thing, taking measurements, and they're still arriving at different conclusions. There's snowbirds that make a measurement and it shows it's globe, and then there's flat earthers that make measurements and it shows it's flat earth. And that's where it's the point where I have to say, like, okay, I have to figure out myself with my own measurements which
I
one
haven't
is
seen-
mistaken.
I haven't seen flat earthers make measurements.
With Jay Tolan, for example, he has one or two videos where he actually does measurements with a field light.
No, he makes claims. He doesn't make measurements.
No, he did measurements too.
No, he doesn't. He misidentifies things and then makes claims about them. He's been shown
No,
over and over
he
again
did.
that
He did measurements with a field light. Brenda, you're just wrong right now. He did make measurements. Most of his videos are just observations. Right? He's just looking at things.
Right.
Yes.
where he
And some
misidentifies things
he-
in the picture, right?
Yes, that as well, and that he does in some, in a subset of those, and then in another subset he makes he employs methods of measurements and does not consider the possible variables of how they work together. He's making false assumptions about false premises about his methods. For example, when he measures stellar parallax. He ends up with measuring the distance to the stars as he comes up he measures. His result is that he measures the distance to the stars. That's 3,900 something miles. While there can also be another explanation for it. And then there is a very few videos, where one or two, I think, where he actually does measurements with a theodolite. Those are actually interesting. Because I think it was Ruhith or a similar guy that addressed those videos, tried to debunk it, but how he addressed it misunderstood the point that Tolan actually was making, and didn't explain why Tolan made the observation he did. So, yeah.
Hey, how come? Did you hear about the Globers in here that measured the sun distance and it got 3,959 miles?
Yeah, basically
What
the
do you
same
think
thing
of
that
that?
Jay Tolan did.
Yes, because everything is that high.
Yeah.
No matter
How does
what
that
you
work?
do, no matter what you do, it's 3,959. Period.
How does that work?
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
Go ahead, Brenda, prove it.
Prove what? I don't
Can
know.
you post a link to video where they did that? Where they did it? Because I have a suspicion they did the same thing JD Tolan did with the stars.
I don't remember what server. It was probably any other server those guys did it. The Globers live in the 24/7 server, and it wasn't in this one. So in that archive,
Okay.
Matthew Learns was one of them. Might have been Ruhif also.
Yeah, I would trust what they had to say.
Yeah, and they're also sometimes mistaken.
So then it is 3,959 miles away. You trust them?
No, Brenda was poisoning the well by implying negatively that Brenda doesn't trust you. Brenda only trusts them. So what you just said is not trustworthy because it didn't come from the horse's mouth.
Oh,
Is that
it's
correct,
live
Brenda?
streamed.
Did I sum that?
No,
Did I sum that up correctly?
you got it completely wrong.
Okay, what did you mean by you trust
I just
them?
meant that I would trust Ruhif and Matthew Learns.
Okay, do you trust this guy, what he said about the situation?
Not particularly, no, but that isn't
Okay, that's
implied.
exactly what I just said.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Right? It doesn't follow that because I would
It's not
trust
implied,
Ruhif
though.
that I would
Yes, it
necessarily.
is, Brenda. Yes, it is.
No, it doesn't. That's
Yes,
not
it
a
is,
logical
Brenda.
thing.
Yes, it is.
It's not implied by what you by what she was saying, but nonetheless that is your position. And, so
No, my position
even
No, I'm
is
just
that
I'm
if the
just
rifle
pulling the Brenda tactic where I just affirm or deny anything that's convenient for me. Yes, that's what you said, Brenda, right? Yes, it is.
no, it isn't.
Yes, yes, it is.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's not what I do.
No, that's what you
So
do all the time.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
oh God. So, but when I doubt that guys, the Globers like Ruhov themselves claim that what they have measured is the distance to the stars, right?
Of
This is,
course they don't.
you've looked at you've looked at their methodology and you have arrived at the conclusion yourself that what they're actually doing, even though they say and explain the methodology to do something different from to do something different, is maths, the university maths, not just calculating. And that means that just you arriving at a conclusion might not make me trust what you're saying about that. We would have to look at it independently. If you can point out a specific error in the reasoning that is being presented for what they say their method does, to arrive that would make it immediately obvious what their method actually does versus what they claiming or explaining the method to do, then that would be a different story. But within the flat Earth community, that's not especially common. Pointing out, hey, this Glober is doing that and that. He's explaining this and this. Like they're not even able to rephrase and present what Globers are claiming to do accurately, let alone pointing out the error in what they're doing. At most, you're getting people being cut off, being like, okay, they start with this, and then before they even engage the line of thought at all, they're saying you're going to need a flat Earth for that. Welcome to flat Earth. Similar to what happened like an hour ago.
Yeah, that's bad arguments, right?
Yeah, but Globers make bad arguments all the time. You guys used to say in like 2015 and 2016 that the toilet flushes clockwise and counterclockwise, depending on what hemisphere you're in. Yes, you did. I was there. Don't fucking
I
gaslight
never
me,
said
bro.
that, and
I
the
didn't say you said
consensus
that.
also was never
Hold on,
that.
bro. Hold on. Time out, bro. I didn't say you said that. This whole thing isn't about you. You don't think the
Globers,
world
dude.
is whatever your name is centric, do you?
You said Globers.
Okay, Larry.
Yeah, it's a
You said you
stereotype.
guys. How do you identify you guys? You guys said
Bro,
something.
I'm talking about my firsthand primary experience being in the debate circuit in 2015 with people like Zysis and others all the way back then, even Panda and Richard, also known as Dick. I called him that. But anyway, people used to come in and make the argument that the toilets flush clockwise and counterclockwise. This proves the Coriolis effect and proves the Earth is a globe.
They still do that. I was just on Blue Marble Scientist server, and I said I will not be a flat earther here, just to avoid any problems. And I brought up an article about how they found a flushable toilet from China that they think dated back to 2000 BC. And I said, so now you don't just need like Eratosthenes, where you can say you've got proof of curvature. Now you've got a flushable toilet in China that would demonstrate rotation. And I had people telling me that, number one, I was lying about the flush. No one's ever said that the flush proved anything. At the same time, other people telling me that it's kind of cool that I'm adopting good globe arguments, and that this flushable toilet should be used by other people. And they linked articles of Veritasium and other people talking about the flush also. So I had back to back them. I said, can you guys talk to each other? Because eventually a moderator come in and said it's completely inane to bring up a archaeological find for this debate. I go, well, I'm not bringing up the archaeological find in itself. I'm talking about a flushable toilet.
Your lisp is very, very bad today. Great. You're speaking worse than usual.
That's a weird thing to point out. I understood every word you said, Brett.
Yeah, I'm just gonna boo them. See you
So
later.
I don't see what a
What the fuck was that all about? Brenda, shut the fuck up.
I didn't say anything. AK did.
Yeah, you piled in. I heard you.
I said I don't see what a flushable toilet has to do with it.
You guys are assholes.
No, I mean, it's interesting how.
Too, so.
Yeah, I don't care about the lifts. It just seems that it's interesting where they freak out. This is another one too. If a flat earther has a lisp, they freak out. The hair on fire, screaming. It's hilarious. If a globalist has one, they don't care. They can't hear it. They don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Listen,
yesterday or the day
I don't
before.
care about I don't
I
care
didn't. AK,
about
I don't know why
speech
AK did that.
impediments.
To be honest, that was unnecessary.
Yeah, so the other day a Glober came in here and started screaming at the top of his lungs with multiple speech impediments, and I didn't say shit. So it's just weird
Yeah,
that somebody
don't
would
care
bring that
about
up.
that. Yeah, it wasn't me. It was somebody else. Right. So it does. I don't see what a toilet has to do with it.
Well, we're talking about bad arguments. There's bad arguments on both sides. Don't you agree, Brenda?
There are Globers who make bad arguments. Yes. And there are Globers
Okay,
who are
What was the
mean.
argument with the toilet?
There are Globers who are mean and disrespectful, say hurtful things. Yeah, all those things probably happen.
Okay. So can we get back to the falsifiability of the globe?
Sure.
Anybody got any evidence, like the young man spoke of earlier, that goes against the null hypothesis?
I don't even know what you mean.
Okay, so if you have, science to do, right? The first thing you want to do is try to disprove your theory, right? You're not looking
No.
for evidence
No.
confirm. What do you mean? No.
Right. The first thing you do is make observations.
Okay, I'm talking about
Brenda,
science.
Brenda, come on, Brenda. You're making me shake my head over here. Brenda,
And then
do
on
you
the
even know
basis
what a null hypothesis is?
and then on the basis of those observations you
Okay,
construct a hypothesis.
so I take that as a no. You don't know what the null hypothesis is.
Just not and then you
No, so
compute
is that a no? Okay, I take it that that's a no.
the null hypothesis, right?
Yes,
would
you don't
be-
know what that is, correct?
Well, go ahead and inform me then.
Okay, since you don't know what the null hypothesis is, you have no business trying to pretend that you're going to talk about science. When you go read and learn about how science works, beginning with the null hypothesis, before you make observations, then feel free to come back and talk. But until then, there's no purpose of even talking to you. I mean, you don't even know what science is if you don't know what the null hypothesis is. I mean, my friend there was trying to be nice and polite, and you could have taken the clue he was giving you there and said, hey, gee, I'd like to learn a little more about this. But nope, you didn't do that, my friend. So we'll talk to you when you get some time to learn the null hypothesis, and you can come back and we can discuss what that is, and then we can kind of discuss where you're trying to go from there.
I know what
Pretty
it
sure you're
is.
not a moderator, so you don't dictate anything.
That would be helpful, yes. Right. So I know what it is, right? You begin with observations. You construct a
Wrong.
hypothesis and you calculate the what follows from your hypothesis, and then you conduct experiments.
Yeah, Larry, did you hear that? He tap dancing around that.
She did.
The null
You can go ahead
hypothesis
and- go ahead and check it out.
would be that gravity doesn't exist. If you're looking for gravity, the null would be gravity doesn't exist.
Or your version, the current version of gravity, would be incorrect. It's something other than that. So basically what Tyson says, what is it? I don't know. Tyson's null hypothesis, or Tyson presented you with your null hypothesis, and I don't know.
The null hypothesis is just a not operator
Something
in
else.
front of the proposition. That's all it is.
something other than what was
No.
presented in the hypothesis.
No, it's not. The null is the contrary. Well, not the contrary. It is a logical not operation. Right? So if I am saying there exists a force of attraction between objects with mass, the null is there is no such force of attraction. There you go.
So what evidence do you have that's clear and convincing that rejects that null hypothesis?
I mean, for gravity or for the globe?
Pick your choice, my friend.
Ships go over the horizon is a confirmation of the globe hypothesis.
more like confirmation bias.
No, it's evidence that tends to increase the probability that the hypothesis is true.
No, it's a begging the question fallacy. Over the horizon already has baked into it some sort of geometric Earth curve.
I'm not making a deductive argument. I'm making an inductive one, and therefore
Well, science is deductive, so the scientific method is deductive, so that's
that's
stupid.
false. That's false.
Oh, really? So we're not deducting? We're not, deducing what the cause of the effect is?
You can make deductive arguments based on inductive assumptions, yes. But that doesn't mean that science is deductive. Science is inductive. Makes inferences. It makes an inference to the best, to the best explanation. Those such inferences are inductive in nature. They're not deductive. You can't deduce. You can't deduce how much a rock weighs from your living room. You have to go out and measure it.
What you're talking about pseudoscience, right? Not
No,
science.
measuring a rock is science.
Measuring a rock is science. What?
That's some weird science.
You're forgetting, Brenda. We have flat Earth science and we have real science, so they have a
No,
different type of science, right?
there's just science. That's all there is.
No, but there's also flat Earth science. That's what they do.
There's no.
What is flat Earth science, Matthew? Just real quick, define that for me.
Larry, you were just talking about it. Keep going.
I was just talking about science.
You guys have defined science for everybody, right?
No, we're trying to educate people on how to get actual causation rather than conflating correlation with causation. Now, if that's like something that you call flat Earth science, then the rest of you motherfuckers need to catch the fuck up.
Well, I mean, you define science. Everyone seems to disagree with you on what science is. There's plenty of definitions out there.
Well, if they like correlating causation,
I think that interacting with the natural world is science by itself.
Yeah. So the reason this came about is because quantum eraser, John Stuka, lied about what science is. He went to the Berkeley webpage and he lied about what was represented there.
Brenda, I fixed my computer a couple weeks ago or last week or something. Do you know what I did? It was identical to what John Stunja, or whatever his name is, talked about. I made some observations. My computer won't turn on. Then I started manipulating parts by taking them out and replacing them with other known parts that were functional. So I did the video card. Okay, that wasn't the problem. Then I did the battery on the motherboard. That wasn't the problem. And when I started manipulating the memory chips and I took one out, guess what happened?
It worked.
Go ahead and guess, Brenda. It worked.
Yeah.
So I repeated that over and over again, 5 times in a row. I put it in, tried to start it, wouldn't start, took it out, tried to start it, it started, turned it off,
Yeah.
put it
What
in,
you
tried to
did-
start it, wouldn't start. So what's wrong with that method?
I
Because now
agree
I'm
with
playing
you.
video games again.
I agree with you. That is the scientific method. But quantum eraser, John Stunja, would tell you that that was not science.
So who cares? Who cares what he has to say?
Because that is the model of science that you are
You can
all
use the
carrying.
scientific method outside of science. I do it with vehicles all the time. When someone says, "Hey, Larry, my car
Absolutely.
won't start,"
I
guess what I
agree
start
with you.
doing?
I agree
Guess what I
with you.
start doing? Making observations. With you guys,
Making
you guys claim
observations.
that it ends at the observation. So if I would have
No,
stared
no,
at
no,
my
no,
computer,
no. I don't. I
oh,
don't do
okay.
that.
So you
It
do
starts with-
believe in manipulating the independent variable, meaning one at a time.
I said that you start with observations, and I was told that that was pseudoscience.
Well, you
Right?
can't just
You start
end with
you start with
observation.
an observation. My PC isn't working. I think it's the video card. So you test the video card. You put in one that you know is working and see if that fixes the problem. Right?
I've
Right?
done
So
the
you
same
make an
thing with fuel
observation. You make it,
injectors, ignition
right.
coils, and it works. It just works.
Yes.
I've fixed lots of cars that way.
Yes, that's the scientific method. You make an observation, you form a hypothesis, and you test the hypothesis. That's science.
But why would you care about quantum eraser? I don't think anybody here particularly cares about one particular thing that quantum eraser may say or not.
Because his misformulation of the scientific method has been pervasive among flat earthers.
I have no responsibility for anybody else, so don't lump me in with a group of people that's just pervasive. I mean, you say that it's pervasive. You're just that's your subjective. That's your subjective opinion. So don't lump anybody else into. You may have heard any other than who you've heard talk about it. That would be like me trying to lump you in with globies and saying, "Oh, all you globies are idiots," because, et cetera, et cetera. It's not right to lump people together, and you know that. Come on.
Right. So to go back, right, my claim is that objects disappearing, ships disappearing over the horizon, objects disappearing over the curvature is evidence of curvature.
First of all, Brenda, you observe a natural phenomenon. So spark
PCs
plugs
aren't
and this,
natural.
that, and the other is not a natural phenomenon.
PCs aren't
You're talking
natural
about
phenomena.
natural science. Physics is what the scientific method is based off
Are
of.
PCs
Let me clear
not
something up.
natural science?
Let me clear something up right now.
PCs are technology.
You can use the scientific method outside of science. Now, what does that mean? I'm not saying that I did science with my computer or my car. I'm saying I used this method of inquiry for deductive reasoning to isolate possible causes and find out with a certain degree of certainty what the cause is.
Yeah,
I
that's
wasn't doing
science.
science.
No, you were doing science.
I wasn't
That is
doing
the
science.
scientific-
I was using the scientific method outside of science.
No, that simply is the method is science. That's what science is a method.
It's not natural science.
You use the method on
Natural
tech.
science, Brenda.
No.
Natural science.
There's no such thing. There's just science, which is the scientific
Yes,
method.
there is a such thing as natural
Well, that's
science.
fine. That's what quantum eraser says.
It's the physical reality that you're testing to see what the observation of the phenomenon that you're observing.
Yeah,
the cause
PCs
of a
are
natural
physical reality.
phenomenon.
PCs are physical reality, and not turning on is a natural phenomenon.
No,
Yes,
nor
it
is a
is.
shoe, Brenda. You've been singing this song for a long time, and it's just silly.
Computers are
So
synthetic.
you can do
What you
science.
observe with a ship is it disappearing, not
can
over
do
a horizon, just disappearing. As simple as that. So
You can
what
do
happens
science on a shoe.
Brenda, when you see
Not
that
just
ship
disappearing, it's
disappear?
disappearing bottom up, buddy.
That's true.
What do you make of
That is
it
correct.
when you can zoom it back into focus, Brenda?
You can't.
You cannot zoom it back into focus?
Yes, that's correct.
I see. You're way behind. You're way
Well,
behind.
it's been done with a P1000. You can't bring it back.
It's
Can't bring
never
up the
been.
bottom up.
The dude is correct.
They zoomed in.
Uh-oh.
Couldn't bring it back.
Did that
That's a
is the
problem.
flat Earth argument falling apart?
Yeah, it is.
It's already been.
Wait a minute. What's the claim?
I could have
What's
never
the claim
foreseen
again? What's the claim?
Ships
They're
disappear bottom
claiming
up.
They're claiming a geometric
Okay.
horizon causes ships to disappear
No,
from the bottom
we're
up.
not. No.
Okay.
No,
We're
it's
not
not.
actually.
Oh, this is the geometric horizon then. So
claim
it's
for
not Earth curve then. So not Earth curve then.
It can be Earth curve.
It can be. Is it Earth curve, or are you just saying it can be?
Well, there definitely is curve. Yeah.
Is there curve? Okay, is that the reason that ships are disappearing bottom up because of geometric obstruction, physical Earth curve? Okay, there you go. So you're saying the horizon is Earth curve.
No,
I don't need to say that the
doesn't
horizon
follow.
specifically is Earth.
Oh no, Brenda says no.
Let me
It doesn't
explain.
follow. Oh, so it doesn't follow. Where's the logic in this? Where's your Earth curve again?
It doesn't logically follow from the fact that there's a geometric horizon, that what we see is the geometric horizon.
It doesn't follow. So you're not seeing the geometric horizon. It's not physical Earth curve. It's not a tangent point.
Forgive him, he's unfamiliar with optics.
Refraction. You're seeing the consequences of refraction.
Okay, so not a geometric physical Earth curve that we can measure to, then not a tangent point.
You can measure refraction, right?
Well, it's R-based, so we'd have to have actually geometry in the first place to even use that particular geometry, that refraction that you're talking about. So when was that measured again, Brenda?
Refraction.
When was the Earth curve measured?
Refraction is not R-based.
Oh, so 7/6 R, the terrestrial refraction that you're referring to, or maybe you're referring to a different one. What refraction are you referring to, Brenda?
The 7/6 R is another example of Nathan Oakley lying to you. He's taking that.
Why don't you stop talking about people? Oh, okay, so where did we get that from? There's no R value in the refraction. What refraction formula would you like us to use then?
You get it? You get
This is Tuesday thinks he's a moderator. I just need to know his name real quick so we don't hear from him again. It's a longer attention span. Okay, we got
You got some white knights.
You get it from the Green Flash's website and the part where he talks about the Earth without an atmosphere. That's the
Earth without an atmosphere. What day was that? What day was that?
That was where it was gotten from, and we don't live on an Earth without an atmosphere. So if
Okay, so then when was the geometric horizon? Where was it measured then?
So if you're claiming that we have to use 7/6 R, that's wrong.
Oh, so you're not using that. That's no problem. Okay, what refraction formula are you using then?
You can calculate refraction if you know, right?
What's the formula?
The index of refraction. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Well, then why are you talking about it like you can? This is your claim. I want to see it.
Yeah. So the fact that you could look at the subsequent
So get it. Get it, Brenda. Get it. Get the formula that you don't know about.
I don't have to do your
That you can
work for
calculate.
you.
No, you said that we can calculate the refraction. I want to see how.
I'm not going to step and fetch for you.
Oh, you're probably just going to have to shut up because your claim fell dead on its face.
No.
Yeah, burden of
I
proof
don't have to
reversal. Brenda doesn't have anything.
I don't have to step and fetch for you.
Well, then it's just a baseless assertion fallacy, and I'm going to ignore it completely because it's all bullshit.
Baseless. It's based on the Green Flash's website, who is the acknowledged.
No, you said that's out. We're not using that 7/6. So what's
Not what
the
I
formula
said.
that you're using to calculate the
That's not what I
refraction that we're
said.
using?
That's not what I
Oh,
said.
well, what are we using? What are we using then to calculate this refraction?
Yeah. I'm just not going to respond.
Good. Shut up.
I'll have to remember that next time I make a bogus claim and a baseless assertion fallacy. I'll just say, hey, I'm not going to step and fetch this for you, even though it's my claim and my burden of proof to bear. I'm going to try to throw the onus on your back, and now it's your cross to bear.
This is my favorite new burden of proof reversal is just, I'm not going to step and fetch. We do need to keep a recording of that one. That would be a good one for CB soundboard.
Actually, I'm the only one that can claim I'm not stepping and fetching.
Yes, sir. I will. You do have that honor and distinction, sir. Yes, sir.
You and you alone. So far.
Step and Fetch is the name of Brenda's street band.
Oh, wow.
She's a flautist.
I could just see
an astronaut.
Brenda and the tambourine band. When the tambourine breaks.
32
they
views
just let
so
it fly.
far.
And Roto, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you on in a while, so good to see you, sir.
Good to see you, Jeb.
Yeah, I've been cruising by randomly there, Access Radio, and haven't seen you or Billy or Max when I've been on anyway.
Had to cut down some trees lately.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm back. Max is back from his ayahuasca trip, though.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I did get to briefly ask him about it, but I've just been insanely busy myself, frankly.
So
But anyway,
British
Larry, that was I tell you what, Larry, that was a humdinger there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I expect nothing less from Globers. They always have to have some sort of tactic or fallacy or bias or some sort of stultification or anything, any trick that they can pull out of the hat. They're never just going to objectively demonstrate curvature, axial rotation, or gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density. Thanks.
Yep.
Don't forget about ad humming and gaslighting.
I thought they all prescribed to the 7/6R spiely wheel. I mean,
They
don't
do
you have
until you
to?
press them on it.
They have to for the where the supposed curvature is because
What
they've
does
already
Walter
they've claimed their
Bislin? What
radius.
does Walter Bislin? What does Walter Bislin say? Does he freaking assume 7/6R for his little slidey button that slides up to any freaking
Yes, he
long
does.
distance?
Yeah, for
Well,
standard.
because they've established the radius as far as they've concreted in the number, right? You're just talking about spherical aspects at this point. So since they've given you the measurements, right, then depending on your height, things would necessarily disappear over the Rayleigh criterion, right? But that's also the way we perceive things with the eye, right? The perspective of things. Things will disappear as they get
Well, my
they
friend,
get smaller in the distance. That's just the way everything does, whether it's in the air or not. But everything, even aerial, will disappear at the horizon. So a plane will do the same thing as a ship. But we know the plane is not low, it's just disappearing at the horizon. So I mean, they're stuck with 3959. So they have to say refraction if you can see beyond that point. So 1.22 times square root, that's the point. That's the Rayleigh criterion right there. That's just visual perspective. But since we can see farther than that, that's where they come up with refraction.
well,
with
my
the
friend,
Rayleigh
this whole
criterion.
hold on. We're gonna let him finish. Did you finish, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So what they've done is a Xerox copy of Einstein's special and general relativity, where the light speed is fixed, right? But everything else is bending around it, right? So the radius is fixed. It's just the light is, still bending. So it's a Xerox copy of it's all relative. You can't falsify anything. I mean, that's the standard for their model. We got an ad hoc continuum. Anytime you demonstrate something that doesn't match the theory, we'll just come up with a excuse and call it, an explanation. And if you don't take the most popular explanation and bow down to the consensus like the rest of the consensus cucks, then you're just a conspiracy theorist.
I have a question for my fellow flat earthers. So anybody by any chance have a book prior to 1776 with like a map depicting Earth on it?
I don't have any books that old, so you're kind of reaching for that one.
I know, but you never know.
Do you want the book or do you want the map?
What?
What about it?
Do you want the book or do you want the map?
I want maps from books published prior to 1776.
Okay.
What do you
And
expect
that
to
would
find? What do you
what's
want to
that?
find?
Well, ever since 1776, there was a royal decree that nobody can publish or patent any maps if they don't adhere to the globular system coordinates, right? And if everybody's here, I think, familiar with Gleason's map. If you read through his book, he talks about how he sent all this stuff over to a friend and said, like, hey, I want to publish this, but I can't because it doesn't adhere to the globular coordinates, right? This and that. So I'm trying to see if there are any maps prior to 1776 that are still out there that have old coordinatial systems.
The only ones I
I would
recall
think
are like those really weird old ones that show like California with a huge freaking bay in it. Like they mistake like the Baja Peninsula for California or something. Like really big weird like
Discrepancies?
stuff that doesn't match. Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't have those. I'm just saying that's stuff I've seen, you know, looking at old maps.
I think if
Yep.
you wanted to talk to somebody about that, your best bet would be getting a hold of somebody like Flatwater Flat Earth, I think was his name. He read a bunch of books on his channel. Also, Nathan Thompson has a large collection of books. I think you'll have to charge you for it, though.
Well, that's not an issue. I just, as long as I can actually find it, that's going to be good. Thanks for the info, man.
Anybody else listen to a lot of Flatwater Flat Earth back in the day?
That was a fascinating question, by the way. Thank you, Murr, but please continue on, brother.
Yeah, but why
Robot
1776?
Polisher. Have you all seen Robot Polisher?
No.
I hear people talking about him all the time. I watched one video.
He said the
Forget which
reason
one it was.
was in 1776 there was a royal decree that you could no longer make a map unless it adhered to the globe.
That seems like a long time ago. Like, I thought they were still fighting about it being flat in like 1900.
No, well,
Like,
not technically not fighting, right? It was just a takeover process where they were trying to get rid of flat Earth and propagate globe Earth.
well, right. Like, I hear like I've read something about civil engineers like fighting with other guys. Like, look, man, you know, it's not freaking curving, you dumbasses. Like, basically, and
Yeah.
there was a big, disagreement back then, or I'm sure it's been a disagreement
It was like
at
that
a lot of
too
different points in time.
under Stalin and what's his other name, Russia or the Soviet Union. There was a thing called the Einstein scare, and anybody who was a scientist and they were going against Einstein, they got persecuted and put into the gulags and things like that.
To the gulag.
That was easy to find back in the day, but that's hard to
Yeah.
find these days.
Back in the day, around I would say 1920 to 1940 to 1950, 60s, right? So flat Earth was still being taught in public educational system in the U.S., right? And afterwards, they introduced both heliocentric and flat geocentric Earth models. And after a while, they removed the geocentric one completely. There was actually newspaper articles of teachers being prosecuted for trying to what is the word? To propagize? No, propagandize. Yeah, propagate. There we go. Thank you. Propagate the heliocentric model, right? Because it was nonsensical and not
Wait, so they actually only taught the flat Earth model in
Yes. So
Yeah, there's a Little House on the Prairie episode about that.
there's also
man, like
you can look up
evidence of that?
a certain flat earther on YouTube. I don't want to say his name because I know things. But basically he did an interview with an old lady. She was like 104 at the time, right before COVID. I think
I remember.
Yeah, that woman.
Yeah,
We
I
even
remember.
have people in the Balkans, where I'm from, that still remember being taught that the Earth is flat in school.
Yeah.
I get some
I
evidence of
interviewed
all
a
the things
couple
you
of
said.
farmers that were in their 80s. She was like 83 and he was 85. And they talked about the flat earth debate in their lifetime. And they said that it stopped happening about the time of the moon landing.
I was watching Owen the other day, and he shows this this old black guy, I think the last guy from slavery, and he's like, they're like, and they go into the like talking about the guys going to the moon, and the guy's going, man, they ain't going to no damn moon. They ain't going nowhere. What the hell are you talking about? Like he's like he sounds like he's mumbling like stuff in like, you know, slang, but this is like he's like the last, like one of the last slaves alive, and he's like basically saying, man, they can't go to the moon. That's nonsense.
Yeah.
They didn't go to the moon.
We're
I
making
gotta
baseless
find that.
assertions today.
I gotta find that damn clip. It's a
I love all
reporter.
the baseless assertions.
It's a reporter talking
We're
to
not
him.
even talking to you, bro.
You don't got to be talking
The
to
world
me. I'm
doesn't
still here.
revolve around you. Is it like Matthew-centric Earth now?
Here's a little fun fact about the word geocentric. Geo is an anagram for ego.
Yeah, but geo specifically means Earth.
Yes, specifically, yes. Yes, that is correct. I'm just saying, it's an anagram as well.
I don't deny that. I think we're in agreement.
Let me ask you this then, just heart, earth, ether, or aether, right? They're also anagrams. Are we on the same page with what that implies, me and you?
Yeah, I think that when you look at the heart, it's definitely not a pump. It's some sort of electromagnetic contraption that is measurable from 8 feet in any direction. And you might call it this or you might call it that, but it's definitely not just a pump.
Yep. Okay, good. Perfect, man. I don't usually meet people who have the same thoughts as me.
Well, I'm sure if we dug a little deeper, we'd disagree somewhere. But as far as I see it, ether is the fifth element. It was the earth, wind, fire, water. That's solid, liquid, gas, plasma. The fifth element is ether. Obviously, this is speculation. I'm not claiming this is science. This is more like philosophical speculation.
Yeah. In spirituality, it's known as spirit, not ether, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, you
So,
could call it pneuma, mana, chi,
yeah.
whatever you want to call it.
Well, let me show, do you know about you know that Anunnaki, the word Anunnaki consists of two words, well, technically three, but two, Anu and Ki, meaning heaven and earth, and Anunnaki are the children of heaven and earth, aka us.
All right, you guys. I posted it in the chat. You can watch what the one of the oldest slaves says about them going to the moon.
Nice. Thank you.
Hilarious. Great.
Yeah, I think that's where we're going to disagree. Anunnaki, if that's what it means, I would agree with that. I'm not going to fight you on that one, but I would say the interpretation of that, in my opinion, would be those who are from the fathers from heaven and the daughters of, and the mothers of earth. So they would be born of heaven and earth, also known as Nephilim or giants or hybrids. I think even science is catching up with the hybridization theory rather than the
Yeah.
out of Africa theory. If you
Let
do
me,
some research on what a lot of modern people are saying, they're saying the out of Africa theory is done and over with, and hybridization theory is a much better theory.
so then you would also agree with me that giant trees were a thing, right? Yes or no?
It's a possibility. Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced, but it never was something that I focused on. But I think it's very possible that there was lots of giant things, and these organisms could include lizards, humans, other animals like mammoths,
Yep.
and
So
trees.
so if we had like 99% more oxygen in the air than we currently do, that would also equivalent us to be able to grow larger and everything around us, right?
It would make me more
Well,
Jewish too.
can you get any more Jewish? I mean, if you're already Jewish and your mother's Jewish, it's like you can't pull over any further. I don't know. But anyway,
No, it's pretty powerful, man. I have some powers.
okay. Well, just put them to good work and benefit humanity and mankind, and not just one group, and I'll be cool with that.
Wait,
I'll save
So
the whole planet
one sec,
with
man.
my
One sec.
powerful Jewishness.
So let me
it's
try
not
to
all
say this.
about Jewishness.
Sorry, man. Can I?
Go for it.
So I understand what you're talking about, like the children of heaven and the daughters of earth, right? But if you look at it from this aspect, right? Um, if you look at the Torah, it mentions the Elohim, or within the Bible scriptures, the seven angels of the seven churches or the seven candlesticks, right? Which are the wandering stars. So we are the children from heaven, as in not us in human form, rather our soul. Because you don't have a soul, the soul has a body. It's vice versa. You're not your body. You are that which is experiencing this experience through the body.
But I thought I
Yeah,
was just
agreed.
a bunch of logic boards and like circuit response system stimuli.
What do you think? You're like a smorgasbord of cells or something?
I mean, I am a bunch of cells, and like that's how our genes work. Like it's all like combinatoric explosion systems that are like sensors. I'm just a bunch of sensors.
But anyway, back to the giant trees thing. I don't think there's any evidence
Tree.
that the Earth's atmosphere had 99% more oxygen. I think the evidence that would be roughly twice the amount of oxygen that we have today is found in the amber samples, specifically the bubbles of atmosphere caught in the amber. And
Yes.
if you had the
I'm gonna go
ability,
commit a gay.
hey, can I finish speaking without being interrupted with your powerful speech? So if we had the ability to change our form based on epigenetics or genetic expression rather than some sort of evolutionary bullshit, then it's possible if we had more oxygen and then lost oxygen for some reason, whether it's the deforestation or the desertification of the surface of the earth or the overfishing of the oceans or what have you,
Yep.
right? If the world is in a fallen state and it's getting worse, then it would make sense that oxygen being that which causes mammals to have energy and grow, it would shrink those animals, and they would not adapt to the genetic code but express from that which has not changed a different form. And if anybody wants to know what I'm talking about, they could look at the Ebner effect, EBNER effect. They could also look at genetic expression or epigenetics. Anybody who seriously wanted to, go down the rabbit hole, Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, and I'm done. Thanks.
On a side note, it doesn't exactly correlate to that, but it does correlate to your body and just knowing about yourself, how your body works, what everything does, and how it does it. Um, look up Dr. Sebi's like research and everything that has to do with cymatics and electromagnetism, how you can heal yourself through those two properties.
We can't really get into the medical conversation here because
Sorry, I
we're
forgot.
being
My bad.
streamed. It's okay.
Sorry.
All is forgiven. All is forgiven. We just can't really get into the medical stuff. But yeah, I think further research on such things is always good, and don't always trust the consensus. Because remember, not that long ago, a guy said, "Wash your hands," and he died in the insane asylum for saying, "Hey, when you dig in the dead bodies in the basement, maybe you should wash your hands before you go deliver babies." So, and I understand that George Washington was also bled to death because he had a sore throat. And, consensus is sometimes correct. But my dad used to say, if everybody jumped off the bridge, would you do it too?
Yep. Amen. Mine did as well.
But we all know that George
I
Washington had
wouldn't.
some evil
I
humors.
wouldn't jump off. I can't.
You can't jump.
Because white men can't jump.
I was thinking we could get him a ramp and we could try it if we really wanted to.
Guys, we got a whole bunch of people in here. Let's see if anybody wants to talk about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, so has any globe earthers got any evidence for actually rotation, curvature, or gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density? And if you want to say that the Earth being curved is a scientific claim, we're going to need evidence against the null hypothesis.
Larry, before you continue, I have one question. I've been in this server for like a couple years, but I'm always like off and off. I leave, and this time I'm staying for certain, forever basically. Can I get like at least a level 2 or 3 so I can actually like post pictures when people ask me give us evidence for this that I can actually post it because I can't do any of that.
Yeah, that's
Somebody
not
will have to
on.
respond.
Yeah, that's not with us. That's the server mods. You can open mod mail or
I
just.
can do that. It's all good. I can do that.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Welcome back, my friend. What's your name?
Mine?
Yeah, what's your name? I forgot your name.
Mur.
Okay, I'll try to remember you, bro. Welcome back.
Matt's got some stuff. He's given up on manned spaceflight. He now sees that it's really impossible and probably mostly propaganda.
Me?
Yeah.
Never said that.
Yeah, after Boeing failed over and over again, you said 100% that. I was like, how many times do they have to fail before you would agree that it's probably just a bunch of fakery?
Talking about Boeing, or are you talking about, no higher than low Earth orbit, go to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology? We have to figure out these problems before we can traverse such a dangerous area of space. Is that what you're talking about?
Matt tied them both together. He said that they're exactly the same thing.
Well, they lost the fakery, right?
Everyone's out to get you.
No, we're just quoting astronauts and NASA saying that, we're not leaving low Earth orbit.
Even the RIDE report said it would take anywhere from 25 years to 100 years to return to the moon. Even if NASA was
The
100%
Japanese were there a
on
few months ago. That funny?
There was a Japanese man or woman that went to the moon? Really?
I said the Japanese were there. I didn't say a man or a woman. Don't put words in my mouth, buddy.
What do you mean by the Japanese? You talking about those slanty-eyed, pale-skinned people that, are like the Irish, they like to fight? What are you talking about?
Japanese landed something on the moon a few months ago. Maybe like 2 months ago. I don't know.
It crashed.
Something like
They supposedly crashed something on the moon.
There's no reason to believe that other than they told you.
No reason to believe what?
That they landed anything on the moon.
Sure.
Well, he saw it on TV, which was actually recorded from a screen that was being projected from a projector, and he doesn't see anything wrong with that. He believes it because he saw it on TV. I, on the other hand, as a true skeptic, don't believe everything that I see on TV. In fact, there's a slightly modified Mark Twain quote that goes, "Believe nothing that you hear and only half of what you see, and then to add to it, especially if you see it on TV.
Just ask him what's your evidence for them doing what they did. Do what he says. Simple. Just ask him. When somebody brings up their belief in something, just ask them how they know. You'll find out how they don't know.
Yeah. I sent this
So
quote yesterday in the chat, but I think it's really relevant to why people still hold on to the globe.
Psychological, obviously. The need to believe.
One step for mankind. Where's old Hosford at? He's not even here. Damn it.
Yeah, we want to talk to the
Damn it.
globe champions who come in here and think that the earth is a globe. We don't want to talk to the religious zealots who believe it.
We're the globe champions.
Obviously, the ones who know the earth's a globe, not the ones who believe it.
you should have been here earlier. There was a guy, trigonometry or whatever his name is, stating that he could prove the Earth was a globe from inside his house. So I guess he's talking about the TV, or the computer or cell phone or whatever screen he chooses.
That's like a research flat moon. Dr. Bob said his microwave and a stick of butter, he can prove rotation.
Oh, wow. Did Dr. Bob actually? Yeah, he said that. That dumbass.
Yeah, he said because you turn your microwave on and the ripples of the lines of the microwave across the butter will actually match the rotation of the Earth.
Why do people call themselves Professor Dave if they're not a professor, and Dr. Bob if you don't know how independent variables work? Like, why do these people give themselves such lofty titles?
It's to pretend that they're speaking from some place of authority.
So, pretender clowns.
Yeah, the pretender clown.
I openly admit that I'm an idiot that didn't graduate high school. Do your own research. These people are saying, I'm a doctor. I'm a professor.
They can't figure out the word flat. Yeah, they're a doctor, a professor, don't know what the word flat means. Is it a noun? Is it an adjective? Is it an adverb? I don't know. Here's a stick of butter.
And then you hand the word flat to people like Bev, and they don't know what to do with it. Nothing's flat.
Yeah,
you might
it's
as well
like,
just annex
sorry.
that word from the dictionary because it doesn't belong anywhere in the reality that we live in.
Well, I don't know about Bev, but people that are on the spectrum, they got a touch of the tism. They tend to take everything like hyper literal, and they have trouble with like idioms and analogies and things like that. So, maybe Bev has a touch of the tism.
Like,
Yeah, but he's
someone
got
made fun of him.
people that follow him.
Like, someone made fun of him about being a flat earther, and it, like, really broke his ego. So he had to somehow get rid of either flat or earther. And he kind of got rid of both. Because now nothing's flat. The flat doesn't exist. And this dude is literally from another world. I mean, like, he's out of this world when you talk to him.
He did
Like,
say
holy
something that was
shit.
he did say something that was really smart. We're not going to talk about the not that. And I think what he meant by that was we're not going to entertain the bullshit. And I thought that was pretty smart. So if you're like in a group of people that, we don't have any globe earthers in here, let's say it's just us flatties. Like most of the time we try to avoid the speculation except for on Sunday. I don't know. I thought that was kind of brilliant. We're not going to talk about the not that. Right? When they start talking about curvature, the boat's disappearing over the horizon, as they say. That's not that. You can't prove that it is that. So we're not really going to entertain that as if it's legitimate.
I think once you
Have
let
you
the
figured
mind,
that one out yet?
once you let the mind observe that they can't understand what they're talking about, it helps the person realize they don't have a point. So the not that is the important part, because the person doesn't understand that they don't have the the idea that the earth is what it is. So you have to allow them. You have to get into the conversation. So what we do here is not just uh, show people what critical thinking is, but we teach them what it is. We don't tell them what to think, we tell them how to think. So if you don't allow them that, go ahead and talk about the not that, then they're not able to express what they know. It's like a mirror. You show them what they don't know.
Yesterday there was a lot of people talking about boats disappearing bottom up, and I just think it's interesting that the only explanation people come up with is the curvature of the earth, when if they were to look into it for just a few minutes, they would see that there's a perfectly logical and it makes more sense answer to it. And they don't even know
What
about
is
it
it?
when it's brought up.
What
Angular
is it?
resolution.
Angular
Angular
resolution
resolution.
has nothing to do with boats.
Yeah,
You're just telling us
because you're a doofus. That's
resolving
why.
angles
Hold on.
has nothing to
gonna-
do with it. What do you?
Shut up.
What
You
angle
dumbass.
is the sharpest, the bottom or the top?
What we're talking about yesterday was important, Teal, or the other day. I'm not really sure what day it was. We were
Oh,
actually
I was here
describing.
yesterday.
Was it yesterday that we had discussion? We were talking to them about like how vision works, right? And especially
Mhm.
angular resolution. I think the important thing was that every time we bring up that subject, the guy thinks the Earth's a globe only says curvature like a parrot. They don't
Yeah.
understand that when you see across the plane of the Earth, that your vision is acting in a different way. It's like converging everything to the eye line. It's seeing things at a specific angle depending on your height, and then also the ambient air causing air distortion or specific optical phenomena. So there's a bit more to it than just saying I see something going over a hill,
Yeah.
and they don't understand that. It's like
No.
a young baby not knowing what's going on, and you tell them like this is why you see things happening and mirage effects and so on.
Yeah.
So they seem to think that you don't need none of that. It's
Nope.
very strange. No,
I
but you
remember
did have.
yesterday the guy sent the picture of like him looking at the middle of the building, then looking at the bottom. I had to leave. There was a dog in my yard, a random dog. But it was the picture. He was showing the guy looking straight ahead, and he was like, why wouldn't the bottom be the convergence line? He's not looking at the bottom. The convergence line, where you're looking is what matters. Oh, where you're looking, not
Yep.
where you're facing. It's where your eyes are looking. But I couldn't tell him because I had to leave.
It's like Christopher Colombo debunked the whole concept of boats going over a physical geometric curve of the Earth. Because he ran the numbers and said the Earth is really small. It's so small that you can sail west and get to east No problem. No problem at all. It's because you can see at this point where the boat disappears, that would be a hump of water that you're optically seeing. It was how everyone knows the story. I mean, unless you think history is fake and whatnot, Christopher Columbus was way out.
You know what's important is that every time we talk about optical phenomena, they will agree with you that there is such a thing as optical phenomena. They will say that superior and inferior mirages are possible. Yet they will say that that's an optical phenomenon, but when it comes to seeing boats disappear over the curve, that's actually real. That's going over something physical, really. And
And there's
everything else is
600.
everything else is an optical phenomena. I don't understand why is one thing optical phenomena and something else isn't. And then when you ask them about the geometric horizon, well, can you measure to this place that you say that you see something disappear? Well, no, because it's an optical phenomena. So they defeat themselves every time. And then they say, well, that's the curve of the Earth. You see how that's doublespeak? They don't understand.
600 years
And it's
behind.
so easily provable too. All you need to do is take a camera, zoom in, and you see that it's an optical phenomenon. Where the horizon line is depends on what lens you're looking through, and a bunch of other stuff. And that sounds stupid, but that's like think about it. But That is the truth. That's where it's a optical phenomenon. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's hard to have these conversations with people who are very dug in their positions. I think what we have here is the people that have been told this. It's like I said, it's very childish. They only say one thing and they just cross their arms and they're like, no, it's only curve. And it's like, okay, if it's only curve, then why do we have optical phenomena? Even why is that even a thing? Why? Why would you see something in the far distance and then it appear differently tomorrow? That doesn't make any sense. Unless
When I
you're
look
able
at these, sorry, when I look at these long distance observations and the horizon and the boats, it looks like the horizon is kind of doing what fire does. If you've ever like stared at fire for a long time, like fire kind of does this thing at the tips, where it's kind of wavy and kind of flowing and it does that weird thing. And to me, like the horizon looks like fire sometimes. Like they look
Hazy.
very similar. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Especially here in a humid place.
Right. I'm not saying it is fire. I'm saying it resembles it.
So the most important thing is for the Glober to talk about the not that, which is what Bev doesn't talk about, which is what we do want to talk about, because it's important for the new guy, not like the people that have been here for like months and months, still singing the same tune. Because those guys, they're just gonna have to sit here and listen to us. And then the new guys, they have the ability to talk about like why they think that it's curvature. And then we walk them through it. What's possible that they could be in a place where they'll be like, well, I see what you're saying. I might reconsider. But the guy who's in here day in and day out and says, no, it's curved. Well, that they've already made up their mind. There's no way that you're going to be able to talk to them. And they have to be silenced because other than them just disrupting the conversation, they're not going to allow the other people who are brand new a chance or an opportunity to think about it in a way that, maybe perhaps they've never heard.
So
Yeah, a lot of these
I agree
people,
with. Go ahead, man.
I was gonna say a lot of these people, they already know the end of where their argument is leading. They just want to have it so they can confuse people. That's what I see. Like with the picture that guy sent yesterday, he's been here so long. There's no way he could have not known the answer to that. Maybe he did, but I don't see how he could not have known. It depends on where you're looking. To me, it looked like he just sent that picture to confuse people.
Yeah, I agree. When we're talking to new people, we definitely want to entertain all their ideas, even if we've already eliminated it as a possibility. So I was talking about like when you're in a group of people that have already established these things aren't real. Like you guys don't believe in deep space, right? You guys don't normally talk about it, but I do, right? So I kind of break that rule when I go into the Glober about the crisis in cosmology and dark matter and deep space. You guys don't really step into that realm very often because you've already, ruled it out with you have to have a container in order to have gas pressure. So you guys don't get into the not that deep space. It's not that.
Yeah, but it's just like you have to allow somebody to get to the point where they want to talk about something that does not exist, which is Earth curvature, Earth spin, and the vacuum of space. There's a lot of things that they can't prove. So firsthand or primary experience of the Earth around them, they have to be allowed to get into that. And once they understand that they can't provide the evidence for that, they realize that it's not what they're thinking that it is. But you have to allow them to get there. And the reason why we don't indulge into derivatives is because it's almost like saying, okay, let me grant you Earth spin. Now tell me how Coriolis works. Let me grant you Earth curve. Now tell me how the ball is actually real. Let me grant you cosmology and tell me how space works. See, when you start doing that, then you grant them certain opportunities to make it real in their mind. But they don't. When you do that, you actually allow them to, or you give up the ground that you withhold from them. If they have to prove themselves to actually know what they're saying. So if they're not able to, then they can't go to the next derivative topic. Derivatives are the problem. If you don't know how to articulate your point, they'll make a fool of you in their own playground because space is their playground. This Earth spinning in the vacuum of space is their playground. Coriolis and all that. Like, so if you don't know how to navigate those conversations as a new flat earther, they will topple you with saying you don't understand.
Or even as an old flat earther, that's why I don't get into the math, right? Like you don't ever hear me making a mathematical argument, right? What I like to do is there's this old saying: in order to blow up a room, you must first enter it. So I'll go into the space just to destroy their model because their model's in crisis. But yet they come in here day after day like, oh, you flat earthers don't have a model. Like, oh, you want to talk about models and you want to show me how good your model is. Why don't you go ahead and solve this cosmological constant crisis real fast? We're only talking about Einstein's constant, which he himself said was his greatest blunder.
Yeah, speaking of models, guys, and I've said this before. If you heard me talk about it, I've been bringing it up, and I have two little snippets that I took a screenshot of. The celestial sphere. Now that's a model that everyone uses, right? Not unbeknownst to people in astronomy and celestial navigation, that has been used in both aspects. So this abstract, right, this model that we use in celestial navigation and in astronomy, is used as a model, and the celestial sphere being an imaginary sphere of infinite radius, has been known to understand, and this is what AI has put in there, and also Google, the answers that we get right now. It's a great way to show them that if they ask for a model, then we can say, well, this is one that everyone agrees upon. The dome of perspective is the celestial sphere. That's exactly what the celestial sphere is. And it says so in its explanation. So we have a winner there. I don't know why when they say, let's point to a model, well, then I can show you one. Everybody uses this model. It's called the celestial sphere. And that's apparently how we see in our vision when we look at the world outside. But so that model agrees with everything that shows us the explanation, has explanatory power of how things rise and fall in degrees in our sky. And if you don't know what I'm saying, type in celestial sphere and look at the answer. Read what it says there. It talks about it. So we have exactly what we need with perspective, with celestial navigation. This is the connector. This what makes to them exactly what we're saying, how we see things in visual perspective. So this is what we should be talking about versus the thing where we get into the derivative topic about celestial navigation without having the understanding of how we got there in the first place. So I've been presenting this for a while. So for everybody to like look at, get into, and everything that it says there as the explanation supports what we say. Everything. That it's an imaginary concept. It's used as, to see the dome of perspective, everything. It says all what we say in here. So it's actually for us, presenting to them that we all use this model.
Right, but is it actually a sphere, or is it just modeled that way for convenience and measurements and navigation?
It says in the explanation, Larry, it says that it's a conceptual abstract. It's not something that's real. It's imaginary. It says so in the explanation. That's what I'm pointing you guys to. Look at the explanation. It's definitely a win. Like I don't know why we're not talking about it more. And I think what happens too is that we're not that we don't indulge models, but yeah, models are good. But if they have the ability to have explanatory power, and if they have the ability to showcase something that we're describing, and especially how vision works, so it's a win for us. I'll go ahead and post the two snippets, and you guys can look them over.
So the celestial sphere is one of those things that's on one of the pillars at the Masonic temple or lodge or whatever they call it. It's two pillars with two spheres, and one of the spheres is the celestial sphere. But they always got the white checkerboard, like a chess, down below. Like the floor is flat, and it's gridded out, and then that celestial sphere is on top of one of the pillars.
I'm about to post it. Yeah, it says so right there. I just typed in celestial sphere, but there it says somebody's got a hot mic.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. At the first snippet, it says the celestial sphere is a conceptual tool used in spherical astronomy to specify the position of an object in the sky without consideration of its linear distance from the observer. The celestial equator divides the celestial sphere into northern and southern hemispheres. That's also what we use in colloquial speech. We say northern and southern hemisphere. What are we talking about? Is this a terrestrial sphere? No, it's not. It's a celestial sphere. Bottom right, celestial sphere in astronomy and navigation. The celestial sphere is an abstract sphere that has an arbitrary large radius and it's concentric to Earth. All objects in the sky can be conceived as being projected upon the inner surface of a celestial sphere, which may be centered on Earth or the observer. All right, let's go into what AI says. That's right below that snippet that I just put in there. The celestial sphere is a conceptual tool used in astronomy and navigation to help visualize the positions of the celestial objects in the sky. It's an imaginary sphere with an infinite radius that's concentric to Earth, with the Earth as its center or centered on the observer. The half of the sphere that's visible from the Earth is the sky overhead, while the other half is below the horizon. The celestial sphere can be thought of as a transparent dome with the Earth inside and stars, planets, moon, and sun fixed to it. The celestial sphere is a coordinate system that uses a set of coordinates placed on the inside of the sphere to establish reference points and mark the positions of celestial bodies. The celestial equator divides the sphere into northern and southern hemispheres, and the horizon circle is divided into 360 degrees with 90 degrees between each of the four cardinal directions. The celestial sphere's equivalent of latitude is called declination, DEC, the acronym, and the equivalent of longitude is called right ascension, RA. The celestial sphere is useful for determining the rising and setting of points of celestial bodies and for locating stars and planets. However, and this is the Glober side, it's important to note that there is no physical celestial sphere. And stars are not all equidistant from Earth. For example, stars that appear closer together in the sky may be actually hundreds or thousands of light years apart. So that part right there, light years, you can just toss that out because nobody knows that. But still, everything that has to deal with what they're describing the celestial sphere is imaginary and concentric to the observer or the Earth. But either way, it's not known. It's concentric to you, your observation. It's an apparent transparent dome. This is what's been used. It's how we see. It's perfect. It's exactly what we need. And it says so.
and it's a model, what's used for astronomy and navigation. Yeah, I bring this up, but like this is how we need to discuss this. They're like, "Where's your model?" Well, right here. Got it right here. It's useful for astronomy and navigation. Boom.
Chocolat.
Yeah, I mean, should we need to go any farther? No, we all use this. And what's important is that it's concentric to the observer and or the earth. So, as it appears to you and as it appears to me, it looks like everything's concentric to me. Everything looks like it's concentric to you. Wherever you are on the earth, you know, your position, it's going to look like the dome of perspective is what's happening and how you see the world above you. But it's imaginary, it's conceptual. It says so in there. And the people that have an issue with that, they're going to have to deal with the context and the text because we didn't come up with this. That's how we see the world around us in astronomy and navigation. So when you got the likes of Scott Mackey coming in here, or Dogs Are Gods, or anybody else saying, well, we got celestial navigation. How does that work? Well, it's simple, my friend. The celestial navigation will describe how it's concentric to the observer. Let's look at what celestial navigation or all that appeal to the celestial sphere. Or they're appealing to it. That means that they're using it, right? So what else do we need? It is the dance move that we like. That's it. Why can we not shellac them every time they're like, well, tell me how celestial navigation works? Well, it uses the celestial sphere, obviously. So now what? What is the celestial sphere, by the way? And then you get into that, you show them, they can even type it in. So it's not like you're saying it. They could type it in themselves. They're easily shellacked. Because it's not talking about a terrestrial sphere, which is what they're saying that it is. It's celestial and it's imaginary. What more do we need? It's saying so there. I would say take advantage of it now because you know how things go. Once you start using the Glober things against them, people start to change things. They'll get in Wikipedia. Oh, we need to change this, guys. We can't have this wording saying it like this. And then soon enough, that's going to disappear. So get while the getting's good, I guess. It's been unchanged. Nobody's ever touched it. So
I've been using the phrase shady inference recently because they always look at the sun, the moon, the stars, the eclipses, and they make all these inferences about the surface of the earth. And it's like, I always try to explain to them, like, you don't look up to see if your shoes are tied. And the guy saying that he could prove the earth was curved from inside of his house. Like, no, like, you can't look at the sky or look at your computer screen and think that you know something about the dirt outside. That is a shady inference. It doesn't get any more shady than that.
yeah, it's important to note that you can't tell what the earth is by looking at the sky. But even if they look at the sky, that's how our vision is operating. It's still operating in a way that it's concentric to the observer. And what's most important is that it backs us up with the citation and the source. If anybody wants to look into what celestial navigation is, all they need to do is go look into what it actually says. You can have them read it out to you. Any Glober that comes in here and they're like, well, how does celestial navigation work? It works on a globe. No, it don't. Because we're using the celestial sphere. It's an imaginary sphere. Says so in the reference to it. We can walk them through that and let them see how their point about the derivative topic of celestial navigation leads back to the celestial sphere. Right? An imaginary sphere, a conceptual tool. It says so at the very beginning. This is like it's eye-opening for these guys. Conceptual tool. So even when you go look at the sky, it's not going to help you tell you what the ground is because the thing that you're using is a conceptual tool. It's not real. It's an imaginary sphere. We can drive this point home as much as we want. So look at the sky, not going to help you. Look at the ground is what's going to help you. And this is the the Globe Earth Club, if you want to use it. Just bash them over the head with it because all it's going to show them is that there's nowhere to go. Look up, nowhere to go. Look down, nowhere to go, because you can't measure the Earth having any curvature. And when you look up and you say, "Well, what about the planets?" Well, we're using the celestial sphere, aren't we, to tell us what degree in the sky those things are. It says so. I mean, it describes it so perfectly. Like, why go anywhere else? It's right there. Yeah, the terrestrial sphere, it's not there. Celestial sphere, it's imaginary. I would venture to say they're both imaginary, but I want them to prove that the terrestrial sphere is as well. We can do that. That part is easy. Now this part, the sky is covered now. So, hey, Manufact Totem, you need to stop your machines and come in here and talk to me if you think that you have a point about the celestial sphere, because my friend, I guarantee you don't. Because what it says there at the very beginning, it undermines everything that it talks about. It's a conceptual tool. And if you don't understand those two words, then I can't help you.
Well, the same thing can be said about Einstein's theory of general and special relativity. It's a tool, right? It's for describing the heavenly bodies and the motions and making predictions, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there's this thing called space-time that actually exists. It's just a concept, an idea,
That's why every
mathematical
time
construct.
that's why every time they appeal to it and you say, well, where's the scientific evidence for this? There's nothing that they can draw up. It's just the same as celestial sphere. So all these things that they point to that they feel on their side is the win for them, you can easily show them. It doesn't show you that it's a actual sphere, and it doesn't show you that space-time is some real entity that you can vary and manipulate. Nothing is real about these things. These are all conceptual. Everything. So what does that mean? If you're talking about a sphere of infinite radius, what's infinite radius mean? What does that mean?
Infinite is a concept. It doesn't really exist.
Yeah, but if I say something has an infinite radius, what am I actually saying?
Saying it doesn't really exist.
No, yeah, but if you're inside of a sphere, you saying that it has an infinite radius, what does something that you can't tell if it's a sphere or not, because it keeps going on and on and on. There's no way to tell that it's a sphere because it's infinite. That's a plane.
Oh, okay.
So if you can't make a distinction between whether or not it's a plane or a sphere, and if you say it's a sphere with an infinite radius, then that means it goes on and on. Which means that if I'm talking about something, if I'm inside of a sphere with an infinite radius, let's not even talk about celestial. If I'm inside of a sphere with an infinite radius that I can't tell if it's finite, then I can't describe the consequent of that thing being a sphere, the shape. I can't describe it. So I'm talking about it in a way that I'm making it sound like I don't know if it's a sphere or not. I just know that it looks like one, but it's infinite in its radius. That's like a paradox. How can something be a sphere and be infinite? That means the plane goes on forever. And if I'm inside of this plane that goes on forever and I can't tell if it's a sphere, I'll give it an infinite radius. This keeps going on and on. So it could be a plane, could be a sphere, but I have to say that apparently it looks like a sphere. But, we're going to say that it is, then a finite sphere would have to be denoted in its term of the properties of it being a sphere. And we can't do that with a celestial sphere. There's no way. It doesn't have the same properties as a finite sphere. So if I say it's infinite, that's paradox. I'm saying that it looks like a sphere, but doesn't act like one, which means that it keeps going on and on. A finite sphere would have properties of me knowing that it actually is one. You guys get it? It's a paradox to say it's infinite and a sphere. Sphere denotes shape. Shape would have a consequent. Radius, diameter, circumference. And if you can't do that with the celestial sphere, then how is it a sphere? That's why this is such a good point. Yeah, I've been showing this to people because they come in here and they always talk about celestial navigation, but the underpinnings of the celestial navigation is referring back to the celestial sphere. So all we need do is go back to the source. Where are you getting your navigation from, sir? Why are you navigating with the stars? What are we using for the conceptual tool? All of us, even you, me, and everyone. That works. It doesn't matter. It works, it does. You can say, Scott Mackey with the explain sunsets. Simple. Celestial sphere. Oh, how do we determine celestial navigation? That's easy. Celestial sphere. What model do you guys use? Easy. Celestial sphere. Because visual perspective will always dictate how we see the world around us, which means that's why we see things concentric to the observer. And it says so in the explanation for celestial sphere. The knockdown win. There's nowhere to go for these guys. It's over.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. That's definitely one I want to do some research on.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
also, I've been asking earlier, where's the falsification of the model? How can I falsify your model of a globe Earth? And then, what's his name? I don't know his name. I think he's a preacher. He's got young children on the mic all the time. He said that I need evidence of the null hypothesis or evidence against the null hypothesis, because they come in and say that the Earth being a globe is science, right? So okay, where's the evidence against the null hypothesis? So I thought that was a great way to
Okay.
say what I was trying to say.
Wait. I am Larry. You want an argument against round Earth? My guy, you have no idea how much evidence exists for flat Earth, man. You're actually just like fucking
not what
dumb
he's
if you
saying.
believe the Earth is round. Oh,
That's
okay,
not
that's
what-
good,
that's not
man.
what he's saying, Saudi.
Because if he was saying that, then he was gonna get destroyed by
No, he's
facts and
talking about the
evidence.
people that come
Okay.
in here. He's talking. Yeah, really.
Oh, Larry,
What do you think the Saudi?
you're talking about
Saudi?
flat earthers, huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
Saudi.
what's up? What's
What
up,
do you
man?
think the Earth is, Saudi?
Oh my guy, it's fucking obvious, man.
My guy, no, it's
It's
not. Go ahead and tell me.
What, you don't know? Alpha, have
I'm
you have you
asking.
tried
I'm
going
asking.
outside
Okay,
and
stop.
looking?
Stop, Gishgat. Stop talking and just tell me what you think the Earth is, sir. Go right to the point. What do you think the Earth is?
I think the Earth is the. I think the Earth is the Earth, my guy.
That doesn't make any sense. No, does
What
it
do you
have a
mean, my
shape?
guy? The Earth
Does
is
it
the
have?
Earth. Yes.
Does it have a shape?
Oh my God, the shape. You're
Yes.
asking about the shape, my. Then just say that.
Answer the
man,
question.
jeez.
Does it have a shape?
Yes, the Earth
What
does
shape
have a
is it?
shape. Yes.
What shape is it, Saudi?
It depends, my guy. It
No, it
depends. If we
doesn't.
look
Just
at
tell me
the
what shape it is.
What?
Just tell me what shape it is. That's all you gotta
Yes,
do. What shape is it?
yes. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna ask you, what shape do you think the
No.
Earth is?
What shape is it? Answer the question.
I have to ask you, so I.
What shape is it? Answer the question.
I'm sorry. It's flat. Please don't mute me again.
Well, if you don't answer, I
It's
have
flat.
to.
Yeah,
Because
you win. You win.
flat.
You win.
Okay,
It's flat,
no,
my guy.
it's not about. It's not about me
Okay, you
winning. It's
win.
about
You
you
win,
being
my guy.
intellectual.
Congrats.
Quiet. It's not about me winning. It's about you being intellectually honest. If you're holding the position that the Earth is flat, then say it's flat. Flat is not a shape. So if I'm asking for shape and you don't say it's a shape, then you're okay. But if you're saying it's a shape and you're saying it's flat, then you're in a category error. Flat is not a shape. You understand?
Oh my bad. My bad. Okay, so flat is not a shape. I have that
No.
correctly, right?
Yes, it's a description of the surface.
So if I say it has no shape, what are you gonna take from that?
It's exactly as you say. It has no shape. But obviously we're on something.
No way,
So
bro.
we could say
No
we could say we could
way. Holy moly.
relax. Would you relax, dude? I don't know what's wrong with you. Just relax. If you're saying that it has no shape, then you're determining already that that's a positive claim that it has no shape. We're saying it's unknown. The shape is unknown. We don't know what shape it is. Unknown. Simple. We're just telling you the description of the surface. It's flat.
Hey man, look. Do we at least know what the shape of other planets are? Are they
Other
cuboid,
planets.
flat? Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck
Let's
are they,
let's
man?
talk about that really quickly. What do you think other
Oh
planets are?
shit, we're gonna talk. I
Yeah.
don't fucking know, man. What are they,
Then
man?
why would
Tell
you
me.
why would you bring that topic up
Educate.
if you why would you say that topic if you don't have any
Because
idea?
I wanted to learn about flat Earth, but you're not educating me. You're attacking
simple.
me because I'm
It's
trying to
simple.
learn. My
Relax, dude. Yeah, I don't know why you guys that are young get all up in your feelings. Just relax. So if you ask a question, and I'm gonna tell you, just take a pause, and I'll tell you, and then you can
My-
respond. So
my
basically,
feelings,
when you
bro,
look,
you hurt me, man.
all right, yeah, you don't know how to stop talking. So when you look up at the sky and you see something, I want you to tell me, are you able to tell me what shape that thing is that you're looking at?
I mean, yeah, it's a flat circle, right?
A flat circle. Okay. Can you tell me that it's a 3D
Right.
sphere? Can you tell me that it's a 3D sphere?
Well, I see it rotating, so I think you can say
Really?
that as well. Not sure though.
Have you ever seen anything rotating?
Yeah.
What?
The planets. The
Which one?
planets.
Pick one. Pick one.
The moon. The moon.
The moon. Does it rotate?
Yeah.
Okay. When
Yeah.
have you seen it rotate?
So I was like with my telescope, and I like took pictures day after day, and like you could slowly see it rotating.
Is it rotating on its axis?
What do you mean by axis?
Okay. If you have a ball and you put it between your fingers and you spin it, it would be rotating on its axis. The axis would be your two fingers holding the ball, spinning in your hand. That's an axis. Do
Hey,
you ever see
man.
the moon? Do you ever see the moon rotating in that way, on its axis?
Wait on two axes?
Yes.
My guy, do you know how I took the pictures?
I'm
I went
asking
to
you a
different
question.
countries, my
All you
guy.
gotta do is answer. Stop saying "my guy" like 10,000 times. Just answer the question. Do you see the moon rotating on its axis?
I see it rotating on one axis. Could be Y and X. Not sure though.
Okay. So it looks like the face of the moon is always facing you every day, right?
No, not really. If you compare it to other
Really?
years, then no.
So when do you ever see the other side of the
Yeah,
moon?
man.
That's not its face. Not the face.
Well, I don't know, man. It depends, bro.
Really?
On the
You
year
don't
and
know.
stuff.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
care what year. Pick a year. How about that? Pick a year.
Negative 3 million and 2024.
It's like a little kid trying to say numbers. Three quadrillion. The dude, just pick something that's actually affordable to you. Something that you can actually describe. You can think about. 3 years from now. How about that? Or 5 years before.
Okay, sure, man.
You don't
3
have to
years.
go ridiculous.
3 years. 3 years to the future, my guy. And today.
Stop saying that, dude. You're my guy thing is.
What? What's the issue, bro?
Just answer the question. Don't get in your feelings. All right. So if you're saying 3 years from now, the moon's gonna actually rotate on its axis, is that right?
Sure, man. Yeah.
Okay. So will we see the other side of the moon, not the face? You know, with the one with features on it?
Look, man.
No, we're not looking. I need you to answer the question. Will we see the other side of the moon? Yes or no?
If you see it rotating, then that
Yes.
just proves the point. Why do you need
Well,
to see
how
the
is
other
it
side?
rotating? Yeah, if it's rotating, then we'd see the other side, not the face with the features, right? All the features.
No.
No.
Here's the thing, though, right? If it rotates,
No. Just answer the question. Will we see the other side? On a moon that rotates on its axis, will we see not the face, but the other side of the moon?
Okay. Out of pure curiosity, my guy.
No, sir. Answer the question. That's how we get through this.
If we yes, you would see the other side.
Really?
You
Okay.
win, my guy. You win.
You would see.
Alpha, you win. You proved it, man. You proved the moon
no.
is round, my guy. You did it.
No. Okay,
Congratulations.
so I don't know what's wrong with you, but I'm asking. Well, he left. There it is. Oh, about this my guy stuff. I don't know. Must be a new thing for young people. My guy. Just check it out, my guy. Annoying. Yeah, he took the long manufactotum. But either way, if you do come in here, you're gonna have to deal with the celestial sphere at one point or another. So when you do, I'm gonna be listening.
Yeah, so what about the celestial sphere?
Ah, there he is. Yeah, it's evident that the Earth is not a globe.
How's
For
that?
sure. Well, does it tell you anything about a terrestrial sphere?
No.
Okay, then. We got ourselves a winner. Bing, bing,
Seriously?
bing. What did he win? A washer and dryer.
Is that easy for you?
Huh? What?
How does the celestial sphere negate the terrestrial sphere?
It's a paradox. It's a
How's
sphere
that?
with an infinite radius. What's that mean? What's
What
a
do you
sphere
mean
with an infinite
infinite
radius?
radius?
Yeah. What does that mean?
It means it's infinitely large.
Yeah, what does that mean? What
Wait,
does
you mean
that
the
mean?
celestial sphere or the terrestrial
Yes.
sphere?
No, don't worry about the terrestrial sphere. We know that there's no evidence for that. The celestial sphere.
Celestial sphere has an infinite radius?
Yeah.
I didn't realize it
You
had a
bet
radius
your
at all.
keister. The what?
Does it say that it has an infinite radius?
Oh, you better believe it, buddy boy. Yes, sir. All day long. All day.
Oh, I see.
Hate to break it
Imaginary
to
sphere
you.
with an infinite radius. Sure.
You see there?
Yeah,
Oh, how's
imaginary
that feel?
sphere with an infinite
Yeah,
radius.
how's that feel? Don't feel too good, does it? Oh,
It
like a
feels
gut in this,
fine.
like you got punched in the gut, from the globe earth. Globe earth, I thought you were supposed to help me. Why are you hurting me?
Yeah, you know this
Because
is
that's what it is.
perfectly
It's
consistent with the globe.
perfectly consistent.
Who
So
do you
the
think
globe has
wrote
an infinite
that?
radius? So the globe has an infinite radius too? Is
The
that
globe?
consistent?
No,
Oh, well, that's what the celestial sphere has. How does the
but
globe have
not
that?
the
It's
globe.
not consistent then, right? Is it consistent? No, I don't
Consistent
think
with
so.
what?
Consistent with the globe, dude.
Yeah, it is.
You lose the plot like in 2 seconds.
Because you're not clear. You're like bouncing back
I'm
and
not
forth
clear.
like you're on coke.
No, you really. So you just read what a celestial sphere is, and now you're saying it's consistent with the globe. How
An
so?
imaginary sphere with an infinite
Yeah.
radius that is
So
concentric.
the globe's
Earth.
imaginary. I
That
see that
line that I just
consistency
read.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's consistent, right?
All right. Is it saying that the globe is imaginary or the celestial sphere is imaginary?
Celestial sphere. But you're
Right.
saying it's consistent with
You
the globe.
tried passing that off as the globe was imaginary. Did he get a phone call?
I want to cheerlead for this guy, but I can't chant his name, Manufactotum. So we're just going to
Manufactotum. Yeah.
Manufat.
Yeah, he can do it. You can do it, man. Go ahead. Let's draw the comparison from the infinite radius celestial sphere imaginary conceptual tool to now the globe earth terrestrial sphere not conceptual, not imaginary. Oh, let's see. Let's draw because I think they're the same. Imaginary, conceptual, not real. And also concentric to the observer. Oh, we can add that too. Tons of fun.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So the next
It's
sentence
fine.
there,
It is really.
it says the half of the sphere that's visible from the Earth is the sky overhead, while the other half is below the horizon. What do you think that means?
It's a model that's used to describe something.
Okay, but a moment ago you balked at it being infinite radius. So a model could be infinite radius, right?
Yeah, it says so. So what does that mean? That it looks like a sphere to the observer, right? Concentric to the observer. But if it has an infinite radius, that means it's a paradox. Antithetical to it being finite, dude. So it's
Right.
not finite. It doesn't have a specific shape like it would if the consequent of that shape could be known radius, a known radius, a known radius. It doesn't have that. It's infinite. Infinite is not even a
The
number.
model is infinite. Yeah.
Yes. It's not, it doesn't have a number. So that means that if you couldn't describe the radius within a known finite amount, what does that mean?
It means it's either too big for us to describe its radius, or it doesn't have one.
So, my friend, you now realize the quandary, don't you?
No.
No.
It sounds like you think you got a gotcha. I'd love to hear
It
this.
is a
Go ahead.
gotcha. It's the globe earth gotcha because everything relies on the celestial sphere. Celestial navigation, astronomy, everything that you guys look to in the sky. Well, let's look at the sky. Really? What are we looking at? Oh, that's a celestial sphere to me. Looks like we're all seeing the same thing. Everything is moving in degrees, right? And so if we're looking at latitude or longitude, that's derived from the celestial sphere. Or northern and southern hemisphere, that's talking about the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere. It's not talking about northern hemisphere. That's the top of the ball. No, it's not. It's the celestial sphere. Yes,
So
that's what it is.
Yeah. So it sounds like we devised a model to describe the sky, which isn't in and of itself actually a sphere. You have reified it into an actual dome.
No, I didn't reify it. That's the description, my friend. I didn't reify it.
This is a
It says
description
so
of a
in the
model.
description. Yeah, I
Right.
know that.
You
Duh.
know it's not actually a sphere.
Dude, this is my point. Why are you arguing for me?
'Cause
No,
it
okay,
sounds
so
like
who's
you're
gonna
trying
argue?
to
Who's gonna
convince
argue
me
for you
that I
now?
didn't know this
Manufact
before.
totem. You didn't. It's because you came in here like, no, let me tell you how it is the same as a terrestrial sphere. And
Sure.
I'm like, dude, there's
I
no
agree
way.
with everything that's written here. You're
No, then
playing
we're
it off
all
like
good
it's some
over
sort
here.
of gotcha,
See,
like it's a surprise.
it is a gotcha because you guys didn't understand how it shellacked the globe, and I'm showing you how. Because
it
this is
really
a
doesn't.
conceptual tool. It's conceptual.
Which
Doesn't
is
have
fine.
anything to do
That's
with
allowed.
something. So that's what we use. So flat Earth can use this as well. It's perfectly applicable to us
Not
because we're
perfectly,
not
no.
making a claim to like a specific known radius celestial sphere. This is infinite. For us, everything's concentric to the observer. Everything we see in the
you,
sky.
nothing goes below the horizon. So
No,
it doesn't
and
actually work.
no. It's not something that goes below the horizon. It appears apparently because the sphere of an infinite radius is not a radius of something that's known, which would give it a definite way to say that something is actually going underneath the horizon, which means that the specific radius that we're saying that the celestial sphere has would denote that if something does go in a degrees below zero, that means that it's disappearing underneath the horizon. But what it's saying is apparently, well, how we see in our vision is everything looks like a dome of perspective. So if we're saying 360 degrees, 90 degrees, apparently to us, when we see something above us, everything working off of that is the cardinal directions, is longitude and latitude. Everything relies on the celestial sphere. It is the foundation for what everything depends on. So when you guys bring up derivative topics like celestial navigation and saying that's a globe earth wind, you fail to remember that it's talking about the very thing that you guys don't want to refer to, which is the celestial sphere. And that, my friend, is
we're
talking
fine
about
referring to
how
the celestial sphere.
this is you saying, how does this work on a flat earth?
It
Well, this
doesn't.
is it. This is how it works on a flat earth because
It
concentric to
doesn't.
the observer, a conceptual tool, and a radius of infinite size. That means that you can't give it a definite size. It's not finite.
Which is
So
fine.
therefore, it's a flat earth wind. So
It's not.
what it does, yes, it is.
In the first
Because
paragraph,
I
the
just
half of the
state-
sphere that's visible from the Earth is the sky overhead,
Yeah.
while the other half is below the horizon.
Yes.
Right.
Now this is used as a model. It's not actual. Okay,
It's not
it's describing
exactly
it's
accurate. Correct.
it's describing what you see.
What is a
What
model?
you see, it's something that has explanatory power and descriptive to like what we observe. Yes.
It's descriptive of everything.
Well, of everything in the sky, not of everything in reality. Just
So
everything
there's a
what we
model
see.
that describes every single thing about the sky.
Yes.
This is the
And it's
model
divisory.
you're talking about?
It's divisory in the celestial northern and southern hemispheres, which we give a equator. Which I always tell you guys, You always go, well, it's right at the equator. Where's the equator? Terrestrial or celestial? It's on the ground. No, it's not. No, it's
So the
not.
part having to do
Because
with the equator is not
here's the
represented
thing. Here's the
correctly.
thing. Here's the thing that you don't understand, Manufact Totem, is that we're saying the equator on the celestial sphere is a dividing line between northern and southern hemisphere. What we're saying in actuality is the celestial sphere has an infinite radius. So if we're saying that the equator has an infinite radius, like the celestial sphere, because that's where it's derived from, then it's an equator with the radius value unknown, or the equator is not known to have a circumference, because the infinite radius that's a celestial sphere where you draw the equator from doesn't have a known radius. It's infinite.
Right. So there's things about the sky,
What?
namely
Yes.
how it comports to the equator, that are not represented by this model, correct?
That is where the terrestrial sphere comes in, what you're
Right.
talking about.
So a model doesn't explain every single aspect of a particular thing, correct?
Yeah, that's where
Great.
your imagination about the Earth
Cool.
being a globe comes in.
That's
Yes.
what I was trying to get to. So
Well,
would
I'm
you
not,
say that
because
the
I'm
distance
actually
between hold on, hang
I'm
on.
only
Would you
talking about the
say-
celestial sphere.
I
That's it.
understand that. Give me a second. Would you say that the distance between stars stays fixed? Is that something that the celestial sphere represents accurately?
What do you mean stays fixed? It says they're
The
affixed to
distance
the
between two stars.
Yeah. It says that it says so in the description. They're affixed
Right.
to the dome. They're affixed
So
to the
that's
dome
something
of
the
the
model
sky.
got right. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So when something goes far enough in your model to apparently go below
Our
the
model.
horizon.
This is our model. We share this model. Celestial sphere is shared by everyone.
Okay, great.
We all share it.
Perfect. That'll make this conversation easier. How do you
should.
explain things fixed in the sky rotating in a way that go below the horizon? You have two poles.
No, you're
Stars are
adding. That's your
antipodal to
addendum.
each
Where
other.
does it
How
say
do you
that?
explain
Where
that?
does it say that? Show me where it says that.
That's the
Where does it-
celestial
No.
sphere.
Then show me. Show me. Stop talking and show me.
Okay.
Yeah,
2
you're making. See, here's the thing: when you start making things, and then once you do, you better show me that this sphere has a known radius.
There you go. No,
Yeah.
it says right there.
Oh,
We're
no,
using the
nothing.
same model. Remember, infinite radius. That's not the point.
Infinite radius is
Two
fine
poles.
because
There you go.
yeah, 2 poles. Where does it say that in the description of celestial sphere, please?
No. You said show you that
No,
it
no,
has
no,
two
no,
poles.
no, no, no,
I'm
no,
showing
no,
you
no,
it
no,
has two
no,
poles.
no. You're not getting away. Point out to where it describes it in that way, like you just said.
Yeah, where
Point
it
out.
says sphere. That's where.
Point out to me where it says that in celestial sphere. Point it.
Sphere.
Where does it say that
Word
in the wording?
sphere. It's in the word sphere.
No, you're putting. That's the shit you're making up.
Dude,
You moron.
the thing you posted. Look at it. It's even in the images.
Where?
Are
In
those
the wording.
spheres that you
in the
posted?
wording. Go look to the words. All right. With
Half of the
description
sphere is
celestial-
visible from the Earth. Is the
where
sky overhead,
it's
while the other
not
half is
an
below
infinite-
the horizon.
It's not an infinite. It's not a finite sphere.
It doesn't
It's not
have
finite.
to be.
Yes, it does. If you're
Infinite
describing
radius
something,
means it can be as
listen,
big as it wants.
no,
It's still a
y-
sphere.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Yes, it
It's
is.
conceptual. Infinite is not a number, dude.
That's
A
fine.
finite
That's
is
the model.
if you're describing something with 2 poles, then you're
Mhm.
describing something as a finite sphere. Are you not?
No.
No. So how
No.
big is the sphere that the Earth is?
That the Earth is, what is it,
Yeah.
3959? But
Yeah,
that's
so
not
it
what we're
has-
talking
it
about
has
here. We're
finite.
talking about
I
the
know
celestial
that.
sphere.
I know that. So celestial sphere doesn't have a finite. So you're appealing to the stars with rotation and saying that they are finite, and it's not finite
I'm
sphere.
not saying the
because-
sphere is finite.
Yeah, well then you're not talking about something with a known value.
Doesn't have to have a known value. It just has to be a
yes,
sphere.
it does. No, it doesn't. How do you know it's a sphere?
It says it in what you posted.
It's a paradox, meaning
It's
that you
not.
don't know that it's a sphere. It appears to be concentric to you. Concentric to you.
That's fine.
You don't, yeah. And so when another observer on the Earth says, well, it looks like it's concentric to me, you're like, no, it's concentric to me. And every observer could see it concentric to themselves. That's a dome of perspective. That's what you see. That's
Sure.
vision. That's how it works. Now, if you're
And?
saying that it's an actual sphere with poles on it, then
I'm not
where
saying
does
it's
it
an
say,
actual
now,
sphere with poles
then
on
where does it say that in the description, Manufactotum?
I'm saying that
Go-
representing it as a
No,
sphere
no,
is an
no, sorry.
accurate
No,
representation
no, that
in
doesn't
that
work.
it has two
No,
poles.
that doesn't work. That doesn't work. You need to pull
It
up the horse
absolutely
shit that you
does.
said. No, pull it up from that citation. Do it now.
You and I
Don't just
both
show me
agree that
images.
models represent some aspects of a system
I'm not
correctly
going to
and
listen to your
some
bullshit.
incorrectly.
turn your machines back on if you're not able to put out the
Oh my
citation.
God, you're so fucking
Go back
petty.
to work.
A
Go
month
back to
ago, as
work.
a passing comment, someone wanted me to stick around, and I told them why I couldn't.
All
And
right,
a
here's
month
what you're
later,
gonna do.
you're
Stop talking. Go get the citation where it says that 2 poles describe the celestial sphere. Do that now. 2 poles describe this. Go point that out. I want to see it. Put it in the text.
you put it in there for me.
Yeah. Then clip it, snip it. Put it where it says 2 poles describe the celestial sphere. Do it now. Let's see it. Put your money where your mouth is.
You
Put your
did it
money
for
where your
me.
mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is and show me where it says what you said it says. I want to see it. Do it.
Are
You ain't
looking
going to
at chat?
find it. You're not going to find it.
Right there.
It
That's what
doesn't say
says.
anything about 2. Where did it say 2 poles in there? Point it out.
Sphere.
No, I don't care about sphere. I care about 2 poles, okay? Where did it say that? You added that shit. It didn't say that. Where did it say that? Where? I'm waiting. I don't see it anywhere in the text. That's what you said. 2 poles. Where does it say that?
How many poles do spheres have?
I don't know. But if you're telling me that it says that what you said it says, then it better say that.
It says sphere.
Yeah. Where did it say poles, though?
Where it says spheres, that's what that means.
Where it
It's
says
exactly
spheres, I don't
equivalent.
see poles.
If it says
That's
sphere,
the word that
that
you
means
use.
2.
Yeah, you're just a shithouse lawyer. You're trying to say that it says something that it doesn't say. You can't insert words just because you want them to be there. Just like your imaginary globe. It's not there. The words that you're saying are not there.
Man, globe's not real. Henry
ahead.
Kissinger is my favorite person on the
Shut
planet.
up, Event Horizon.
So
Okay,
okay,
go ahead, Manufactotum. Totem.
show me a sphere with 1 pole, and I'll show.
Does the sphere have an infinite radius?
This one does, yeah, because it's a model.
Okay, it's a model. But is it the sphere that you're showing me, is it finite or infinite?
The model, it's infinite.
The model? Okay, so now show me a sphere with infinite radius with 2 poles. Can you do that?
I can model one.
Really? Show me a sphere that has an infinite radius with 2 poles. I need to see that. Because anything you draw is going to be finite. You moron. You're going to draw me something with that looks like a sphere that's going to be the consequent of it being a sphere is the shape. And the shape denotes finite. Finite denotes you can tell that it has a curve. Well, if you can't tell that with an infinite radius, then how can you tell me that it's finite? It's a paradox. Yeah. You lost, buddy. There's no way that you can
Really?
recover. Yeah. Show me a
sphere
sphere.
has 2 poles.
Draw
Sorry.
draw the infinite radius sphere with 2 poles. Draw it. I want to see what it
Sure,
looks
give
like.
me an infinite piece of paper, and I'll draw it for you.
So you can't. You dumbass. That's what I'm saying. You utter moron. You can't
Right.
do it.
So because I can't draw one on a finite piece
Because
of
it's
paper,
conceptual.
it doesn't
You
have 2
idiot.
poles. Where no other
How can it
sphere
have 2
ever,
poles,
by
dude? I'm
definition,
trying
has
to
1
tell.
pole.
By definition, you
Spheres have
can't
2
do it.
poles.
Okay, draw me a
Spheres
a
have 2
sphere.
poles.
Manufactotum. Draw me a sphere with an infinite radius with 2 poles. I want to see it. Draw it for me.
Okay. Spheres have 2 poles because
Draw
I
it
can't
for
draw
me.
something
No,
infinite.
enough of your
doesn't
horse
mean I
shit.
can't
Draw it. No, draw it for me. Draw me a sphere with an infinite radius with 2 poles. Draw it.
That's
Can
the
you do
only
it?
way you can.
Can you do it? Yes or no?
I can draw a sphere with 2 poles.
No. Can you draw a sphere with an infinite radius with 2 poles? Can you draw it? Yes or no?
Can't draw an infinite anything.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. Tell him what he's won. Washer and dryer. Well, he's also won a trip to Cancun, but, because the Earth is a globe, he can't get there. Thank you. That'll be all. That'll be all, Manufactotum.
Oh shit! Am I
That'll be
unmuted?
all.
Okay.
No, I unmuted you because we're done.
Best of luck, buddy.
This conversation is over, sir.
Yeah,
You have
it was
lost.
over a long time ago.
Utter distraction. I know it was.
You have a great
But you
night,
just did
man.
it. You just don't know it. You just
Good
don't
luck
know it.
with
Now
those
go turn your
single
machines
pole
back on. Go
spheres.
back to work.
And there's the machines again.
We're
Jesus
done.
Christ.
You can stay unmuted, but know that you couldn't do the task I asked you. Thank you very much. I gotta get out of here.
Hello, hello. Are you here, Miggy?
Yeah, I'm driving my vehicle though, but yeah, I'm here.
Very cool. Yeah, I think I'm sufficiently settled in with where we moved to that next year, next May, I will likely be going to a convention near where you live.
Really?
So,
Okay. Yeah, if you want to meet up, just contact me. We'll do it up.
so I'll be looking forward to trying to meet you in person.
Absolutely. We can grab a bite, do whatever. Have a conversation.
Yeah, heck yeah. Yeah, but I'm going to be on and off the next bit here. I'm stopping by the neighbors. I had some peppers that were infusing in vinegar and apple cider vinegar over since September, and so I think they've got all the goodness out of it, the peppers as possible, and it's actually pretty good. So I got one I'm going to give to the neighbor.
Yeah, sounds like a healthy choice.
Well, and lo and behold, he's not home. Oh well, so I have a epistemological question for you, if you're up for it. If you get to where you're going or whatever, just jump off. But
Yeah, no, I was just gonna. I had to grab a bite to eat, and I don't want to interrupt what you're saying, so I probably take me like 5 minutes, and I'll get back in my truck. And
yeah, no, I could even ask you another time. It's no big deal. But I do have an epistemological question for you whenever. But go ahead, brother.
yeah, no, yeah, it'll take me like 5 minutes, and then I'll jump
Yeah,
back
take
on
your
the
time, man. Yeah. Morvis, Crit, anybody else hanging around here, or are you all just kind of off on the side?
I'm back if you wanna. If you're still there, Barrington.
Yes, sir. So I just want to abstract a moment from flat Earth, but obviously this topic is kind of at the core of the question, but you'll see where I'm going with this here in a second. What is it about certain topics that get certain people to a state to where they cannot even discuss the topic rationally? And I could probably, off my hand, name 3 to 5 other topics, which I won't do for the sake of just stirring things up, because it's not aimed to stir things up. And if I probably thought about it long term, I could probably come up with about 10 topics that are similar in the fact that certain people hear them and it drives them to nearly absolute rage. And I'm just curious if you have a theory on what it is that does that, or is it just something inherent?
I've been talking to these guys, and the way they approach the topic, they identify themselves with the topic. So, for example, if they're saying that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, this is something they've always identified with. They think that they are really floating around in some cosmic vacuum, hurtling through the cosmos. So to them, it's a part of their identity. They see it as something real. They made it real in their mind. So now you have to fight with the identity crisis, because that's what it is. It becomes a crisis for them. And so it's more psychological than anything else, because when we identify that none of it is real, it's imaginary. It's almost like you are upheavaling some of their epistemology, which is what the worldview hinges on. It hinges on it being the way they think it is, right? So it's like you're upsetting the balance of that by bringing up these controversial topics. And the bias of it is, like I said, because they identify themselves with the topic. So any topic that someone identifies themselves with becomes a crisis whenever you introduce a different perspective. So if that makes any sense, it goes deeper than that. It's not just it becomes a point of contention to rebuke at all costs. It doesn't matter what it takes. They'll undermine the construct of reality, like with solipsism, so that they could say, well, you know what? If you're saying the Earth is flat, no one can know anything to be true, because how can anyone know that anything is true if we all just know anything to a certain degree, right? So they'll undermine the objective reality that way. So at all costs, just to keep hold to their paradigm. Identity crisis for sure is the way I would go.
Yeah, it's been a interesting topic to me for a couple years now, maybe 3, and I've done varying degrees of digging into the topic. One, L. Ron Hubbard referred to it as a stable datum. Gregory, our good friend and logician, he refers to it kind of as a controlling premise. And I just think it's really interesting, because for some reason we're really on the forefront of watching people get confronted with a piece of information that they think is totally absolute garbage. And then rather than just, oh, you know what, there's people who disagree with me, I take a different view on that. I'm on a completely different page. And then just moving on with their life, and they spend months with us.
You can imagine, like, someone who's devout religiously. You could take somebody who's grown up all their life in a particular setting, like a Muslim, and they have their religion, They're very devout. They have things in their religion that ascribe that you have to live a certain way. So their lifestyle, it all comes to like that. Their whole identity, who makes them who they are, is attached to the way they've always been living. So they see world through a very different lens. And once you show them, well, there's a different way you could live. It's just like it's like a machine that won't accept the programming. It's rebuking the program. It's like, no, this can't be. This is not possible. So yeah, it's kind of like the whole Neo and Morpheus moment where Morpheus was showing Neo what the real situation was, like where it's not the world that he thought it was from the computer simulation, but from a real perspective, like them being used as batteries. And so Neo, he couldn't take that. It was like his identity was tied into the fact that the world that he knew was something where everything made sense. But now it's this other paradigm, right? So that's what the Glober comes in here to realize. They're shaking their head like Neo, like, no, this can't be. And we're like Morpheus showing it to him like, this is what it is. This is the real. And so using that analogy, like that, the same crisis that Neo had at that moment, it made him want to puke, which of course he did after, he was released from the program. So that's what they come into. But instead of puking, they actually go into the anti-flat Earth mode. Like they'll actually say, you know what? I'll do whatever it takes to make sure that this information never reaches the point of another person, becoming aware. Like I was when I reached that moment. So that's their goal, is to distract, distort, and to disrupt. They're not in here for the same reasons you and I are, Barrington. You just want to share something that is true, that the Earth isn't what we've been told, and because of the crisis that happens within the revelation of that, people get into that crisis mode. They want to not let others suffer that same, cognitive dissonance that they're suffering. And, that's what it is. They're just in that constant spiral mode.
Yeah, it's like it puts them on a spiral to where, like, they, rather than just moving on with their life and doing what everybody else does, when I see something on Fascist Book that I don't agree with, I don't respond to it. I move on with my life. And I just say, help them, Jesus. And I move on with my life and I don't worry about it. Whereas some people, they see a misplaced comma or the wrong version of your, and they have to stop and start an argument about it. And like the GTs who come around us, the anti-flat earthers, that's what they have to do is they have to, they literally have to go in and they have to keep coming back and coming back and coming back. It becomes it becomes like something that has power and control over them. And as you notice, many of them have to have the last word. And what I learned a long time ago is when you have to have the last word, that other person has tremendous power over you. All they have to do is just keep denying you the last word. And when you don't have that strong desire to have the last word, life is a lot less stressful. But my point is, it's just really interesting that I watch these anti-flat earthers come in for years, like Akumu virus over in Nathan Oakley's channel. I mean, he's been there for years and years and years.
Some of them are sitting in this call right now listening to you. So yeah.
Of
Once
course.
they don't have the last word, that's the power that people have over them. It's because they can't say, okay, there, we're done. And you're like, we're not done. We're not going to be done ever until more people know about this. And that frustrates them to no end because they want it to be done. It's done. The Earth's a globe. No, it's not. And we're going to tell everybody how to critically think for themselves and show them that it's not over. And so
Yeah.
they're frustrated, and that's the power. You're right. That's the power that you hold over them by saying, no, the conversation is not done.
Yeah. And I can't, at this day in my life, I can't imagine willingly giving that power to somebody else to hold me hostage in a conversation when I can just get up and walk away whenever I want. I can just, hey, gotta run. But yet they come back and they come back and they come back.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but that's what we're dealing with. They can't relinquish that. There's no way they can. They have to be right. They have to have the last word. And it's almost like, can you imagine this? Picture this scene, Barrington. An atheist going inside of a church, going in and day out, sitting in the church, arguing with folks. Why do you guys believe in God? Why is it possible that you're sitting here? What do you think is going to happen? And like, why do you think that atheist is there, arguing with those guys? He doesn't need to be right. He can be at home Netflix and chilling, right?
Yeah.
If it was true that there is no God, what is his beef? Why? Right?
Yeah.
He shouldn't be worried about like the people going to church. But if he wanted just to talk to people and say, look, this is my perspective, that's fine. The problem is when people start saying, yeah, you have a point or whatever, and agree with him, and they want to do what he does, that's totally different than him going to the church and inserting himself into a place where he's not even, that's not even his perspective, and then arguing with them there.
Yeah. Or, by the same token, the corollary to that is, say somebody going to one of the atheist Jewish temples in New York where, I'm sorry, I said it wrong, the secular Jewish temples where they're not religious, they're not they teach the traditions and they have the ritual, but they don't actually believe in God. And it would be like a Christian going there and saying, or even a theistic Jew saying, hey, why are you doing this? Both parties are terribly out of line. And it's just interesting. And then that power that is handed to the other party to say, you get to control when I finish the conversation.
One of the worst things I want to say about this is you also have those like snakes that are just sitting in the grass, and they'll just sit there in the background, and if somebody comes up challenging the opposite position of what they're saying, and then you have like this Glober just sitting there listening, then this other Glober comes in, and now he's asking questions. He's getting the answers. He's not fighting with anybody. He's learning. He even might show like an interest of like, oh, wait, you are right. And then they pounce from the grass. They like jump out like, oh, and they throw a wrench in the conversation. They try to discredit the person talking. They're like literally trying to save this person from what in their mind. I don't know why they're trying to save them from the truth, I guess. Maybe from escaping the bucket that the other Glober's inside, and they don't want him to climb out. It's really weird. Those people I can't stand. The snakes that literally are there just interrupt and derail discussions just because someone's finally may be having a moment of clarity and could actually learn the truth. That's the people that I can't stand.
Hey guys, give me about 5 minutes and I'll be out of this store. But I was listening to every word of that because that's an Awesome observation. And when I come back out, I want to pick up on that. I'll be back.
Yeah, and in the text chat, Scott's over there hissing, like he knows he's the snake that's in this analogy.
Yeah, I heard this old saying: if you step on a cat's tail, it's gonna holler. That's what you did at Barker Fun.
Exactly.
They knew who they are. The moment you say something like that, you don't even have. That's the weird thing about this. You don't have to point to who they are. They identify.
Right.
That's me. I am that snake.
Yeah, they'll
That
come
guy
out
who's
from the
talking about,
shadows.
that's me.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, they think they have a point to prove. They don't. But when you listen, and you know, you being an iron worker, you know, you're telling people how things actually work. Practically upsets them. Like, oh, they can't even. Oh, this shit right here. I can't. No, there's
Right.
no way. Hell no.
They
He can't
hate
be
it.
somebody that he can't. He must be. You know what? Every single time that I've heard you say something about you being an iron worker, you know what they say? That guy. He's never seen blueprints in his life. He's just like one of those guys that he just like uses a hammer and bangs iron together. That's it. That's all he does.
Yeah.
He does what he's told. He's there.
Yeah. Last time Scott said, "You just walk around and pick up trash." That's what Scott said last time. He can't handle the truth, bro. He can't.
Exactly.
So he has to, yeah.
It's important because a lot of it's what Barrington was saying before. It was like and I'm telling them it's an identity crisis. But do they identify with the Earth being a globe? At the moment you start talking about that you've worked in an industry that uses the information that the Earth is not you don't use anything spherical to do the job that you're doing. It's level, you know, and straight. And so if they're saying that it's not the case, they don't have nothing to retort against you because you actually worked in that field. You were in there constructing and doing all these things, and the only thing they can do is go, nuh-uh. Like that's the best they got. It's like,
especially when they go, "Oh, well, dude," because like let's say there's times when they don't know there's an iron worker in the building, and they're like, "Oh, we use it in construction, especially for bridges," and I'm like, "No, we don't."
Wait, but hold on. This is something even greater. You know that the Varus Narrows Bridge is like 1 mile or something like that. Oh, well, that's curvature. They always use it, and they put the Varus Narrows Bridge in here, and you're like, dude, I've constructed something that's 2 miles long. That's bigger than that bridge that you're talking about. Yeah, but 2 miles is not that long enough anyway. How long is 2 miles, really? Like you heard him. Listen. You heard him saying that Varus Narrows Bridge is evidence of Earth curve from 1 mile, and then you did a 2 mile long construction. That's not long enough. Where's the logic in all of this? Where did it go?
Zero sense, bro.
They were so adamant to defend. They were so adamant to defend the position that you could see Earth curvature with the building of the Varus Narrows Bridge. But when you constructed something 2 miles long that had no curvature involved in it, oh, but that's not long enough. Really?
Yeah, it's like. They put their foot in their own mouth, bro. It's funny.
I don't. That's the part that I don't get, and that confuses me. I'm like, dude, wasn't your argument the point that you could see buildings being constructed, like the bridge that was 1 mile long, and you said that they used curvature math, and then you know, APOC saying, well, we didn't use any curvature math when we constructed the walkway over here in you know
the people
LA.
mover, they call it. They call it the people mover.
So you didn't use the curvature math in any way. It's like nobody used that, and so how do you, in what way does that make any sense to you? Like, and then they always flip it around. It's almost like I don't know how to put it. Like they just flow with the conversation. Like, yeah, of course, it's too small to see. Like the 2 miles that how long is APOC? And they always question you. I hear this is. It's some bullshit. APOC, well, how long is 2 miles? Do you think you can measure curvature in that? And like, dude, you were advocating for Varus Narrows, bro.
Exactly.
Oh, dude, you were advocating that we see curvature in 1 mile with Varus Narrows Bridge. They use the curvature math there. I'm just pointing out the contradictions, man. Like when shit like that goes down, I'm like, do you guys see what's happening, or is it just me? Because it feels like
either you're losing your mind or you're making me lose mine. One of the two, because you're saying shit and then acting like you didn't even say that curvature was accounted for in 1 mile with Veris Narrows. And they appeal to it, dude. I'm telling you, they appeal to that bridge. So now they're scrambling to find something longer than your 2 miles and say, well, you can't. It's minuscule. You wouldn't be able to use it anyway.
Right. Yeah, they'll say, well, on 2.5 miles, that's minuscule. I mean, what's the degree? 0.003? Like, dude, now it doesn't matter. Like, come on, bro.
It doesn't matter now because they're looking. Well, really, we got to look at the 12-mile construction. That's where it's at, bro. 12 miles, and then they move the goalpost, and you're like, all right, well, let's see if we can find a construction that's been used. How about railways? Railways, are they used longer than 12 miles? No, but they don't. It's like, bro, how many? Like, what's the length that's gonna satisfy you, Glober? There won't be any length.
I think a better one would be like a subway system, because it's just going just horizontally in the dirt below, and then it goes down and then it comes back up. If it's one of those, or if it just stays down, it's just horizontally all the way down in the earth, no curvature whatsoever, but yet they'll still be at the same elevation from above. How do they explain that? How do you have a line in a circle and the elevation from station A to station Z is the same elevation underneath the ground? How did you get that without the rail, without the thing being built curved? It makes zero sense, bro.
Yep, exactly. Well, it's the contradictions that they do, and so they try to insert their best arguments, and they fail because people that use the earth practically are never going to use the earth like it's a globe.
Right. Hey, you're hot micing. Oh no, you're not hot mic. Okay, yeah.
And I'm back, gents. I was just going to add in a moment ago that a few years ago, 2020, maybe 2021. I'm sorry, 2021, maybe 2022. I was on Fascist Book, and there was this guy that was on one thread that made the claim that he had seen the curvature of the earth from Stone Mountain, Georgia. And then in another thread, somebody was talking about how you can't see it from an airplane. And he was saying, well, an airplane's not high enough.
The level of mental gymnastics that they have to go through, it's crazy. It's crazy. You can see it when you're low, but not high. And how does that make sense? On the contrary of it, like how? What are they saying? Where's their logic at, bro?
Yeah, and so when I confronted him, I took screenshots and posted the screenshots in the other one and said, hey, how does this make any sense? The guy kind of mealy-mouthed about it, and then he blocked me, of course, after I responded after that.
Yeah. Maybe he had an epiphany of his dead logic. He's like, yeah, that doesn't make no sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really weird. A lot of these guys. I mean, some of these guys say just go out to a beach. You can see the curve. Go out to the beach. Really? Interesting. You mean the equatorial distance around you that creates a ball because your eyes are shaped like that? Oh, you mean that curve you're talking about? That circle? That flat circle that you're projecting through your eyes? Got it. Let's use logic, guys. Use our brains here.
Yeah, or I like when they practically worship Neil deGrasse Tyson. And then the moment you say, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you cannot see the curvature from the fake station because it would only be a couple millimeters off of a big ball.
Right.
And
then they throw him under the bus.
They throw him under the bus.
Yeah. Then he's not the credited,
Yeah.
What's the word?
They forget that he holds master classes, like for cosmology. Right. They forget all about that. Like, this guy is a clown. He's a clown show. It was Brenda. It was a couple of others that were in here, these staunch Glovers. They were all saying, yeah, I trust Felix Baumgartner, saying that he saw the curve of the earth over Neil deGrasse Tyson, who hasn't been up there and seen it for himself. I trust Felix. That's who I trust. So they advocate, instead of their scientific communicators, they advocate for the guy who did a Red Bull stunt over him. Yeah, that's
Right.
what they do. That's who they are.
With his was it over New Mexico or Arizona? One of those states. I forgot what state he was, but it would be Planet New Mexico, I guess, because everything was curving around that whole entire. Everything you see from left to right, as far as you can see in all directions, it's all curved in his logic. Like in Planet New Mexico. Where does
Yeah, it was
Asia
New
fit on that
Mexico.
planet?
It was
Yeah.
New Mexico, yeah.
Yeah, where does Asia fit on that planet?
Yeah.
Where's
Where does the
the
rest of
country at?
America fit on there anyway?
Right. I guess it's Planet America. I guess.
Captain America. There you go. Captain America on the planet America.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting because, see, I do think we get dishonest globies. But I truly think that most of the globies that come in here aren't savvy enough to be that disingenuous. I think there's a level of experience and understanding of the topic that they would have to be as disingenuous as somebody who just doesn't even know the topic and is just going from point to point listlessly and doesn't truly understand it, but they know that we're stupid because we think the Earth's not a spinny ball.
Yeah, all they're really doing is they're just trying to discredit the argument, just to solidify their position as being correct. So they could argue all they want, even with their illogical ways, but to them it makes sense. To them, this is what is, and there's no way around it. Even though you can literally prove the way around it using their own logic, they get destroyed. They put their foot in their own mouth.
The problem is they're talking.
Yeah,
whenever anyone's listening to them, they're talking to people who have never looked into the subject. So anything that they say it sounds correct. You know what I mean? Because that's what everyone's been taught their whole lives. So what they're saying sounds correct. So they can't even discern between whether that person's telling the truth, talking shit, or anything. Because as Miggy demonstrates, like, people who come in here don't know that the Earth's a globe, and they don't know why they think it's a globe. So they just know what they hear. Okay, yeah, Earth's a ball because it is. Yeah, of course.
I believe that's called confirmation bias, right?
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely confirmation bias. It is. One of the most important premises for people is that confirmation bias. I know the Earth's a globe. Sticks and Shadows tells me that it's a globe, so therefore it's a globe.
Yeah, earlier I was in TikTok and this guy was live streaming and he says he has measurements, angle measurements that he's taken himself 105 miles away. He knows based upon the way his reading is on the theodolite. And the first thing I'm thinking is like, well, then this guy's using a theodolite incorrectly. That's not the way you use them. That's not the purpose of them and such great distances. And even in their own, understanding of the equipment of these tools that we use, you're not even supposed to go farther than 250 yards, let alone 2, 3, 105 miles. Like, dude, you're just using it incorrectly. It's crazy, man. These guys, they're funny.
Yeah, I have a customer who's a engineer that gets all the surveying documents and such, and then I have a customer who's one of the. He's a step in the middle. He's not a surveyor, but he's not an engineer, but he does like the planning and the layout of how you do the surveying and what it is you're looking for and things like that. So he's kind of like a step in the middle. And so I just asked both of them point blank, and both of them laughed as soon as I talked to them about that. They just laughed and said, You can't use a theodolite for that. There's a margin of error. And so I asked them, I'm like, do you know how you would communicate that margin of error? And they laughed again and said, no, we put it in our engineering program, more or less. And then we put in the type of theodolite it is. And then it'll tell us if the reading's out of tolerance or not. And if it's out of tolerance, we got to go do it again.
Yeah, they actually, there's literally on some of these total stations, they literally have a button that says like Earth curve, and it just, when you push it, all it does in the computer, in the software of it, it like mathematically it gives you the figure and saying this is what it is mathematically, even if your observations aren't lining up with that. Like, well, that's not what we're seeing though. There's no. We took a horizontal on this, and we're still transferring that benchmark to be flat and horizontal. But you would be off if you used reality, because
What
there's
theodolite has a Earth curve button?
there's a
Never heard.
certain total station.
Yeah,
Let me
total
look. Let me look it
station.
up.
Yeah, you're
It's
right.
yeah,
He's right.
it's the
Earth
total
curve
station.
as in globe Earth curve?
Yeah, it's a spherical. Yeah, it's a calculation.
Yeah, it does the calculations based on the geoid. So you just take your measurements from point to point, and then it'll transfer it into a sphere.
Yeah, it does the math for you. It makes it
That's
easier.
why I was
So then,
asking. I've been asking Duncan Darth for months. He said, "Oh, what can I do? What can I do?" I said, "Do the same observation that you did just before, without the Earth curve."
And come back with the results. He came back 3 months later saying, "What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?"
yeah.
Yeah, this morning I gave him some hell this morning. And old dude. And I don't remember if it was Dave. Yeah, and Dave Hinkle. They took a little different route. They're like, oh, yeah, well, it'd be really good. We're all about people doing experiments. And they went on saying, oh, yeah, that'd be great. And he's like, well, what would we have to do? And then they started detailing out these complicated experiments for him.
What would be the
Still
implications?
asking.
Like they would take so what would be the implications? They're looking across, they see something at a specific elevation. Do they do anything with their tool in the moment? Do they now point the theodolite down or up, even though they know that on there it says it's level? Like, what's the implication of this button?
No, the setting changes the positions and tells you what it should be. Curvature.
Instead of changing positions, what do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Changing what? The position of this where you set your theodolite, so not at point A? What do you mean change the position?
Why would that change?
I don't know. That's why I asked you.
Oh no. Okay, so to explain it, like, so for instance, if you set up your equipment right, and then and you fix it on a point, it's going to give you like the arcs and minutes in seconds, right? And then if you hit the button, that will change, because there's like an algorithm in the software where it's going to switch to, this is what it should be in the measurement, in the math of it, if you will, in the formula of it. And then it'll change the minutes and arcs and it'll represent the globe, the curvature of the Earth per se. And it's literally says Earth curve, like it literally is a button you hit, and it's like it gives you that it's an automatic like calculation. That's all it is. It's just a calculation.
Yeah, maybe if you have info, I'll look at it, because what I'm asking, what is it changing in reality now? The distance,
the degrees,
to the object, or just
it changes the degrees of the position that it should be in. So, like, for instance, when you're setting up, and you're taking these shots, they're called shots, right? And then you would do it, like, let's say 5 or 6 times. And then what you do is you're going to divide all of them into one, because then you're going to get like an average. And in that average, they are trying to like take account, like, because in the time that you took those shots, like the physical object in the distance changes either lower or higher because of refraction, because the way light's like, distorting the image you're looking at a great distance. This is why you don't go too far away and take a shot, because they understand, and they know, everybody knows that does this. They know that the true position, that optically, when you're looking at something, that's not necessarily the actual true position, because just the way light works. Like that's why typically you want to do shots in the in weather conditions that are most favorable for you to not have distortion of the object in the distance. But the way to prevent that, like, let's say you're like out there and it's like high noon, well, you're not going to go really, really far, because you know that the farther you go, the more distorted that object's going to be. So you take like local like closer shots. And even in the equipment itself, you're not supposed to go. I mean, a good rule of thumb is the maximum should be 300, but typically around 200 to 250 would probably be the furthest you want to
This
go.
is what I like imagined or feared would have been the case. As in, how do they know the elevation of a mountain? Right? It would just be the WGS 84 overlaid into some kind of angle measurement, right? Or the elevation of A to B. So now when these globers are going out there, and now this may be new technology within the theodolite, but I'm sure that's not a new principle they've been applying to claimed elevations of places in reality. But so now when a glober goes out with his, like Ruhif or somebody goes out with his theodolite and says, "Look, it matches the model," like what do you do? Go out and measure the actual elevation of a mountain? I don't know. Yeah. So what you're saying is it changes the. That's what I was asking. What are the implications? It changes the elevation of something in the distance. Yeah.
Yeah,
From
it's just
A
a
to B.
mathematical. Yeah, it's just a mathematical input that it gives you a different arc, second or minute or degree in general. It just changes it because they're implying. And then if you talk to like for instance, like I said before, a retired surveyor over 35 years. Hey, how many times did you count for curvature of the earth? He said, I never did that. And then Zanuck was like, well, no, but it's in the manual. And then Tony was like, well, it's in the manual, yeah. He's like, I'm not gonna deny that, but we don't use it. Like it tells you in the manual of like, of how to do it, but that's just the part of the lie, I guess. That's just part of the system that we live in, where they're telling you
They used to
this
do it
is
the
what you have to
old-fashioned
do.
way, they used to do it the old-fashioned way, like with the other guys who were, 8 years ago arguing for it, where they would take the actual measurement, bring it to the other guys, they would put it in the computer and overlay the map. Now they just got a button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
Crazy.
exactly. And then you'll get you don't do surveying like, geodetic surveying or, like on large, really far miles, and it's like, well, even with that argument, you're not going to use that equipment in that manner. That's not going to give you a good, accurate reading because you're going too far. There's a limit to these instruments, and they do have an error, within it. Whether it be for conditions or the calibration of the machine. Like there are built-in, like errors or I guess what you would say is tolerances. Like yeah, that's built in to the formula. But really, all they're calculating is just the way light is refracting, and the further away you go from your point.
Yeah.
It's just
So
really
now,
weird.
so now it's like, what is your axiom to correct upon? And the axiom is it's a globe. That's the base axiom now. That's crazy. That's bad.
Yeah, it's all funny, man. You have guys that never set up a theodolite in their life come and tell you all about how it works. It's really funny.
Well, it is funny because I was hitting these surveyors up, like not hitting them up, but just like seeing them. Like, hey, listen, man, like how long until that straight line bends? And they're like, what? I'm like, for Earth curve, right? Like how long until that horizontal is bending? Bending. I said, it doesn't, I just bust their balls. The one guy, the one time said to me, no, they got some really like expensive ones that take Earth curve into account. I'm like, yeah. I was like, you ever seen it? He's like, no, I think they have it. They gotta have that. He just assumed it, but yeah, it was just
Right.
yeah, it's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, just a month or two ago, I had my buddy, who got me in the trade. He called up one of the largest surveying companies in the nation. This guy's like a top dog, way up there, about to be like vice president of the company. And he asked him, like, "Hey, I have a question for you. I have a big project coming up." He's like, "Do you account for the curvature of the Earth?" And he's like, he was kind of stunned, like as if he's never been asked that. And he was like, yeah, he's like, well, I never did, but we do. Like that, he was like, just you had to throw that in there, like, but we do though. He's like, oh, you do? Okay, so when have you? He's like, well, let me get back to you on that because I don't think we've ever had to. I was like, wow, this guy.
Same. Like most of the responses are they laugh at you. They laugh and you're like, hey, listen, is it bend because the Earth's close? Like, no, what? I measure. He's like, I measure a straight line, an angle. But the one guy did say, "Oh, wow." He laughed. And he said, "But no, I'm sure they do. They have to. Maybe a more expensive one, et cetera, et cetera." Yeah, I don't know. But I didn't know there's a button. That's funny.
Yeah, they get funny with it, dude. We just laugh at them. Mm-hmm. But you have some globe zealots that are hardcore defenders of it, and they don't even know why they're defending it, unless they're getting paid. I don't know. I don't see why you would support a lie, though. I don't get it.
It's something. It's something else that they're holding on to. It's not the globe. It's something else that is, like I could give you an example on both sides, right? Like I got one friend of mine who tells he tells me that he came to God through the universe and the globe. Like, how could this all be an accident? And then you have others, and he won't let go of it. But that's his. He said it out. Like after I drilled him on it for a while about like, listen, what about this? What about this? What about this? He's like, listen, I don't want to talk about it anymore because he had something else that it holds dear to his heart, which is I guess God or something that he's saying. And and there's other people who are on the exact opposite side of that. But there's just something else. It's not the globe. It's like what it means to them. Because who could possibly give a shit if they're if I don't know, their football field is blue or off blue? Like, who cares? Like, who would really care if that's all that it was? But it's something else, something deeper. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. It's definitely something that keeps bringing them back to the conversation. Maybe they just feel like, I know because this is what we're told. Here's all the arguments for why it is this way. Like, they're using falsehoods to prove more falsehoods, the lies to prove the lies. And then they come here because they just like to argue of their set position, even though it's incorrect, but they just still find themselves always just wanting to fight their position because they know that, this is what is in their mind, even though logically they get that they destroy
I
them.
don't want to make it like, oh, everybody, it's all about religion or whatever. For some people it's just like, listen, like we as human beings are capable of knowing things, and this speaks to our ability to do better in the world or whatever. It's just something. It's just like and we things change. That means that things can change because once upon a time shit sucked and shit sucks for me. So if there's if things are just objective, it's never going to change, then I'm never going to have whatever it is. Good
Right.
life or feel the change or they just love what people say they did. Like, look how amazing people are, and they just take pride in that. Something.
Right.
It can't be just the evidence because the evidence all points to a non-moving, horizontally oriented world.
Mm-hmm. Any Globers have proof that we could talk about? No? Okay.
I mean, you got your boy Chief Squatting Dog. He loves to argue with people. You might want to argue with it.
The Earth isn't flat.